X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me right now, punch your face down. Let me show you how.
What a motherfucking banger that song is. I will never ever really get over the fact that I now have my own theme song. I know I say this at the beginning of basically every stream now, but legitimately, it's just mind-blowing. Who has their own theme song? Not a lot of people. Not a lot of people can say that. Hey everybody. Hey Guardfield, Jade Monkey, Darcel Saber, Daffy, Lana B Twitch, Incub. How you doing? Good to see you. Big NB, how you doing? I'm thirsty. Slaughter Coffee, how you doing? Timothy? Timothy? I'm sorry if I can't pronounce your name. Biggie Bino, hello, how you doing? Avalon of Babylon, I don't know if I said your name already. Tilt, how you doing? Taco Cat 69, what's up? Poop, how you doing? Hey everybody. Coin Dog, what's up? Winston C, nice to see you. Intrepid Elm, how you doing? Fabsta, Meme Joy, good to see you. 8-Bit BF, we got all the regs here. Not all the regs, but we got a lot of regulars here today. Good to see it. Thriddle, hello. We also got some new people in chat as well. There's actually a new update on the website that allows me to see when an account is like new. It's a brand new thing that White Nervosa implemented. I think it's only like if the account is under 24 hours old or like something along those lines. So basically, not only does it help me tell when actual new viewers arrive on the stream, but it also kind of helps me parse out when like some troll is just making a new account and trying to hide out. It actually does help with that quite a bit. So that's pretty cool, too. Today's stream is going to be pretty exciting. We got some debate reviews to do today. I don't know if any of them are going to be segments on their own, but I'll record them anyway, just in case. But I do think they're going to be pretty interesting. The first one is going to be the Destiny versus Gavin McInnes debate, and that one I only saw the end of, and it was wild. Holy fuck. They were talking about bullshitting. Gavin, was screaming and shit. It was wild, okay? It was very wild. And then we're going to be watching a debate I haven't seen any of, but did know about, leading up to it, and that is the Denims versus Exci debate moderated by Chud Logic, on the topic of Hassan Piker and copyright and the React meta on Twitch and everything. And yeah, I'm excited to watch it. Bro, I have so many house chores to do today. A Zan stream is perfect to listen to. Oh, well, I'm glad you can listen to me while you do your chores. My favorite thing to do... Why does my throat always do that? I need to figure that out. I always have this thing where sometimes when I inhale, my throat does this weird thing. It's impossible to describe, but it makes a weird noise. Anyway... Hopefully you enjoyed listening to my stream. I always like to listen to YouTube content and whatnot whenever I'm phlegm. It's not phlegm, it's just my throat, the actual, just my throat. Don't know what's up with it. Anyway, yeah, so basically, I always like to listen to content creators on YouTube and stuff while I do chores or anything like that. Generally, my go-to to listen to is the PKA podcast, but whenever people tell me they listen to my content while they're doing stuff, I'm always like, oh, that's nice to know. Because that's my favorite way to consume content is idly listening to it while doing something else, you know? There's not a lot of content around anymore that gets me to completely sit down and pay 100% attention to it without doing anything else in the background. That doesn't mean I don't like the content. It's just it's just the way my life goes now. There's not much that I don't do that with. Hey T, what's up? Hi Daffy, what's up? Noodles, how you doing? Garfield, hello. Good to see you. Also, over in YouTube chat, I have to crane my neck over to see YouTube chat. This is why you guys got to come to website chat. If you're in YouTube chat right now, come to the website, xanderhal.com/live. Make an account. It takes 2 seconds. All you got to click is create an account through Google, and then it just immediately makes your account. You pick a name, and then you can just talk in the website chat. Then not only does your messages appear on stream, so they actually appear on screen and they're immortalized in the videos and in the VODs, but also I can actually read your messages because the way I have my setup right now, my mic arm kind of covers up YouTube chat, so I can only really see website chat. So come on over to YouTube chat. I appreciate it. All right, everybody. So here's the deal today. All right. We're going to do today's stream. We're going to react to some debates. I'm going to do some reviews of it and stuff. It's going to be good content. And then after all of that, we're going to be doing another watch party in the Discord. Unfortunately, the watch party I did last night was a little late, so we only had 20 people in there, which was a lot of people, but don't get me wrong, but if it was earlier, it would have been way more, I'm sure. And we started doing a watch party, this new show called Peacemaker. It's in the DCEU, really fucking funny show. And we got through about 4 episodes of it last night, I think, maybe 5? Maybe 5. So after right after today's stream, we're going to be doing a watch party of Peacemaker, and if it's still early enough after we finish all the episodes, because there are still 2 more episodes left to come out, we'll probably do a watch party of the Suicide Squad, the one with Peacemakers, or John Cena's Peacemaker in it, the recent one that people liked, not the older one that people hate. I joined for a little while, but I was animating some cartoons of your sussy clips. Wait, you were animating my clips? Holy shit, Daffy559. Well, I'm really excited to see what comes of that. Me and Balth stayed up for 2 hours talking. Balthazar's sleep schedule is an enigma. Actually, no, it's not. Me and Balthazar literally had the same sleep schedule for a very long time. It was very degenerate. All right, listen up, everybody. It's time to get into it. Unless you guys would like me to just idle along for a little while and stun lock. Unless you guys just want me to tell you about my day. What the fuck? No, not the most recent Destiny stream, the Gavin McInnes debate. There we go. There we go. That's what I like to see. I keep trying to make some Xanderhal fan art, but sadly my art is fucking dog shit. I doubt your art is dog shit, okay? Listen, have you guys seen me do, what's that game? Gartic Phone? The Gartic Phone game? Have you guys seen me play that? It looks like I'm drawing with a fucking broken wrist, okay? I'm dog shit at art. I used to be somewhat decent at art. With a pen and pencil, I used to actually do a fair amount of art on my free time. When I'd get bored of video games, I'd know you probably don't believe that would be a thing that would happen when I was younger, but sometimes I'd be like, okay, well, right now I just feel like drawing, so I'd bring up like a drawing tutorial up on YouTube, and I'd like try to follow the drawing tutorial and try to like get certain characters from like animated shows I liked and stuff perfect and whatnot. Really fun. I actually got pretty good at it for a while, but I have not done that in so long that I just don't have my art skills anymore. They all went away. I do have a calligraphy set, though. My mom got me one, and it's completely unopened and everything, and I've been thinking about trying to learn calligraphy with that thing and, like, making a legitimate, like, Lord of the Rings style map or something. Who knows? It could be really interesting what I could do with that. Really, really cool stuff. Okay, everyone, if you are watching right now, and you would like to support the stream, I'd just like to say, you can do so very easily and for free within just a few seconds by hitting the like button on the stream on YouTube. I just want to say that as a YouTube stream goes on longer and longer, YouTube stops recommending the stream to my subscribers, telling them, hey, did you know that your favorite YouTuber Xanderhal just went live? YouTube stops doing that the longer the stream goes on for, which is unfortunate because let's say somebody's, working for the next 2 hours, but I'm still live for another 2 hours after they get off work, they're not going to get that notification on their phone. Unless you hit the like button to let YouTube know, hey, keep notifying people that Xanderhal is live. So hit that like button. It helps out a lot. And if you want to find a more substantial way to support me, you can always support me financially by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhal.com/live, or supporting me through Streamlabs, buying my merch, or even through Patreon. All those links are in the description, as well as my social media if you want to follow me there. So with all that said, let's get into it. All right, Destiny has been going through a little bit of drama lately, in which I disagree with him just a little bit, just a tad, just a little tad. But nonetheless, despite that, he did just do a debate with Gavin McInnes, the founder of neo-Nazi group The Proud Boys. It's an actual neo-Nazi hate group, The Proud Boys, and they had a bit of a debate hosted by none other than James, my boy, from Modern Day Debate. I'm going to tell you guys this right now. When I went to Texas and I went to DebateCon, it was hosted by James from Modern Day Debate. I got to meet him in person and everything like that. He is a really, really nice dude. We ended up just kind of sitting around a table for a little while. Like on the last, it was either the first day, like on the evening of the first day or the evening of the second day. We ended up sitting around tables and talking for a little bit. I talked to Ben Burgess. I talked to James, and we ended up having a little bit of I think it was whiskey. I think it was whiskey that I drank. It was 2 cups. I didn't drink a lot, but I got myself a little bit buzzed to help with the social situation. Meeting people that you've known online for a long time in real life is really awkward. You'd think the fact that you've known them for even years on the internet would help cushion the awkwardness of meeting someone in real life, but it really doesn't. It feels really bizarre to see them in real life, but it was fun. I had a lot of good times. All right. Anyway, with all that said, Destiny and Gavin McInnes debated. It was really, really funny, at least the bit that I saw at the very end when it was live yesterday at the end of my stream. But I only caught the last 5 minutes of the debate, and it was wild. So I really want to see everything else that happened. No wonder I didn't have a lot of viewers yesterday. It's because I was streaming during this, and I didn't even know it was happening towards the end. Jesus.
Don't do that, or I'm gonna
I'm so
strangle you. It's irrelevant. That's
Joe
irrelevant.
Rogan himself,
Let's go back to the
hypercritical of
question.
vaccines.
The question is
just Joe Rogan
is
spreading
Joe Rogan doing
misinformation.
damage?
Yes.
And my point is, free speech never does damage.
Never does damage.
Never does
ever.
damage. Wow.
Are we talking about chastity belts for the
I'm
auto
so mad that I
truck drivers?
predicted the next 5 years of your life.
You are literally Larry the Tomato Red right now on my screen, okay? There's no way that I'm the mad one here, all right? Slow down.
This from some video games.
Okay.
A guy plays video games.
You're
on
out of line.
Twitch
You're way out of
and
line.
Stockman's.
Hold on, excuse me.
Do something. You're literally on your ass for a living. Get up.
We do have to go for it.
What is mRNA, Destiny?
He fucking punched his mic. It is in the title, I guess, but fuck. Dude, this shit gets wild.
What do you mean? Do you want the abbreviation? Messenger ribonucleic acid?
No,
do you
no.
want the
What is
function
it,
that it
though?
goes?
Hey Xanderhal, what's your opinion on JXC? I'm wondering because they caused some drama with a friend of mine on Twitter. I think JXC goes by they them pronouns. I just want to throw that out there. But JXC and I are friends, and so are Denims and I. I'm definitely closer friends to Denims than I am with JXC because, you know, JXC literally lives across the world literally on the other side of the planet from me. And I've literally like had Denims come over to my place, and I've been to Denims' place, and we've hung out and shit in real life because she's literally the closest streamer that does what I do to where I live. So like I certainly have my bias when we get to that debate a little later in the stream, but I'm gonna look at it pretty objectively when we get to that debate. So just keep your pants on, wait for that debate. It's going to be fun. Just hold on. This is going to be a fun one, too.
Goes through ribosomes in your body, and it's used to create proteins.
What's the concept? What does it do? Like,
what is it?
What is the technology? Cars are mobilized vehicles that are powered by gas.
The technology is you have a bunch of nanolipid particles, NLPs, that encompass.
Oh yeah. I forgot to mention. Yeah, I'm in the new JXC video. JXC hit me up and asked for like a really quick clip of me like saying how I would feel if a very large streamer watched one of my videos on stream without giving like any commentary. And you know, that clip is in the video. Buddhacat from the Hightail team messaged me saying actually, oh shit, I saw you in the new JXC video, and I was like, god damn. It is really cool. Like people recognizing me places and stuff like that. It's really fun.
A single strand of mRNA that goes into your cell, enters your ribosome, and then proteins are printed out that emulate the protein signature of the virus SARS-CoV-2. That's the function of the mRNA vaccine. Thanks for having me. Just to be clear, I should have said this in the intro, the original email you sent was related especially to the coronavirus, the COVID-19, the pandemic coverage and everything, yes? So I believe that over the past year especially, if not in the history of all of media kind, I think that media has definitely made mistakes in regards to how it covers a lot of events that have happened in the United States. I think that we've seen a few famous blunders in the mainstream media recently that give us some pause and maybe some concern for how some of these events are being covered. I think it's totally fair for people to be critical of mainstream media, and I think that alternative media can be really valuable for holding mainstream media accountable for some of their opinions. That being said, I think that alternative media needs to be critically evaluated in the same way that mainstream media is evaluated as well. I feel like when we look at mainstream media, people are very keen to analyze all the financial motives, all of the contraindications to the things they're saying, all of the different reasons why the mainstream media might be dishonest or not forthcoming about something. But when it comes to alternative medias, we seem to drop all of that criticism, all of that critical evaluation to the wayside, and we just believe what they're saying because they're giving us a story that the mainstream media is not giving us. When it comes to the coronavirus or COVID-19 or the pandemic, I think that Joe Rogan has had a number of conversations on his podcast, but I think it's evident by looking at how his audience engages with his content that the overwhelming amount of attention that he's given has been to what I would characterize as conspiracy theorists on his program. And I think that most of the information that he disseminates is blatantly false, if not bordering on malicious conspiracy theory. And I think that him presenting these things as two equivalent sides to a debate is dishonest. And if he was doing it as a mainstream media player, we would be far more critical of him than we are as him being an alternative media person. So I would say that Joe Rogan has done more harm in regards to the pandemic for information that's being spread into society than he has good in terms of hosting alternative viewpoints.
You got it. Thank you very much for that opening. And then Gavin, for you as well.
That was a pretty good opening. I think Destiny is pretty good when it comes to like making arguments about stuff like this. He is the one that kind of bread-pilled me initially when I was younger on the idea that certain content that doesn't necessarily appear political on the surface can have very malicious political motives sometimes. That's a concept that you kind of really have to get through your head if you're going to be left-leaning online, because the online right, well, every side politically on the internet uses memes and irony and even content that's just meant to be entertainment, but or meant to look like entertainment but as a political message to get their points across. But yeah. Oh, JXC's in YouTube chat. I'm really interested to see your coverage on the debate, man. Just a heads up, though, Denims got way spicy in her stream reacting to my video than she did in person. Oh, that's really interesting. I think that's where most of the interesting stuff is, personally. If you have a link to it, and you want to DM it to me on Discord, I'll watch that after the debate between you and Denims as well. If you stick around as well, I think I'm pretty decent at giving, like, constructive debate performance advice. Like, I think I'm pretty good at watching a debate and being like, ooh, here's something you could have done here. Ooh, here's a rhetorical flair you could have done here, right? And maybe there's some like cool like constructive criticism you'll get from it. I never like criticize anybody cruelly, especially not people that I like. So it's not going to be like me roasting you or anything. Who knows? Maybe you did fucking amazing. Neil Young pulled his music off of Spotify because of how he thinks Spotify is promoting a person who is spreading misinformation on vaccines. Yeah, my understanding is Spotify deleted every episode of the Joe Rogan Experience where Joe Rogan said the N-word, which is like 40 episodes, 30 episodes, somewhere along those lines. So there's a bunch where he said the N-word they deleted, and I believe they maybe also deleted the ones that had like anything COVID related or where he platformed COVID conspiracy stuff. Oh yeah, Joe Rogan said the N-word a lot, yeah, back in the day. There's a lot of clips of it. I say back in the day, like a lot of the clips are actually from his old like brick set, and it's like 1080p HD, and we've had that since like 2015 on YouTube. So it's like maybe as recent as that. So maybe not that old of a clip of him saying the N-word. But yeah, hard R and everything. Oh yeah, lots of it. Yeah, it was pretty nuts. Look on Twitter. It's not hard to find.
Well, thanks so much for being with us. If you'd like a few minutes for your opening, the floor is all yours.
I mean, I think I want to concede. That was great. And I agree with Destiny.
Damn, holy shit. Well, guys, if you enjoyed the video, I really appreciate you all watching. It's been a really fun debate. If you enjoyed this video, please consider leaving a like, subscribing, ringing the bell icon. You guys all know the drill. Let's just... Okay.
I think we're done here.
All right. Well, that was a lot of fun. Cool.
It's like a fight when there's just a knockout, like a Tyson knockout at the beginning. Like the crowd all has to go home now. I think that the assignment here seems to be a little bit.
Oh my God. Why on earth would he ever do that? Jesus. Imagine like admitting defeat right at the beginning, even as a joke. Like it comes off as copium. God, that is the worst optics performance I've ever seen. Why would you ever do that? I guess Gavin McInnes isn't as good at debating as he is at being a right-wing terrorist.
Amorphous. The email I got said, has Joe Rogan's coronavirus reporting done more harm than good? And I mean, it's all basically the same argument, but we should start with the original assignment, and that was the original assignment. And I think the problem with that assignment is it sort of splits into two. And the two things are, one, is there such a thing as misinformation, and should there be total free speech and should be able to say whatever you want, which I believe. And I think that's impossible to argue. So what I would suspect that Destiny would want to do is get away from that and say that we need to be, the vaccine is very important and we're in a pandemic and you can't afford to even flirt with anti-vaxxers because people will die, and that trumps free speech. So the assignment was...
Dude, conservatives really do live in a different reality. It's just all conspiracy theories and like... They really do think they're the heroes of action movies in real life. They really, really do. It's so bizarre. Papa Fonzie, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Appreciate that. This finally came over from YouTube. Great content, buddy. Thank you. Welcome to the Cool Guy Club. You are now a Cool Guy Galler and Pal. Welcome. And thank you for the tier 2 sub.
Should Joe Rogan not be doing these COVID things? And I think the only way to win a question like that is to say the vaccine is crucial. We're all going to die. So can we sort of narrow it down to that? Because obviously we all agree that alternative media should exist, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Right. So even if you think that Joe, to go with the new evolution of this.
Okay. So here's an issue I've started to see a lot of in political spaces, particularly on the right, that's kind of worrying to me. And by kind of, I mean, it's just full on worrying to me. Like, I'm concerned. So the idea of platforming and having independent media that is separate from the untouchable, massive amounts of money behind it, very professional mainstream media, sort of oligarchies, I guess you could call them, like, your CNNs, your Fox News and whatnot, like something outside of those big mainstream bubbles that everyone listens to give maybe an out-of-the-box perspective on things. I do see a certain value in that, just on a basic level. The problem is that the right has politicized that concept. The idea of independent media that kind of thinks outside of the box has been politicized by the right. When the right says that, they mean media that literally defies reality, media that literally spreads misinformation that's been debunked by the vast majority of the academic scene. And they want this because this is what the right strives on. They need it to spread their propaganda. They need carte blanche to spread misinformation if they're going to keep on turning people into conservatives. They're going to keep on spreading their propaganda and indoctrinating people. This is the environment they have to pave for themselves. They mean the History Channel. I doubt it.
Assignment. Even if you think that Joe Rogan is doing more harm than good, we all agree that he should have the right to do so.
In terms of the right to do so, I think probably. I don't want the government stepping in and making laws against who can say what. I think that's a little bit weird. Although I think we're all largely not interested in that conversation anymore because social media platforms have so much power that the legality doesn't matter anymore, right? If Facebook and Twitter all come together and say, hey, we're not going to host your speech, or Spotify in this case, it really doesn't matter if it's legally protected by the government. You're still pretty screwed in that case.
Yeah, but but outside of the law, we're talking about what's.
By the way, what conservatives advocate for is for the government to clamp down on private companies like Twitter and Facebook and whatnot to try to keep them from banning them from those platforms for being racist or spreading misinformation. They are actively trying to make it so that the government clamps down on private companies.
Door. Also, best way to send fan art?
Is my door open? What? The door behind me is closed. What door do you mean? That door's closed. Is there like a gap? I guess it kind of looks like there's a gap, but I assure you guys, the door is closed. It clicked when I shut it. All right, it's closed. But thank you for the $10. I appreciate that.
What should happen? And do you agree that Destiny? I'm talking to you, obviously. Do you agree that we should have free speech for everyone? Joe Rogan should have the ultimate right to talk to flat earthers and people who think that the sun gives you all the nutrients you need and all that shit.
If you want to have the conversation, sure. But I guess I'm less interested in should you have the right to do something, and more interested in the conversation what's your responsibility to society or the public at large? How should you be platforming these conversations?
So let's recalibrate now. Let's restart. And the new assignment is
conservatives always have this one sort of also, if I were Destiny, I don't know why he didn't do this, but if I were him, I would have cropped everything to the right of Gavin, on Gavin's right to our left, and just basically had him be a little box, then moved that box to the corner so that he because a third of Destiny's forehead is being impeded on by Gavin's camera, which I feel like isn't really necessary. If he was just up in the top left corner here, I feel like it would be he'd be big enough, he could be seen. I don't know. That's just what I would have done personally. Streamer advice for anyone watching, okay? Make sure when you've got someone on your screen, in OBS 27.1.3, that's the version I'm on. All you have to do is hold, I believe, it's either Alt or Control, and then shrink something on OBS, like a window, and then it'll crop it. It'll crop away whatever you're moving away. So just keep that in mind. Steven's head is already too big. Listen, okay? We won't talk about that. No, and ironically, the memes about Destiny being short are pretty dishonest. I met him in real life. He's not that short. He's pretty normally proportioned. He's just a pretty normal height guy. I think probably what happened was people in his community back during the StarCraft days memed him into being short, and it's just persisted to this day. Because I was really surprised. I expected him to be 5'5" or 5'4", or maybe 5'6" the most. But he's just normal height. He's just a normal height guy.
Has Joe Rogan's show done more harm than good in the past 2 years, specifically related to COVID? Yeah. And the fact that the idea whether he should or not have a platform is now extinguished.
Sure, yeah, we don't. I imagine we'll probably come back to that, but yeah.
Okay, good. I think we're in such a nebulous time that how the fuck do you quantify if Joe Rogan's and we're really talking about two podcasts, right? We're talking about the Malone guy and the doctor, and we're saying, have those interviews done more harm than good? That's specifically what we're arguing about right now.
Yeah, I think essentially for the coronavirus stuff.
One thing that I think is kind of being hurt in this debate is that you can't have the debate about whether or not Joe Rogan is doing harm or good to COVID discourse if you don't even agree on the science of the COVID discourse. Like, how can two people agree on whether or not Joe Rogan is like having a good effect if they don't even agree on the validity of the information he's spreading? I get that that's what they're going to get to, but I feel like that's where you want to start off immediately. Like, all right, right off the bat, where do we disagree on COVID? That's where it needs to start right away, I feel like, when you have a debate like this, if you want to be productive. Then again, Gavin McInnes is a horrid piece of shit, so I don't know if it's in Destiny's priority list to be like super good faith and productive with him. But, that's just what I would do if I was trying to be like a super duper productive debate bro type in this situation. Oh, yeah. Basically, Cherry has announced something in the chat. Basically, you can do exclamation point add pronouns. Basically, you can do exclamation point pronouns, and then you can go to the link that it comes up with a bot, and you can set your pronouns in the link. And I believe, I don't know if it displays them on the screen or next to your name or whatever, or if it's just like there's a pop-up or something. But it should be interesting. That should be pretty useful for pronouns. It's actually pretty dope. All right, let's get into it.
And I don't see how you could argue that information is bad.
Sure. So
we'll start. Start adding your pronouns, guys. I want to see it because I don't see any yet.
Kind of an odd question. Did you ever see a long time ago when Jon Stewart went on Crossfire? He basically, some people would argue that he got the show shut down. You familiar with this?
Yeah, it's a huge pet peeve of mine.
Refresh your chat.
Well, I don't know where you stand on it, but
I stand on that. He did not shut Tucker down. Tucker had a new job.
Okay, sure. Maybe he didn't shut it
down.
down.
They brought on a comedian to be a funny guy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's really cool. That's really, really cool. That's neat. There's a little dot next to people's names. If you refresh your page now there's a dot next to people's names for their pronouns. So I think, so is pink she, her, green, they, them, blue, he, him? He, they is light blue. Oh, that's so cool. Wait, the colors are like, so like the kind of like pinkish purple, or so the purplish color is she, her. The pinkish like tan color, that strawberryish color is she, they. That's really fucking cool. Any all is red. Oh, that's fucking cool. Pronoun up, Zan. I'll deal with it off stream, okay? I'll deal with it off stream. That's really fucking cool. Hey. That's really cool. Well, now I'll just be able to, like, go over your pronouns and like, see what you guys prefer. That's really neat. That's really neat. Fuck yeah. What a cool update. Damn. Okay. Let's continue.
And instead of being funny, he totally fucked them over and went on the attack.
Gotcha.
And like destroyed the whole segment and used it as a propaganda piece based on bow ties and negligence.
Sure. So
what?
Ignoring our personal feelings about what happened, I think that Stuart made a good point that the concept of the show was really cool. The idea that you could have political debates from both sides and you could see like an opinion fleshed out in the middle based on the tension between these two positions. But I think Stuart's issue is that it felt more like theater. And when I look at Joe Rogan, I feel similarly. When Joe Rogan talks about some of these issues...
Dude, there's way more theater in this than on a Joe Rogan episode.
I mean, we can agree to disagree, or maybe you're very theatric, but okay. I think that when...
Okay, I don't think Joe Rogan does much theater on his show. I think his guests do a lot of the time, especially the ones with an ideology to push, okay? If you are an ideologue, if you are some sort of demagogue that pushes a certain ideology, and you'll have the opportunity of going on Joe fucking Rogan, you better believe. You better goddamn believe you are going to be putting on the best performance of your life because you are reaching more people than your platform may ever reach in your whole life. And this is your chance at a big break to not only indoctrinate a shit ton of people, but to bring a shit ton of people to your audience. So yeah, Destiny is right about this. I don't know about Joe Rogan being super performative, but his guests, the ones that have an ideology to push, yes. And I will say, by the way, I don't entirely dislike Joe Rogan's show. I hadn't watched much of it until recently, besides like watching specific episodes I knew I'd disagree with on stream to debunk. But I've been just, listening to stuff off stream while playing like Escape from Tarkov and stuff. And I listened to an episode of the Joe Rogan Experience where he interviewed, I think his name was like Daryl Davies or something. He was a black guy who'd actually de-radicalized like dozens of white supremacists from the KKK. And has a pretty interesting story. He has some takes I disagree with. He does have some takes I disagree with. I watched his episode of the there are some things he said that I found a little iffy, but for the most part, really interesting guy, seems pretty fucking cool, and really liked his episode of Joe Rogan Experience. He had some really entertaining stories. My problem with Joe Rogan is the fact that Joe Rogan is susceptible to basically whoever can word an idea to him the prettiest. And he's constantly having people on, his show to discuss anything from just, he's had really good episodes where he just has physicists on to discuss science and like quantum mechanics and shit. And that is always cool. And sometimes he has a political demagogue on, almost always right wing. Don't get me wrong. There's the occasional left winger. You got your Bernie Sanders. You got your, who else has he had on that's left wing? All I could really think of is Bernie Sanders. Hey, listen, few enough left wingers he's had on his show that all I can think of is Bernie Sanders. Kyle Kalinske, that's a good one. Though I disagree with Kyle on quite a few things. He's a little bit too populist for my taste, but I think his heart is in the right place for sure. Really, The Amazing Atheist has been on twice? TJ Kirk has been on the Joe Rogan Experience twice. Well, I would hazard to guess that when The Amazing Atheist went on Joe Rogan, it was probably back when he was doing the anti-SJW content, or not long after. So I'm going to take a wild guess and say that it probably wasn't the most left-wing episode of Joe Rogan. My point is that due to the fact that the right has a very prominent presence in media, the largest media figures in politics are almost all right-wing, which means Joe Rogan is constantly bringing on large right-wing figures to spread this right-wing ideology to people who are watching a podcast that is not inherently political. People don't go to the Joe Rogan podcast because they think it's political. But once the politics are introduced, they stay for it. They stay and defend the Joe Rogan podcast for the politics. And anytime the left makes a small win, like, okay, let's say Spotify takes down the episodes where Joe Rogan said the N-word, right? Anytime the left makes like a small dub in that department, that they see that as Joe Rogan being martyred and as a representation of how right they are about how he's being censored. It's a bit of a paradox. It's a complicated situation to be in.
When Joe Rogan has conversations with people, especially like the Robert Malone episode, I think the issue is that it could be really cool to bring on a variety of people and really hammer out both sides of this debate. Are there issues with the vaccine? Do we really need to be masking children? Those are cool arguments to have, but it's not just people that are coming on and presenting different tidbits of information. It's people like Dr. Malone that come on and essentially engage in like conspiracy with a bunch of facts that aren't true or supported. And then Joe is very critical of one side.
A bunch of conspiracy without with facts that are not true and are not supported.
Yeah, correct.
So he was...
Okay, say what you want. Destiny knows his shit more than anyone else I can think of when it comes to COVID. I don't know anybody that I'd rather send in for a debate against a COVID, like anything involving COVID, them being dumb. I wouldn't send in anyone other than Destiny. The guy knows his shit in that department. Say what you want.
So Dr. Robert Malone was just spewing a bunch of fake facts that are not supported.
Correct.
I think he was spewing a bunch of facts. Some of them are controversial. Some of them are open to debate. But to call them conspiracy theories and lies is a stretch.
Well, So, I mean, we can get into individual things. So,
Well-
for instance, when Dr. Robert Malone talks about how hospitals are coding patients to die in a certain way, that they've died from COVID-19 just so they can get kickbacks and money, and then later on goes to cite
that's a great
hospital-
example. I'm glad
Yeah.
you brought that up.
Okay. So that would be an example of a lie. This isn't reported
No,
anywhere.
it's not
This
a
isn't-
lie. It's not a lie.
Imagine if it actually turned out that the Omni-Liberal and Destiny were different people. How would you guys react if it actually turned out that the Omni-Liberal Twitter account was actually just Destiny's friend? It's not. But, like, if it turned out to be true, and all this time it has actually just been Destiny's friends making accounts and tweeting for him, that would be wild. Jesus. It's not true. It's not true, but bear with me, okay?
You see, there's some gray here. We're talking about incredibly complex stuff, which is bizarre that a stripper from Louisiana and I, a Canadian drunk, are having a debate about how hospitals fill out paperwork. But when these people fill out the paper,
Dude, Gavin McInnes, I feel like, is the type of dude who, if I, like, had a camera, like a hidden camera in his house, he comes home, he takes off that suit and tie and, like, puts it into his, like, onto his little rack, and he puts on the same suit and tie every day and only washes it, like, once a week. So he just puts it right by his door. He just gets into his underwear, he wears tighty-whities, and he sits on his couch and watches TV all night, and then passes out, and then wakes up in the morning, eats, like, a slab of raw meat and a glass of, like, gin, and then goes to work, drinking the glass of gin in the car as well instead of coffee, because, you know, alcohol instead of coffee. And then he arrives to his show thing at censored.tv, by the way. So censored, by the way, that you literally have, like, your own network with your own monetization scheme and everything. Very censored. Yeah. Very... that's how I imagine his life is. He eats the glass too. If you don't eat the glass after you finish a drink, you're a fucking pussy. Okay, you're not a real man if you don't shatter the glass from the whiskey you just drank and eat the shards of glass right on the spot. You aren't a real man. Okay.
paperwork, it is advantageous to everyone to make sure COVID is there. And by the way, this is not doctors like killing people so they can get money back. This is doctors.
He pisses in a cup in the middle of this. There's no fucking way. Like, Gavin legit whips his dick out. No fucking shot, a pillow. Wait, are you fucking kidding me? This dude's a fucking degenerate. Oh my god. No, don't get the clip, a pillow. It's fine. We're gonna watch the whole thing. Don't worry. No spoilers. No spoilers. No spoilers. I try to do a New York accent, but I always fuck it up. No spoilers. That's more Italian, but I guess a lot of New Yorkers are Italian. There's a lot of Italians in New York. Other way around, I don't know. As long as we don't see the dick, I'm good. Okay. It's all right. I doubt we'll see it. He's a conservative. You know what I'm saying?
Making sure they include COVID so they don't get sued for malpractice when the guy dies and they find COVID in him and COVID wasn't listed on the death certificate and they go, what the fuck? Where's the COVID? We're suing you. So there's all kinds of litigation and financial sort of a push to make sure COVID is on these cases. It's not a lie. It's not a conspiracy theory. These are general patterns in hospitals. For example, if you're a doctor and you're working at a hospital, there's a thing called leaking, where if you say, okay, you've got fucking eye dandruff, and if I send you to the Selsun Blue expert who's down the street, and that has nothing to do with the hospital, you're leaking. You're sending a patient out of our hospital to somewhere else. That's bad for business. Now, you're not going to get fired for that, but we encourage you not to leak.
Chat, I don't know how I survived the Texas trip without getting COVID. It's been over 14 days, still no symptoms. I think I survived the trip to Texas and didn't get COVID. And that is the closest to getting COVID that I'm going to get for the entire rest of the pandemic, even if it's till the end of time, because holy fuck.
Encourage you to keep everything within the hospital, and if you do that over a long
The coughing was from the weed. Come on, chill.
period of time, your career is going better. So these are sort of general ebbs and flows and movements. They're not lies or conspiracy theories. It is currently advantageous to include COVID when you're reporting about a death or an illness, because you might get sued if you don't, and the hospital generally prefers it. You don't get...
Something the right kind of has on their side optically is that they are advocating for you to just chill and relax and not worry about shit, and just to put on the sunglasses, not even to take off the sunglasses and just chill, right? Take the blue pill. The left is trying to convince you to get involved, to be concerned about stuff, to actually fight to make the world a better place, to fight against the status quo. The right has an advantage in appealing to people's innate sense of just wanting to chill, of just wanting to be lazy. The right has that advantage. The left wants people to change for the better. The right wants to make you think they want you to stay the same, while secretly, slowly changing you for the worse without you realizing it.
Get a fucking $10,000 check and a wink when you walk out the door. So this is the problem with the interpretation of Malone's stuff.
So what do you think Malone is trying to say when he presents those facts?
Malone is trying to say that we have totally ignored financial implications of this disease, both from the recording of it and the administering the treatment of it.
So what Malone is trying to get at is the idea that there are deaths being coded as COVID-19 deaths that shouldn't be. That's what he's trying to say. Do you agree or disagree with that?
Yes, he's saying in a perfect world, they would, if we didn't have these strange amorphous blobs floating around changing things, that yes, in a perfect world, it would just be you.
Dude, when Gavin McInnes ate Joe Rogan's dog on stream, I Pepe Pogged my pants into the ground. Me too. Holy fuck, that was wild.
You were in a motorcycle accident. You happen to have COVID, but it's not relevant here. It's not
Ooh, you got me a monster too.
Yeah.
Based. Thank you. She got me a vape and a Monster Energy. I got the best girlfriend ever. Let's go.
going on the list.
So, but the issue is it seems like you have an understanding that hospitals have to code for certain deaths all the time. They need to. It could be a matter of billing insurance companies. It could be a matter of transferring to other hospitals. It could be a matter of having accurate patient records. There are reasons why hospitals code for deaths a certain way. The idea that you might get more money based on the type of treatment or procedures that a patient needs, this isn't anything new or unique with COVID-19. This isn't the first time that coding a death has been important for getting a financial kickback to the hospital. So to bring it up in regards...
All right. Trigger warning, suicide. That's all I'm going to say. Plug your ears for the next 120 seconds to be safe. You remember that time Augie streamed himself cooking a cat? Wild, I know. Jeez, who would have thought he'd do that? Anyway, so, Zan, what color are your eyes? I'm drawing you. I need to know. Hazel. And I'm excited to see it. I'm sure your art will be great. Yeah, as I was saying, what was I saying? God damn it, I stun locked. You remember when Vosh devoured his cat on stream? I actually do. That's a good picture. The one where Artemy's like whole head is in Vosh's mouth. It's a really good picture. I do that to my cat too. She really hates it. She really, really hates it. Yes, the trigger warning, suicide. Yes, okay. Very, very good segue. So when I was 18 years old, I tried to kill myself. And for some fucking reason, my method of doing so was to take a very, very sharp fish fillet knife that I had. I'd never actually used it to kill or gut a fish or anything like that yet. But I did have it on hand for fishing. I decided to take it. And the reason for it, I'm not going to get into. It's a long story. Maybe one day I'll put out a video telling the story, or maybe I'll tell the whole story during my Eris interview this Wednesday. Keep an eye out for that. But I took this fish fillet knife, very, very sharp, clean, just literally you could see a reflection in this thing, and I tried to cut my entire left hand off, because I thought that'd be a pretty decent way of making sure that I bleed out pretty quick, right? Because I was thinking, hold on, how do you, cut your wrist I don't want to cut my wrist. That's kind of like pussy shit, right? Shouldn't I just try to cut the whole hand off, you know? And then even if I survive, then I can get like a prosthetic hand, you know? That was my thought process more or less. So basically, now I've been left with this. Kind of hard to see it in the light, but it's basically, there's the scar, and it goes all the way to here, and there's stitches along, little stitch dots along there from the sutures. I'm so glad that I did not actually die from that, because that was when I was 18, and literally the next year is when I started doing YouTube, and my life has been like 148% better. Like about 99% of the time since then. So I'm very glad that that wasn't a win. Hold on, what pronouns are yellow? Its. Ooh, its pronouns are yellow. That's pretty cool. I see. Very, very neat. I'm seeing new pronouns every day. Although White Nervosa does know that this means she's going to have to add, like, Xeno... Oh, wait. Never mind. This is her stopgap. Gray is ask/me. So, like, if you've got, like, we should make it so you can put in custom pronouns. Although I don't know how colors would work with that. The only worry is that I'd have a worry trolls would, like, just make their pronouns something, like, mean or something. Or people would, like, secretly as trolls do that. I don't know. It'd be a concern, I suppose.
To COVID-19, yeah, but when Robert Malone brings it up, when Robert Malone brings it up in regards to COVID-19, and when I've seen conservatives bring it up over and over and over again, the implication is that hospitals are lying about COVID-19 deaths, that a guy gets shot and killed, George Floyd, that was marked as a COVID-19 death, that people are saying
the only one that wasn't actually.
people are saying that these COVID-19 deaths are essentially being fabricated by the hospitals to earn money.
No, they're not saying that. They're not saying that.
That is absolutely the implication.
They're casting a very wide net in order to cover their asses. And I don't think you can dispute the fact that of all of these horrific deaths, I think we're up to 900,000 now, something like 96% had tons of other problems. So you have someone with cancer who dies. They also had COVID. We're not sure.
Do people actually take its pronouns seriously? Yeah, I do. I don't see why not. Its are pronouns. Like, why can't they be usable? Like, what about they, them is more valid than its? What about he, him, or she, her is more valid than its? We use its all the time to describe nouns, which are people, places, or things. So yeah, its are pronouns in the English language. They're valid. What do you want? That's my take.
Sure how much COVID had to do with the drifting into the metastasization of the cancer. So we just put it on there. We cast a wide net. You are trying to change that into that's a cancer death. Let's make it a COVID death.
It's not weird. Listen. Here, guys, please. Okay, listen. Don't say that neopronouns and xenogenders are weird, okay? Because weird tends to imply some negative connotations. But when trying to acknowledge that, you know, some people might have a certain reaction to neopronouns or xenogenders, I think the word unusual is a better word to use. I don't think it has such a negative connotation along it as weird. It is unusual. You don't see it very often, and that can result in a lot of people having a negative reaction, but that doesn't mean that people who use xenogenders or neopronouns shouldn't be, you know, validated just as anybody else, you know? Why should we treat them any different?
Yeah. It's not that simple.
It absolutely. So, but there are other ways. By the way, there are other ways
with all
to do
this
these
misinformation. You and I are doing exactly what everyone is accusing Joe Rogan of.
Not at all.
We are currently spreading misinformation just by having this discussion. You shouldn't have me on your show.
Am I going to have to?
I'm spreading the misinformation right now.
Okay, so the issue is that the things that Dr. Robert Malone is saying, I don't know why you're denying it. Maybe it's a joke for you, but I know that you've heard and maybe even said the exact same things. The idea is that people are trying to say that the coronavirus is being marked incorrectly on death certificates in order for hospitals to make more money. That's what the...
Do you guys remember back when the narrative from conservatives was that all of the the nurses and doctors in the hospitals were doing TikToks because there was like 3 TikToks from doctors and nurses that came out during COVID that were probably recorded like back during the early pandemic. And they tried to spin that into a whole narrative to be anti-doctor and anti-healthcare worker. Do you remember that? Good times, huh, chat?
implication is. And now you're trying to obfuscate by saying, oh, well, a lot of these people had comorbidity. Yeah, that's how diseases work. Of course, people with comorbidities are more likely to die. When being obese is a comorbidity for a disease, and like 40% of Americans are obese, and the older you are, the more likely you are to be obese.
You're talking so fast.
Then obviously,
you sound like Ben Shapiro on Adderall. I have to
obviously, there's going to be more people
just to make
dying.
out the words.
Okay, I'll
Can
try
I
to
get
speak.
closed captions for this?
I'll try.
Dude, I feel like when I imagine Gavin McInnes's brain, I imagine it as like this smooth little, this smooth little creature, this smooth little pink blob floating around in like, it looks like a pickled egg, basically. Like a hard-boiled egg that's been pickled and is floating in like a pool of alcohol inside of his skull. And that's what his brain is, that little egg. That's what I imagine when I think of Gavin McInnes's brain. Like an alcohol pickled egg in his skull.
Try to speak. Well, you don't even have me on your TV, so I'll slow it down a little bit. Okay. People
Take
that
less Adderall and more bourbon. Fuck.
Okay, in terms of who's done more drugs on camera here, I'm pretty sure it's you than me, okay? In terms of people dying with comorbidities...
I'm sure I've done more drugs on camera than either of them. Well, I've drank, I've smoked weed, and that's it. Gavin McInnes has drank and I don't know what, and Destiny has drank and done shrooms. I think me and Destiny are tied.
And being more likely to have a comorbidity when they die, that's not, like, surprising. And if anything, that is to be expected. People who are old in the United States are more likely...
No, I'm going to beat Destiny. I'm going to do more drugs on stream. You've only done weed, lol. Alcohol is a drug. And meth, he's also done meth, but not on stream, okay? That wasn't on stream. And vaping? Oh, nicotine! Ha! I do more drugs. I'm doing drugs right now. Nicotine's a drug. Heh, gotcha.
Likely to be fat, have diabetes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All of these things are absolutely
true. You have diabetes?
In the United States, believe it or not, you probably even have...
No, you have diabetes, did you say?
I said people in the United States who are older and obese.
Sorry, I get... It's like these things whizzing by my head. I have to sort of grab a word if I can see it whip by me like Blade Runner.
So
what?
If people are... There are other ways that we can look at like the number of deaths as well. We don't have to just say like, oh my God, all these gunshot victims had COVID-19 and that's where all the deaths...
Dude, there's unironically, I feel like, it's got to be 80% of people where you get to a certain age, where you get old enough, where you start to like really start to feel like you're above other people, and you really start to feel like you know how it is above everything else. It's a big problem with boomers. It's why so many older people are conservative. It's because they really feel like they have the world all figured out, because they're surrounded by people of their opposite of senior. Former? The former's not the term for it. Younger, like younger generations. They're junior, yeah. Like generations they're junior, and like their kids and their grandkids, they're seeing like what they went through when they were a kid, and they're like, I remember when I got bullied at school. I remember my first breakup. I dealt with that like I would never even have that reaction now. Look at him. Oh, look, they just bought their first house. I bought my first house 40 years ago. Like, older people start to get into that mindset that because they've lived such a long life that they know the world better than everybody else. And I feel like Gavin McInnes is absolutely in that spot. You can provide Gavin McInnes with all of the data, studies, and information in the fucking world, and it will not be enough. Because Gavin McInnes, his own brain, thinks that he has all the information about the world that he needs from his own personal life experiences.
Deaths are coming. We can just look at excess deaths over the year and we can see, oh, hey, the number of coronavirus deaths we're reporting seems to also be lining up a little bit under the total excess deaths we're reporting as well. It's not like we're just taking the words of the hospitals and be like, oh my God, 900,000 people died. Well, maybe they would have died anyway. That doesn't seem to be the case.
It does seem to be the case, actually. What are we at? Like 2.7 million Americans die a year? And it seems to be going up about 1.8%, which is what the population is going up. I think there's probably maybe a 14% increase over the past 3 years from the normal American deaths per year. But it's pretty clear when you look at the lack of flu deaths and other deaths that we are tunneling other deaths into here. And I don't think it's doctors going, I get it. I'll write COVID, so you give me a check. No.
Yeah, that is an insane amount of people. Like, what was it, 13, 14%? What is that? Like, that's nearly like a billion people. Or not, no, that's nearly 1 million people, right? That's almost 1 million people. 14% more dying is a big amount. Yeah, so it's an increase of 14% more deaths since the COVID pandemic started. That's a lot of people. That's nearly 1 million.
They don't want to get sued, and it's good for business to make sure COVID is in there. But
so this is just absolutely.
Please don't say
this is
that someone.
1.8% of 2 million is 900K. Yep, close. Not quite 1 million, but close. Still a fucking lot.
Not
I'm
true.
not saying that there's a motorcycle accident that someone writes COVID on the report. But I am saying that every cancer death, every fat, every old that dies, they make sure COVID is listed. The deaths per year are about 14, 15% more than they have been before.
In literally
it's called a bad flu season.
In a bad flu season is 50,000 people dead, not 300,000 or 400,000 people dead. That's a bad flu season. You can look at the numbers if you don't.
No. Slow down. When you say 50,000, you're talking about forms that say only Spanish flu. No comorbidity.
That's
only
not true.
Spanish flu.
No, that's not true.
When they're doing this 900,000
flu season. Whoa. Who means Spanish flu when they say flu season? Hold on. Wait. Does Gavin McInnes think that the common flu is the Spanish flu? He thinks the influenza virus is the Spanish flu. Like the one we have today that we get like the flu shot for. That is wild. You know, the Spanish flu isn't really around anymore because we had mask mandates and mandatory vaccinations for it in the 1920s.Id you guys know that? Here in America, we did that. And people proudly got vaccinated and wore masks because back then there wasn't the internet, frankly. There wasn't the internet, and there was I don't even know if there was TV. It might have just been radio. And back then, like, there wasn't really anything to gain from allowing the whole population back in the 1920s to die out from a pandemic, right? Like, same goes for polio, right? Nowadays, you know, you can have millions of people die a year. There's enough people that all the, you know, corporate oligarchs can get by, right? So they keep on shilling their millions, these conservative astroturf figures that they've advertised on YouTube into prominence, with ads and whatnot on social media and YouTube and stuff like that. And, they know that, even if a pandemic happens and people are constantly dying, nowadays it doesn't matter. Back in the 1920s, that could have crippled the entire country. Could have caused another Great Depression. Might cause a Great Depression today. It's seeming likely.
No. It's all this other shit plus COVID. And also, those people weren't fat. If you're totally honest with yourself, you will concede that COVID is fat AIDS. We are living in an era of fat AIDS.
Okay. What I love so much about the quote COVID is just fat AIDS is that not only is it just obviously a horrible thing to say. But when you think about it, the implications of the statement go so much deeper. So this also implies that Gavin McInnes also thinks that the AIDS epidemic is overblown and it only, it's just gay people. Who cares about them? You know for a fact he believes that. I mean, he is a Nazi after all. So there's also the implication of that, but also the fact that he doesn't think fat people deserve to live as well and aren't worthy of any concern. If you have any comorbidity, any weakness or a vulnerability to your immune system that COVID could exploit, your life is worth nothing to him. Like I said, guys, conservatism is a death cult. These people want you dead. Once you're not worth anything to them anymore, once you've given them enough views, once you've given them enough super chats, enough Patreon donations, enough mug club fucking subscription donations, they don't give a shit if you die of COVID. Frankly, if you die of COVID, that means you can't cancel your subscriptions manually. You can't manually cancel them if you die. So, yeah, they like it if you get COVID.
God
Absolutely.
is sending us a message, and the message is stop being so fat.
So that's just, man.
And if you're an atheist, just change God with nature. Nature's sending us a message. You have an obesity problem.
Do you think that the flu is a
Dude, okay. I'm sorry if there's anyone religious in chat, but I have to say this, okay, as like I guess you could call me like an agnostic atheist. I don't know for sure what it could be, but it's probably not God. The evidence doesn't seem to lean there. Can you imagine being religious, though? Like not just like, oh, maybe there's some sort of afterlife, maybe there's some sort of higher power that sort of set everything into motion. Not like that. That's reasonable as fuck. I think that's fine. That's a pretty agnostic position, I think. I'm talking people who follow the Bible word for word and believe in it in like certainly. Like they actually believe in like the Great Ark or whatever. They actually believe in Noah's Ark. The idea that Noah got 2 of every animal and put them onto a giant fucking boat and survived a worldwide flood that killed all but him and like, what was it, his wife or something? Like, yeah. Can you if you believe in that shit, you literally think magic is real. Like magic and demons and ghosts and shit must be real if you believe that. It's so wild. It's so fucking wild. I guess it's a more exciting world to live in.
Welcome to capitalism.
But like, sometimes
Steely McQueely has donated $5.
Sometimes I'll be talking to like a religious person and I just won't be able to get past the fact that like this person in front of me believes in magic and demons. Like if I started saying right now, Satan, I call upon you. Take me now. Use my body to do all the evil you wish. Use me as your vessel. She would probably be terrified. Like, I know people who would actually start shitting themselves in fear if that happened, okay? Like, there are actually people who would be horrified if I did that because they genuinely believe Satan might enter my body and use me as a vessel to do evil, okay? I offer my soul to you, demons. Satan is a warden, not an evil force. SMH. Listen, motherfucker. I know, okay? And angels don't have wings. All right. And you don't become an angel when you die in Christianity. Steely McWheely. Thank you for the $5. Said, in 1918, they would list names of anti-maskers in the newspapers so the community would shame them. Fucking based. God, there's like some weird things from back. Like it's odd because the right wants to go back to like classic America, but only the bad parts. And ironically enough, the right has caused a lot of the good parts of classic America to go away. Like, don't get me wrong. There are some nice things about like times in America when shit was really bad for a lot of groups, right? Like if we could have kept those good things and gotten rid of the bad things. Like yeah, there was a time before the Red Scare when unionizing and like being pro worker rights wasn't like literally like a death sentence. Or at least like a social death sentence. You know, for a while it might have been a death sentence, but now it's more of a social one. But regardless, yeah, worker movements were much more of an accepted thing back then. It wasn't until around like the 60s, I think, that the more resembling the modern right-wing political like media oligarchy came into place. We obviously saw McCarthyism really pick up steam in the Red Scare, and that really just led to, I feel like, the just absolute dominance of Fox News and OAN and Tucker Carlson and everything like that we see today. By the way, hey, guess what, guys? We are at $25 out of 300 on today's dono goal. So if you guys want me to put on the Sonic the Hedgehog onesie for the whole rest of the stream, feel free to donate, subscribe, gift a sub on the website, support me through any of the links in the description. We got merch, we got all sorts of shit down there, so go ahead and take a look. And the more you donate, the faster you donate, the sooner I have to get into a fucking Shadow the Hedgehog onesie. And it's really funny when I do, because the segments that I do while wearing it, there's no context as to why I'm wearing it. And like only maybe 5% or less of my audience watches my streams and knows the context as to why I'm wearing it. So the other like 95% of the audience isn't in on the joke. So they all comment on the videos like, I mean, it was a really good video, but why is Xan in a Shadow the Hedgehog onesie? What is he wearing? So it's always really funny to read the comments on those videos. So please, donate, hit that Shadow the Hedgehog onesie dono goal, and let's see those funny fucking comments, okay? Pepe La, they don't know.
Special virus that targets healthy people, and COVID-19 is a disease that only affects people with high comorbidities?
No, I think that the
So,
flu.
do you think that the flu can
attacks
kill you?
Excuse
And when the
me,
flu
you asked
kills
me a
you,
question.
and when the flu
You
kills
asked me
you,
a question,
it's fundamentally different than when the
Destiny.
coronavirus kills
You asked me a question, auctioneer. He's got
Jesus.
the name of a black stripper from New Orleans, but he talks like an auctioneer. You asked me if the Spanish flu affects only healthy people. It affects everyone. But back then, we weren't fat fucking pigs. Now we're fat fucking pigs.
Fuck.
So we die.
I'm super bored now.
Sucks.
I should have just farmed in Rust.
It's terrible.
I fucked
Fats
up.
and olds
I
are
fucked up
dying
really
at
hard.
unprecedented rates. But what
Okay.
did Joe
What Destiny just said here is absolutely true. You should have just farmed in Rust. No matter what you're doing, you should have just been farming in Rust, okay? You'd be better off doing that, okay? Destiny is fucking spot on there. Best take I've ever heard from him.
Rogan do? Because this whole thing was supposed to be about Joe Rogan. What did Joe Rogan do that got people killed? Pray tell.
I think Rust might be one of the best games ever made, unironically. If you're not playing it, you're really missing out.
So we were going over the misinformation that was spread on Joe Rogan's podcast, and one of those things that appears like even you've bought into it is that hospitals incorrectly are marking COVID-19 on death certificates when they shouldn't.
I
be.
never said incorrectly.
And every single
They're
country.
casting too
Excuse
wide of
me,
a
sir.
net.
Excuse me. You're interrupting. Excuse.
Nat the Christian, thanks for the $5 super chat. Says, here's a dono from your friendly neighborhood magic believer. Keep up the good work, Xan. Listen, honestly, if you're religious, I can't really fault you for it, okay? I've had some long existential thoughts while high as fuck, and when you start thinking about mortality and the concept of death, it gets real scary. It gets panic attack scary. So, like, if there's people out there that genuinely want to use religion as sort of like an explanation or a guide for our purpose in this universe and in our lives, I honestly can't blame them, because the alternative is a pretty scary thought. It's existential crisis causing. That's basically one of my pastimes, getting high and having existential crises. I love them. That's basically, I think, what everybody does in their early 20s, you know? It's sort of like an important step in your life, I think. Sroar, thank you so much for the tier 3 sub. Says, gotta go fast, gotta go fast, gotta go fast, gotta go fast, gotta go faster, 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 Sonic, etc. Sub to Xan for Sonic costume. True! How much is a tier 3 sub again? Lamau, wow, literally tier 3 sub in Xan chat. Literal tier 3 sub, Pepe La! Literal tier 3 sub. Was that a 2-monther or a 3-monther? 3 months, so $48. God damn, Sroar, thank you. That's a lot of money. I really appreciate that. I wish I could give you a hug through the internet. Here, really quickly, let me update the dono goal. We are at a mighty 73. There we go. All right, back to it. Read SCP-2718 if you want some existential nightmare fuel, Xanderhal, and other people in chat. Yeah, all the SCPs that are literally just imminently going to destroy all of reality or the world or whatever are always my favorite ones. I don't buy weed, but in my 20s, did I do something wrong? I don't buy weed, but in my 20s, did I do something wrong? No, like, there's nothing wrong with not having, like, guys, you don't have to do drugs or smoke weed to be cool or to, like, have a proper experience, okay? Like, if you want to experiment and try it, I do, like, recommend trying, like, some safer drugs that aren't illegal if you really want to be safe, like, once at least, just to have the experience in a safe environment, you know? Like get a friend who's like an experienced stoner and try weed once and just see what you experience, see if you like it, see if you don't. If you want to try shrooms or DMT or something like that, get a friend, get a spotter. Not that these drugs are nothing dangerous, but just like have someone there with you that knows what's up so they can reassure you if you start to freak out and get, scared because you've never done this before, have one there to reassure you that, hey, this is normal, you're okay. Yeah, don't do anything addictive, right? Like, I know, yeah, like, just don't try anything addictive, because that's how it gets you, Some people can try cocaine 10 times, and the 11th time gets them hooked, but if they'd stopped at 10, they would have been fine. Some people, it just takes one try, and they're hooked. Whew, wow. That sneeze made my ears pop. Well, I held it in, but yeah.
That's me. Okay. Every
Whoa.
country around the
Are you
world.
saying I have a more nasally voice than you?
Every single country around the world, okay, is marking excess deaths in all.
Oh yeah, okay. I didn't know this was a thing, but apparently. Ooh, speaking of nasally, I just sneezed, so my voice is a little nasally right now. But speaking of nasally, apparently, speaking with kind of a nasally voice is actually like a Midwest sort of dialect thing. And Destiny's from Nebraska, which I'm pretty sure counts as Midwest. So I guess that's just sort of like his dialect from where he comes from. I didn't know that. I didn't know that like a nasally voice was more of a Midwest accent type thing. Oh, like when I think Midwest accent, I think my accent. I had kind of like a Southern-ish accent just from like hanging out with kids that I, went to school with and stuff like that where I lived. I always like went to school with a lot of kids that had sort of Southern redneck accents, and their dads are all like military dudes who, my best friend in elementary school was a kid who wore camo to school every day and literally LARPed as a soldier at recess, okay? And I would LARP as a soldier with him, okay? That was like the level of like Kekona area that I lived in. And so their sort of Southern accent did rub off on me a lot. But then when I'd hang out with my parents, and my mom did this and sort of pushed me to do it as well, sort of like working that accent out and getting more of I don't want to say normal, but like a very neutral, like Midwest sort of like I could be from anywhere in America. You couldn't pin it down by my accent kind of thing, And sometimes you can probably hear the Southern twang kind of come out because I am from Florida, but I kind of suppress it because I don't think it makes me sound good. Like, especially when your job is to talk for a living, if you've got a Southern accent, certain people enjoy Southern accents, but if you're going to do a job where you want people to take you seriously, and you've got a target audience that you don't know will be receptive to it, you may want to try to suppress it. It's sad, but it's a reality of being like an online entertainer, if this is something you want to do. Because if I sounded like this all the time, I don't know if you guys would watch me as much. I don't know if I'd be as big as I am now. Bo has a Southern accent? Well, here's the thing, though. Bo kind of has that as his brand, okay? If I was just Xanderhal, but I talked like this, I don't think that would really work out well. I don't think people would like that very much. People would think I sounded stupid. I feel like, because like when you watch media and whatnot, when you hear a person talk like that in media and stuff like that, they're always associated as like being the stupid character, If you watch like, it wasn't a recent, I think it was a recent episode of PKA. Kyle had a similar experience on there. He goes on to talk about that, like He's from Georgia, and he tries to get rid of his accent and tries to suppress it because he thinks it makes him sound stupid, and I agree. Yeah, a lot of the time when you hear like a content creator with a Southern accent, it can kind of have a little bit of an off-putting effect. And it's sad, though. It's sad because there's really nothing wrong with being like from the South or having that accent or even being like a redneck or anything, other than like the tendency to be like chuddy. Like, you ever been to the South? Like, outside of political disagreements, you ever had like Southern barbecue? You ever hung out with people from the South? Those motherfuckers know how to have fun, okay? Listen, say what you want, but you haven't had a fun time until you've done some dangerous shit with some like redneck white people, okay? Whew! God damn. They know how to have a fun time, all right? I'll give them that.
All of them are seeing a marked increase in excess deaths that are more or less matching up with their COVID-19 deaths. It's not like we have the same number of people dying, but all of a sudden that guy with stage 4 metastasized cancer that, happened to have a cough on his last day on Earth, we're calling that a COVID-19 death. That is just not true. That's not happening.
Yes, it is.
Okay, well, I mean, if you want to Google excess
Source, just trust me.
deaths worldwide, you can see like 55 different studies and sources from every country, every first world country around the world that will disagree with you.
But we're all doing the same thing because we're all petrified of this pandemic. And we want to make sure that when you die in Italy of cancer and there was also COVID, you want to make sure COVID is included. And I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing.
COVID
It's not
included
malicious.
does not mean
It's-
COVID
it's-
is cause of death. That's not.
Zan has never been to a black barbecue L plus ratio. Oh my god, yes I have, okay? Holy shit. Alright. One thing I miss about Florida, okay? I have a friend, alright? And I say friend more like a guy that I just saw at every single outside festival that I went to in Florida, okay? And he's this, I'm not kidding, 6'7" black dude with a giant fucking smoker that is so big that he has to tow it behind his like F-250, okay? It's a massive smoker. And he goes to festivals, sets up his like his tent and his stand right there at the festival, and then gets just these giant fucking chunks of meat, the giant turkey legs, goddamn pork, anything you can imagine, and puts it in the smoker and gets it smoking. He does this at like 2 a.m., like the day of the event. He gets set up the night before, sleeps inside of his truck, and then wakes up at 2 a.m., gets the things going, gets the meat smoking. So by the time the event opens and people are coming in, the turkey legs and the meat and everything is already like pretty well smoked. People can already smell it. You can already start buying it and selling it so that people can eat it. Really fucking good. He would literally be at 90% of the festivals outdoors that I'd go to in Florida. And I'd see him and I'd be like, hey man, I'm not going to say his name. I'd be like, hey, not going to say your name. And, I'd talk to him for a little bit. I'd catch him up, talk about my swim team stuff, and eat either like a giant turkey leg or usually, oh my God, the best thing he made was the pulled pork sandwiches, okay? This dude would get a giant like slab of pork, smoke it for 10 hours. 10 hours it's been smoking, and then it just peels apart because it's like it just turns into like these shreds. It's these juicy shredded tender bits of pork, and he puts them into a sandwich, and then he has this row of sauce bottles that he can squirt on it for you, and you just pick what sauces you want, or no sauce if you don't want to, and then he puts the bun on there, and then he hands it to you, and there you go. I think you can also buy like a drink from his little like cooler with a bunch of ice in it. He has like a 30-gallon cooler. It's fucking huge, and it has a bunch of like sodas and stuff in there, and you can buy for like $2 like a soda or water with it too, and then like some napkins and maybe like a bag of chips I think he sold as well. God, I'm hungry. I'm not really that hungry. I actually just ate. Ever had a shrimp boil? A shrimp boil? No, I haven't. You mean like boiled shrimp? I have had steamed shrimp. It's really good.
Not what we're talking
But they
about.
don't
here.
know. They don't know what COVID did to their immune system
That's
as
the
they
whole-
were fighting the cancer.
If only, okay, if only there was somebody that had years of undergrad, pre-med, medical training, residency, clinical experience that might be able to make that evaluation when they're filling out the piece of paper determining what killed a person. Maybe some hospital.
Okay, hold on. I've got a question for you guys because I feel like this is like a base sort of philosophical principle we have to agree on, or I say Destiny and him need to agree on for this. Okay. For those of you that know how Red Dead Redemption 2 ends, okay? Spoiler alert. Cover your ears if you don't know. Mute the stream. And I just mute the stream until I have put down this vape, okay? Mute the stream until I put down the vape. That's when you know it's safe, okay? Mute it until I put this down. At the end, or about like really early on in Red Dead Redemption 2, you beat a guy up, he spits in your mouth. Later on, slowly you start coughing and looking sicker, and later you end up finding out that you got tuberculosis from the guy. And so progressively as the game goes on, your main character, Arthur Morgan, is slowly dying of tuberculosis. Very, very sad. But at the very end of the game, the final scene of the game, before the epilogue, of course, Arthur and Micah fight up on the mountain while Arthur's like at the peak of his sickness. Like he's got days left and he's really fucked up. And Micah wins the fight and Arthur dies. Very tragic. Would that count as a death because of murder or a death because of tuberculosis? Because were it not for the tuberculosis, Arthur would have rocked Micah's shit. That's the question. Whose fault was it? Truly. Should that be counted as a tuberculosis death? All right. It's safe now. You can unmute. You can unmute. You can unmute. You can unmute.
Hospitals have these people around. Do you think it's possible? Maybe. It might be rare, but maybe some hospitals have them. Maybe.
It's not that simple, my friend. That's why you and I are not doctors. You can't just fucking sit on your ass and pull it out of your ass. When someone dies of cancer, how much did COVID affect their immune system's response? You think doctors are magic? They go, it might have really fucked their immune system. I don't know. But I'm going to put it on this form so I make sure that I've crossed all my T's and dotted all my I's.
Writing that somebody had COVID-19 is not the same thing as saying their cause of death was COVID-19. There is not, again, if you look at the excess deaths, if you look at the excess deaths in the United States, it's not like, oh my God, we have 200,000 COVID deaths, but only 20 lung cancer deaths this year. Wow, we must have gotten really good at dealing with smokers in society. And maybe those vape pens aren't as bad as all the other old people say they are. That's not what's happening. We're still seeing deaths all across society in relatively...
Hey man, Destiny coming out in defense of my addiction. Critical support for a comrade. What a pause screen though. Jesus.
Expected numbers, but there is a big excess death that seems to pretty conveniently line up with, man, these are also the reported case fatality rates for the coronavirus.
How many Americans?
Is he pissing in the cup right now? Wait, he's pissing in the cup right now? Wait, you're shitting me. Okay. His hands are up. His hands are up right here. So this is the he can't be doing it yet. Now that's what I call stealthing. Wait, is Destiny getting stealth right now? Wait. Destiny is getting stealthed right now, and he doesn't have the courage to just say no. Why doesn't he have the courage to tell Gavin to stop? He doesn't have the courage to tell Gavin to put his dick away. Maybe he shouldn't be debating then. Oh god, that fucking discourse is such cancer.
Maybe
it's not that simple, my friend. That's why you and I are not doctors. You can't just fucking sit on your ass and pull it out of your ass. When someone dies of cancer,
let's see when he pisses.
How much did COVID affect their immune system's response? You think doctors are magic? They go, it might have really fucked their immune system. I don't know. but I'm going to put it on this form so I make sure that I've crossed all my T's and dotted all my I's.
Writing that somebody had COVID-19 is not the same thing as saying their cause of death was COVID-19.
Oh my God, there it is.
There is not, again, if you...
Okay, so far he could just be adjusting his balls. Speaking of which, little adjuster McGuster right there. Sometimes you gotta adjust him, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes you gotta give him a scratch or an adjustment, but he's lingering for a while, okay? Like, here, let me demonstrate a proper ball adjustment to you guys. Done. That is a ball adjustment, okay? That is a simple ball adjustment. You can all try it yourselves. Takes like a second and a half, okay? Especially if you're on screen and trying to make it quick. This motherfucker's about to piss in a cup.
Look at the excess deaths.
Was COVID-19.
If you look at the excess deaths in the United States,
God, both
it's not
hands.
like, oh my God, we
Bro, he's unbuckling his belt and shit, too. Bro, can the chat tell? I want to look at the chat.
have 200,000 COVID deaths, but only 20 lung cancer deaths this year. Wow, we must have gotten really good at dealing with smokers in society. And maybe those vape pens aren't as
He's reaching for the cup. No fucking way. This is real.
bad as all the other old people say they are. That's not what's happening. We're still seeing deaths all across society in relatively expected numbers, but there is a big...
You can see it in his face that he's pissing. Dude, respect to a motherfucker who can, like, who has such good bladder control that he can, like, completely let it all out and piss on camera. Mid-debate, even. And debate while peeing. Listen, not that he's doing well debating or anything, but, like, respect to a guy who can piss on camera while trying to hide it. You know, I have a hard time pissing if, like, someone else is literally outside the door of the bathroom, okay? That's why I turn the sink on before I pee.
excess death that seems to pretty conveniently line up with, man, these are also the reported case fatality rates for the coronavirus.
Giga Chads turn the sink on before they pee.
How many Americans died this year of
crying, Lamau.
died in general?
I don't know the numbers for on
Throw
February
me a
5th. How
ballpark.
many?
Give me a ballpark.
I truly have no idea.
What the fuck is he doing under the
100?
table?
Give me a ballpark. How many Americans die every year? We're at 331 million people. How many Americans die every year?
How many Americans die every year in the United States? If I had to guess, it's probably in the low millions.
Well, I already told you at the beginning of this debate, you dunce.
He could also be jacking off, too. That's also a possibility. It's even harder to do on camera, I feel like. Especially if you have to use your imagination. God, can you imagine having to debate and jack off and use your imagination? Like, having to imagine titties and fucking a girl and jacking off and maintaining a boner and getting the climax and debating at the same time? God, that would be difficult. Wait, you can hear it? Okay, let's listen for it. Let's listen for the FAPs, okay?
It's 2.7, 2.8.
Okay.
The population is going up about 1.8% a year, and we have seen...
I do kind of hear a trickle. I was listening for a FAP at first, but I kind of do hear a little bit of a trickle. I can kind of hear him taking a tinkle in there. Can you kind of hear the tinkle? Listen for it, chat.
seen about a 14% increase. So this concept...
Okay, I think he's done. Okay, so what he's done now, all right? Because I'm trying to imagine exactly if I was in his position pissing into a cup, what I would do, okay? By the way, why on earth doesn't he just get a higher up desk? You know? Like, a desk that cuts off here would be so much easier to pull this off with and wouldn't, like... It would be so much easier to pull this off and wouldn't even, like, look weird if it, like, cut off here. If it cut off, like, nowhere, like, past where his pocket, like, on his shirt began, no one would, like, take a second look. And make him look smaller. Yeah, how much you want to bet this guy's not really that tall and he's doing the whole, like, short desk on purpose? Who knows? A larger desk would hide the catheter. Listen, guys. If I did do that whole, like, you're on camera at a desk literally all day for 12 hours straight streaming thing, I would absolutely have a catheter with a, like, 2-gallon bag connected to it, and I'd have 1 gallon of water next to me. I'd be hitting that thing every fucking 10 minutes. I'd have, like, a little tiny beeper on my wrist, on my watch, just that gives me a little beep every, like, 15 minutes telling me to take a sip of water. That would be me, okay? If I had to do that. Hell, if I had to stream that long. Catheters sound painful? Guys, Nothing sounds more satisfying to me than the idea of there being a tube that automatically sucks out all the pee from your bladder as it fills up, so that you permanently have an empty bladder. I know you have to have a tube up your dick into your bladder, but God, would it be nice to never have piss in your bladder? That would be a really nice feeling. You've never had backflow before? That sounds horrifying.
Concept of we're pushing motorcycle deaths and lung cancer deaths over to COVID is factually true.
Okay,
We're
so
at
wait,
a
you said
million deaths.
Listen, okay? If I ever actually need a catheter for a medical procedure, as long as the hospital lets me bring my own lube, then I'm fine, okay? Because I'll go out and I'll buy like the most expensive bottle of wet platinum at the store, lube that motherfucker up, and just make sure that it goes in as smoothly as possible, okay? Please stop. Please stop. Zan's into sounding confirmed. I'm not into sounding. I'm into having a completely empty bladder all the time. Listen, there was a joke in How I Met Your Mother called Dump Day. The idea was that you would spend the first day of the year every year just shitting all day. But you do all of the years pooping that day, and then you don't have to poop for the whole rest of the year. It's basically magic is the idea. And it's the dream. It's called Dump Day. The one day out of the year where you shit all day. You spend the whole day on the toilet, but then you don't have to poop for the whole rest of the year. I would want that for peeing and pooping, okay? Because I also don't enjoy peeing. I wake up every morning, my bladder is like a fucking water balloon, ready to burst, okay? By the way, I want to say, we got 350 people watching right now, and a lot of new people in chat right now that don't have pronouns attached to their accounts. Do exclamation point, I believe it's add pronouns or exclamation point pronouns or something in the chat, and it should put up a link. And you can click that and add your pronouns to your account, and it gives you like a little, colored dot next to your name where people can hover over it to see what your pronouns are. Makes things a lot easier so people don't have to ask you or guess or whatever, and just makes things simpler. So go add your pronouns.
You said there's 2 to 3 million deaths a year. What did you say?
About 2.7, 2.8, 2.9.
And if that increases 14%, did our population size increase 14% in a year? What is 14% of 2 million?
14% of 2 million. Now we're doing math quizzes here. 14% of 2 million would be all the black people in 2 million.
So 14% of 2 million is over what? 200,000 deaths? 280,000 deaths? So is this like lining up with about where we think the coronavirus deaths might be? Like, or do you think that that's just like a totally like do you think we have a 14%?
The coronavirus deaths are 900.
Oh my God, Miss Nibiru, that is fucking horrendous.
1,000
in
math,
1 year?
math, crystal math.
No, since the beginning of the coronavirus epidemic,
which is like what, 3 years, 2 years, 2.5 years?
Yeah, just over 2 years. So I guess we're up to 250 a year.
So
is that where we're at?
So if the excess deaths for like 2 or 3 years has been about 200 to 300.
Okay, so knowing that Gavin is a drunk, it makes a lot more sense that he pissed into that cup. And considering we're only 24 minutes into an over hour and a half debate, the fact that he's an alcoholic and he's already pissed into a cup 24 minutes in tells me he's probably got an entire stack of solo cups next to him, and he's probably going to piss in a cup again in this debate, because now he's just, open the seal, okay? And when you're drinking and you open the seal, you have to piss again 20 minutes later, just like you did before. And you're like, I drank 2 cups of whiskey. How can I have to pee this much? That actually happened to me. I had 2 cups of whiskey once, and I had to pee like 12 times in the next 2 hours. And it wasn't like, I was peeing like 2 cups of pee or something like that, or anything. Like, I was peeing, I feel like I peed 2 gallons of pee, okay? I didn't know I had that much liquid in my body. There's no slut option. I'm sorry, Shaddy.
300,000 a year over what we expected. Why would you assume that's a natural growth and not just, wow, maybe an extra 600?
I'm not assuming it's a natural growth. No, let me be clear about this. the coronavirus pandemic is a very serious disease. It is the most contagious thing.
Alcohol's a diuretic. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So he's just unplugged. He's broken the seal. He's gonna have to piss again in like 10 minutes.
We've ever dealt with in the history of global medicine. I don't want to go back to the plague, but it's that levels of contagious. It is mind-numbingly contagious. Every doctor I talk to.
Okay. The plague was a bacterial infection, no? The plague's cure was just penicillin. It was a bacterial infection, not a virus. It was a virus? Wasn't the Black Plague cured with, yes, bacteria? I'm almost certain it was a bacterial infection. Bubonic plague. Because the way you deal with like a pandemic caused by a bacteria and the way that you deal with a pandemic caused by a plague is very, very different. Because viruses, like a bacteria, is susceptible to antibiotics. A virus is not. You don't take antibiotics when you have a virus like the cold. Bubonic plague is caused by the bacteria Yersinia pestis. It can spread through contact with infected fleas. Symptoms include swollen lymph nodes, which can be as large as chicken eggs in the groin, armpit, or neck. Wait, my balls aren't supposed to be the size of chicken eggs? Uh-oh. They may be tender and warm. That's normal. Others include fever, that's not normal, chills, not normal, headache, not normal, sometimes normal, fatigue, sometimes normal, and muscle ache, sometimes normal. Bubonic plague requires urgent hospital treatment with strong antibiotics. Yeah, see, it's just it's literally just penicillin or amoxicillin or whatever. Any other fucking antibiotics work too, I assume. But yeah, it's not the same as a virus. I don't think you can get vaccinated even for the bubonic plague because it's bacterial infection, and vaccines are for viruses, right? I don't even think you can get vaccinated for it. Maybe you can be inoculated for it, but I don't think there's a vaccine for it. I think there's a difference between getting inoculated for something and getting vaccinated for something, isn't there? Maybe I'm wrong. Someone who knows more about medicine and science in the chat, let me know.
Shits his pants about how contagious this is. It's amazing. Mm-hmm. However, it's not particularly damaging. It's not Ebola or the swine.
Doesn't have to be, though, right? Yeah.
If it was Ebola or the swine flu, we'd all be dead. This would be the bubonic plague.
Sure. So
luckily, it only affects olds and fats and pre-existing conditions.
I gotcha. If you had to take a guess.
See, look at this. We started this debate about Joe Rogan, and now we're deciding if COVID is a serious disease or not.
Sure. So we're not. You're thinking that. I'm not. I'm not thinking that. So let's say in 2019, if you had to guess, okay, how many people think died of heart disease? I'll give you a hint. It's the number one killer of people in the United States.
Are you Googling this as we talk? I don't have a computer.
Yeah, sure. I'm just asking you.
Did you Google that?
No, I have every fact memorized at the top of my head, actually. I talk about this stuff so often.
Okay, so now you sarcastically avoid the fact that you're sitting there.
Are you accusing me of sarcasm? I would never Google in a debate, sir. That is one of the most dishonorable things I could ever think of. Well, on the internet, we debate bros take that very seriously.
It's not so much dishonorable as
it's
boring.
Horrible. Yeah.
Like we're in a bar.
No, it's not.
Debates should be in a bar. You're not allowed to pull out your phone.
Okay, so we're debating in a bar when you say, did you know that 2.4 million excess deaths were reported and 14% is the increase year over year? That's a bar stat to you? You would pull that out of a bar when you're talking to somebody. Okay, well, this is my bar stat. I happen to have...
Where's my computer, fuckhead?
Don't you have a fucking cell phone?
Yeah, but I'm not looking at it.
Well, that's not my problem.
What? We're talking about who's looking up shit as they talk.
I didn't say I'm looking up shit, but you're complaining to me that you don't have access to your cell phone. I don't know if your mom took it from you or if you're in trouble or grounded or what. If you have it on, you pull it out.
But are you looking up shit as you talk?
I would never do that, sir.
I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not.
Like I said, guys, Destiny is like Destiny is like the human personification of a gun, okay? Everyone's like fine with him when he's pointed at somebody that we don't like, when he's...
Please never watch Synecdoche, New York.
Well, thank you for the $10, my friend. Yeah, like, Destiny's like a living gun, okay? Everyone's cool with him when he's pointed at a bad guy. But when he's pointed at an innocent person who's good, that's when we're like, whoa, okay, all right, you need to chill out, right? But this is when Destiny's at his best. Okay, you got to give him that. He's really good at insults, and he's really good at like jabs to get the opponent mad in a debate, and that's just skill that he developed from being a StarCraft like shitlord, playing that game and fucking with people and you know, trolling and shit.
Never sarcastic. I'm high spot
That
functioning
sounds like
autism. I
sarcasm, too.
can't be sarcastic. It's not in my nature to be sarcastic.
That also
James,
sounds sarcastic.
tell him, James, I can't be sarcastic.
That's a good question. But we do, don't get me wrong,
Destiny
it is entertaining.
speaks in
But I do
sarcasm.
have to say, in terms of, for example, Rogan in the...
I will say the level of like sarcasm that Destiny speaks with does make it hard to tell when he's being sincere sometimes. Because like when I met Destiny in person and he was like, he said to my girlfriend that he hates her, and then said like a day later, "But I like your hair though. Your hair's pretty nice." And I'm like, I can't tell if he's just like being snide or if he's actually being nice now or what. It's really hard to tell. It was a bit of a weird interaction, but other than that, he was all right. He was pretty chill when I met him in person. He's negging. Yeah, maybe. Dude, no, wait, actually, hold on. I actually think I might have gotten to witness Destiny's
Welcome to capitalism.
Destiny's
I don't have
method.
a message.
Astro
I
Bilbo,
wanna
thanks
see
for the
the Sonic
$10.
cosplay. It's not a sexual thing.
Wait, the fact that you brought up that it was that it wasn't a sexual thing leads me to believe that it might be. And the fact that we're at $93 out of 100 on that dono goal now makes me scared that you might achieve that sexual desire. So chat, I'm going to have to ask you guys to stop donating. Please do not send me any money. Do not give me the Sonic dono goal. Do not make me put on the Sonic onesie. Please don't do it, chat. Please don't do it. Please don't go to xanderhal.com/live and donate, subscribe, or gift a sub in the chat, or donate through Streamlabs, or buy some merch, or super chat on YouTube. Don't do any of those things. Please, chat, I don't want to wear the Sonic onesie at $300. We're at $93. We're so fucking close already. We're already like nearly a third of the way through. Jesus Christ. Don't make me wear it, chat. Also like the stream.
Any sort of vax skepticism, anything that might be discussed there?
Oh, yeah, we were just about to move on to that, but I was just curious how many people Gavin thought died every year of heart disease. I just wanted to know that. That's what I...
Okay, I just realized that we
Welcome to
are an
capitalism,
hour and 48 minutes into the debate, or into the stream,
$8.
and only 27 minutes into the debate, so I'm going to speed it up a little bit, just by 1.25, because Destiny talks fast. Scarlet Dead, thanks for the $8. Didn't say anything, but an e-hug nonetheless you will get. Thank you for that. We're now at 101 out of 300. Let's go!
I talk about when I go to the bar. Is how
I'm
many
going to
people die of heart
guess.
disease. Yeah.
I'm going to guess how many people die of heart disease.
Yeah, about.
I'm going to say 300,000.
Okay, close. It's about, in 2019, I think, I'm just off the top of my head, I think it was
Welcome to
659,00041 people.
Oh, that's
I
not
think.
close.
Yeah, it was within like the order of magnitude, okay? In
you, Reza
2020,
Suger, for the 2 tier 1
that number
subs.
went up to like 700,000. So we didn't hide it in heart disease deaths, okay? Cancer deaths in 2019 were about 599,601, if my memory serves me correctly. That number went up to over 600,000.
Yes,
in
but
2020.
Destiny, Destiny, there's a Venn diagram where COVID subsumes those.
By the way, I do want to say, when conservatives say stuff like, oh, it only affects old and fat people and list of comorbidities that they'll go on about, that is them more or less saying that people who have those comorbidities, that their lives don't matter to them. They just don't give a shit about them. And they don't. They really don't give a shit about them. At the end of the day, once you've lived out your desired purpose, you can die for all they care. You've given them your money, you've subscribed, you've donated, you've pledged to them on Patreon or whatever the fuck subscription service they have going on. You're already part of their mug clubs and whatever. They don't give a shit if you fucking die. Hell, they love the fact that you'll pay them to tell them that they should die. They love that shit. That's literally what conservatives that pay for conservative content do. They're literally paying millionaire conservative demagogues to tell them they need to go out and work and die in a pandemic. And not even make as much money in their whole lives as these conservative right-wing figures have in their bank accounts right now. It's insane.
Deaths too.
No, because you can only have one cause of death on a death
Dude.
certificate.
you're adding 700 plus 200. You're up to like 900,000. That's all of COVID ever. How many people died now?
In 2020,
in the past
there
few
were
years?
350,000 new deaths due to COVID-19. None of these other categories saw a huge decrease in deaths. Most of them went up.
Haven't we
Strokes,
heard
Alzheimer's, diabetes, all
so
these
it's a
things
myth.
went up.
It's a myth that flu deaths had vanished and they all got pushed into COVID.
Influenza is marked as influenza and pneumonia. Now, there were a lot of pneumonia deaths that were marked. Now, maybe that was because of the coronavirus and they should have been counted as coronavirus. So maybe the coronavirus should be even higher. But the influenza and pneumonia deaths for 2020 were about 53,500, if memory.
Yeah, isn't it like the pneumonia and like flu? That's the combination that kills you almost every time. I think that's how my grandpa died. He had cancer. He had lung cancer, I think. But I think it was like pneumonia that got him. That ended up ending his life. I don't think it was actually like the cancer that got him. So like how do you categorize that? When it's like someone's got that comorbidity, like they have cancer, and that's what puts them into a position where they're weakened for the virus to come along? Do you categorize that as a death because of the thing that weakened you? Or do you categorize it as a death because of the thing that directly killed you? Because you were weakened? It can be a bit of a dilemma. But in the case of influenza, generally it seems like those flu deaths are caused by, like the death is actually, the flu fucks up your immune system. Pneumonia is what can kill you. That seems to be why they mark both. At least that's how I know of it.
Serves me right.
Yeah. So we have to discuss, did flu deaths vanish or did they not?
Is my audio fucked? Chat, is my audio fucked? A pillow's saying my audio is fucked. Here, let me move my blanket. I have a blanket in my lap because I like to keep my legs warm. And maybe it like shifted my cord. Is it good? Okay.
Not vanished, because the story that I've been told is that flu deaths are down to almost nothing and they all got pushed into COVID. Is that a lie?
My understanding is influenza things basically vanished, yes.
So that's odd, isn't it?
Not really. If we're taking
We
unprecedented
cured
steps,
influenza.
Well, no, but we all took steps to be less infectious in society. Doesn't it make sense that an infectious disease would probably decrease?
Dude, why you want to win this debate so bad?
I'm just asking a question. It's like
it is true. Have you guys noticed that like you haven't been getting as sick as much since COVID? Like unless you've had COVID. Besides that, like I haven't had the flu since COVID started. I haven't had a cold or like anything like that. Because and before COVID, I would get sick like twice a year, like a bad cold that like keeps me bedridden. I have to not stream, wrap myself up in a blanket with a heating pad, and just get high and drink water all day. Like that kind of sick, like you got to take a day or two off. I used to get that like twice a year, but now everyone's got hand sanitizer on them. Everyone's wearing masks. Everyone's washing their hands. Everyone's social distancing, or at least a significant amount of the population is. And a lot of places in a lot of states also have mask mandates still, even if you are vaccinated, which means still, even then, people with cold or the flu or whatever are also, not able to spread that as much, just like it's harder to spread COVID. So we have been seeing a massive downtick in the flu and whatnot because people have just been and diseases across the board. We've seen a downtick since COVID started because everyone is playing it safer. That's just a natural side effect. Who would have fucking thought? Sparkly Void, thanks for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. That's $25 right there. Thank you. Says edging closer to the goal. Oh, thank you for edging me. We're at 136 out of 300. Keep pushing it. Guys, gals, and end pals.
You're saying that just because we told everybody to stay home, drunk driving accidents decrease? Well, yeah, that's possible.
And you're like, yeah, I got to win this, bitch. Sorry, fuck you.
So do you think that it's unfathomable that as we take historic steps to decrease our interaction with each other, that maybe influenza deaths might have decreased quite a bit?
And diseases were obliterated. We lost influenza.
How many people
we
do you
didn't
think
go out. We didn't have herpes.
Okay.
Did herpes disappear?
Look, both hands. I'm holding both hands up here, so I'm not looking it up, okay? How many people do you think die of influenza every year? What do you think is the number?
Jesus Christ, what an scintillating debate this is. Hey, kids.
You started it with the number thing. You started with the number thing.
Influenza. Hey, guess how many kids had polio in 1927?
So it's fun when you do it, when you have your memorized stat, but it's not fun when we look at...
Wasn't only like a few thousand kids died of polio? Only a few thousand kids died of polio back in the day. But that was significant. because it was children. Here, though, it's older people that are dying, so it's politically expedient to say, fuck it. Most of you are probably young enough that I can convince you'll be fine. Lots more were maimed. Oh god, the iron lung thing is fucking terrifying. I watched that documentary, The Last Man in the Iron Lung, or whatever it was called. One of those videos that you always have and you're fucking recommended at 3 a.m. I ended up finally clicking it and watching it, and god, it's depressing. Imagine living since you were like 6 in a fucking iron tube, a steel tube that breathes for you. You can't leave it. You can't turn your head more than this, and that's where you're relegated for your whole fucking life, with a giant loud machine breathing for you. Holy fuck. God, it's depressing. It really, really is. I don't recommend looking into it. Don't look into it, really. If you're not somebody who has to look into it for, like, researching for debates and shit like that, then don't. Because it's just gonna make you feel like shit. Does it jerk you? No, it was the 1920s or whatever, so no, it doesn't jerk you off. No, it wouldn't have been the 1920s. It would have been either later or earlier than that, right? Polio? When was polio? Like the 30s or 40s? Who was that? We had a president with polio. Who was it? I want to say Roosevelt? It was the 1920s. Yeah, wasn't it Roosevelt that had polio? FDR. Ah, God, those older, like, when the further you go back in history, there's like this sort of like horseshoe of like of president knowledge. The earlier presidents, you know, because they founded things, right? Like, you know George Washington, you know Abe Lincoln, right? Then you know the more recent presidents because they were so recent and they have such a relevant impact in the world. But all the presidents that happened in that in-between space, unless they did something that was a really big deal, they're very forgettable. Like, when I read through a list of presidents every once in a while, I'm like, holy fuck, some of these names are just like, God, I can't believe somebody with that name actually became president. Like, I always feel like people have to have a very certain name to become president, you know? Like, a very distinctive name, you know? Like, Obama has like, Barack Obama is a very distinctive name, at least here in America. And, like, even Donald Trump, like, the last name Trump, since it's, like, a word that we also use, is a very distinctive name. Bush, like, George Bush, feels, like, very president-y. Bill Clinton, like that feels like Clinton's a very president-y sounding last name. Bill is short for William, you know, and William is a very, you know, president-y sounding name, I think. I don't know. Yeah, what is Obama's last name?
Any other
mine
data
were
point?
pretty more. They're much more serious. It's how many Americans die every year.
Okay.
That's a little more than how many old ladies couldn't breathe in 2020.
American old ladies. Excuse me.
Influenza. I'm going to give you a fucking.
It's like the number. You don't have to guess. The number.
50,000.
That's a really bad flu season. On
Obama's last name is Care.
average, I think it's like 10 to 15,000. Okay, we don't have
Okay,
all
way
these
too
people.
high.
Yeah, we don't have
Way
all these
too
people
high.
that are dying.
Welcome back to Guessing the Numbers with Destiny and Gavin. We will be guessing the population of Papua New Guinea after the break. Please stay tuned.
Hey, conservatives get really mad when somebody who knows what the fuck they're talking about starts bringing up actual stats and numbers in the debate. Gavin McInnes is fucking panicking because, say what you want, Destiny is a formidable debate opponent and he knows his shit on this topic. And I think Gavin is starting to realize how in over his head he is.
And also, we're going to guess what 377 times 17 is. It's probably a lot. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. Okay.
This debate was supposed to be about Joe Rogan and is he more bad than good? And
so
my contention is, if I may sort of try to steer this beast, and if I'm wrong, then steer it back. But I'd like to steer this beast to Joe Rogan should have the right to speak. And within the same sort of paradigm, Westerners don't.
Zan, why have you stopped doing your outro? Oh, good question, Cherry. Actually, the reason why I've stopped doing the outro, or I haven't stopped doing the outro, I've actually stopped recording the outro. The reason for that is because after tonight's stream, I'm actually going to be recording, like right after stream, I'm just going to record a quick, like generic outro, and I'm just going to send you that clip, and you can just edit it into an outro you can add at the end of every segment. Just edit it up, and it can just be there. See it, so I don't have to do the thing every time. And I'm even going to add the clip. If you could send the clip back to me edited, Cherry, I'm going to add the clip to my OBS so that I can just switch to it to autoplay it whenever I want to do my little ending segment, because I don't really feel like doing that little outro every time. It is really hard to get it right every time. It fucking sucks. Yeah, okay, we'll talk about it after stream. Hell yeah, Cherry.
Like the mandates. They're pissed off. The mandates.
Oh, I meant to say, a pillow, if you're still watching, definitely pick up Tarkov when you get the chance, okay? Start with the lowest edition they offer. It's like $45. But if you really like the game, I do recommend investing in slowly working your way up the editions to the maximum one, because the maximum edition gives you a lot of really good shit. It really does. It expands your stash so much. You get so many cool things. You get, like, automatically you get a gamma case, which is really good. Highly recommend working your way up there. And you only have to pay the difference to upgrade editions, so you sort of work your way up, you know? So, like, start at 45, then go up to the next edition, then the next edition. Is Tarkov pay to win? No, not at all. No. Everything you can get from that edition thing is something you can do. You can get that by just playing the game normally. Having a larger stash, which is the main reason why you do that, is a gameplay advantage to a degree, but all the things that you can do with a bigger stash, you can still do anyway. Like, at that stage in the game, you don't have enough stuff to fill up your stash yet. Like, for real. You'll always have, like, unless you're really hoarding and you need to be selling your stuff and you're playing the game wrong, you should not be filling up your stash at that stage in the game. So you would be naturally growing it to the size you need it to be fairly already. And having a bigger stash doesn't really help you in the field. You still have to get good shit. And the stuff that the upgrade gives you is good, but, like, if you're new to the game, all you're going to do is take it out into the field and die right away and lose it. So it's pointless. What is Tarkov? A very good game.
Maybe good. For example, brushing your teeth before
It's
and
called
after,
Escape from Tarkov.
when you wake up, when you go to bed, is great for cavities. Wearing a helmet 24 hours a day is good. You will not get head injuries. It will definitely reduce the number of injuries in the country. But Americans, and I'm happy to see Canadians, don't like to see this shoved down their throat. So Joe Rogan can have an open platform and discuss whatever the fuck he wants with anyone. They can have any theory. Pedophilia and the Holocaust are the most controversial ones. That's another thing. But he should be able to discuss coronavirus with anyone, any of their theories. And I don't believe harm comes from that. Information is only good. All news.
Listen, all I'm saying is he's the one who brought it up, okay? Oh, my back be itchy. All I'm saying
It's
is
good
he's
news.
the motherfucker
Even
who
if
brought
it's
it up.
fake
As far
news?
as the rebellion goes,
what if the
rebellion
news
is
is
based
just
on the hatred
what if
of
the
humanity.
news is just wrong? What if it's like fake?
Fantastic. Go bananas. I've had flat earthers on my show.
I'm not asking if you've had flat earthers on your show. We're asking if he does more harm than good. And if you platform a bunch of fake misinformation and people
Dude.
believe it and it's not real, is that a good thing? Or do you think it's just
Destiny.
like a meme or what?
Can I just call you Steve? Destiny is the gayest fucking name I've
I
ever
typically
come
go
across.
by Steven, but I know how much of a kick
Where
you
did
get
you
on
come
it.
up with Destiny? Did you go to strip clubs in the South too much?
Absolutely. That you're getting a lot
What
of
does
mileage out of
Destiny
the
mean?
Louisiana joke.
Are you our Destiny? What does Destiny mean?
It's your destiny to be incredibly frustrated by debating me when you can't see me on the screen. Your destiny
calling
is to
yourself
do
devotion
math,
or like
originally
Iniqua.
I was going to be the Count Dracula guy from the Sesame Street because I love numbers and multiplication.
That's
so
funny,
much.
at least.
So, yeah.
Be Count Chocula. That's hilarious.
But I
Destiny
started
is-
gaming back in like
it's like
2010 and
sub-gay.
2011, and the gay acceptance wasn't as high, so I thought Destiny would be a little bit better than a questionably.
Gays don't even call themselves Destiny. It's like
Okay,
it's a stripper who's been abused her whole life.
gotcha.
Anyway,
so do you
Steve.
think that so we were talking about mandates or Joe Rogan?
He is a very bizarre guy. No wonder he's the guy who started the Proud Boys. It's not a surprise.
He did a whole segment on mandates. I don't know why.
Because I
By the way, I feel like the internet totally forgot it, but Gavin McInnes is the guy that the whole fucking internet roasted back in like 2015 during Gamergate because he put out a segment making fun of gamers who were involved in Gamergate because he thinks video games are a waste of time, and all the Gamergaters like dogpiled him, but then they forgot about it because now he's like a conservative demagogue, and so now they're all fans of him, even though they all hated him back when he was shit-talking video games. And he still does that. I'm pretty sure he does it later in the debate from the bit that I saw.
think that the danger with Joe Rogan is people won't get vaccinated. And the understanding is that people who don't get vaccinated are stupid and crazy, and they've been brainwashed by Joe Rogan's into thinking that the vaccine is bad. That's not true. The reason.
Yeah, Holic Master, that's the one thing I gotta give him. And on this topic particularly, COVID, Destiny knows his shit. Destiny, especially when he knows his shit, is really good at debating, and this is a topic that you really can't get him on. And he's just right. Like, on the COVID stuff, he is just correct. There's really nothing else you can say. Like, every other disagreement any of us may have with him, Destiny is absolutely 100 billion% correct when it comes to COVID. Yeah, on most political issues, I think Destiny is pretty reasonable. It's usually just random shit that he does that I take issue with, right? Like the recent drama with like the stealth thing, or like the Doe and Neo pronoun drama. It's just, it always feels like Destiny just wants to throw a brick at somebody on Twitter because he feels like he wants to ruin someone's day that he doesn't like, you know? And I can understand that desire, especially when you have the power to do it. But I think there's a lot of good things to be said about the kind of person who resists that temptation. If you're the kind of person who can be given the level of power Destiny has to just absolutely ruin someone's day on social media, and let's be real, social media may not be real life, and it may be relatively low stakes at some times, but especially in these COVID times, a lot of us have relegated our lives to social media. You know, not everybody is Destiny. Not everybody has the money that Destiny has to be able to just go out and not everybody has the privilege that both me and Destiny have. Me and Destiny are streamers who had an all expenses paid trip. I don't know if Destiny's expenses were paid for, because I think he uniquely was just like, hey, okay, just let me pay for mine. But I wouldn't put it past him to do that, but we have like the opportunity to have like an all expenses paid trip during a pandemic to fly across the country to Texas to do a debate convention. These are not opportunities most people have. So everybody's life at this point, a lot of people's lives are online. So when you're getting dogpiled by like a large figure and you're just some random nobody on Twitter, or somebody with just like 1,000 followers on Twitter even, that can be pretty like distressing, like it's not fun. You're like, it may not be in real life, but people are still shit talking you. You're still basically being teased in the public square. It's more or less the same as like a bunch of people coming up to you in real life and shit talking you, at least in how it feels. Maybe not as physical, but you know what I mean.
The reason that the truckers are in Canada, the reason that there's a
truckers
convoy
in
coming
Canada
up,
have to do with anything? Why are we talking about the truckers in Canada?
because if Joe Rogan's show is dangerous, then the vaccine is good and it's being whitewashed by Joe Rogan to be bad, or blackwashed, whatever you want to call it. Okay. And so all the trucker convoy in Canada is an example of people taking Joe Rogan-like propaganda and using it to destroy the country and destroy their lives.
Do you normally have like a Glenn Beck whiteboard on here where you're drawing like all the lines and shit? Is this like Charlie and it's always, I'm trying to follow the... So if Joe Rogan is bad, then the vaccine is good, and truckers are in Ottawa protesting the mandates and the lockdown because how was the link back to Joe Rogan there?
Well, I'll say it slowly.
Okay, yeah.
Talk like a fucking shit.
You're trying to like match my speed, and I'm getting lost because I'm normally the only one on Adderall.
Are you on Adderall? Do you do Adderall? Are you on Adderall right now?
Only for my most challenging debates. So I hyped up for this one. Okay.
Okay. Good. I'm glad you chilled out.
I might actually be getting on Adderall pretty soon, so that's going to be pretty dope. Can you imagine Adderall, Zan? None of these motherfuckers are going to be able to stand against me. Holy shit. I'm hoping that when I get on Adderall, it's just like I'm spending all night doing research. Just like, oh God, not if you don't call the doctor. I'm working on it, Lonnie. Please chill. Hey, congrats, Zan. Yeah, pretty soon. I'm working on it, guys. I'm working on it. We're going to get there, okay? It's going to be amazing. It's over for these hoes once I get on Adderall, okay?
If Joe Rogan's COVID information is bad, then you would have rebellions where people say, I'm not taking the vaccine.
Okay.
One of such rebellions going on right now is happening in Canada. There's many more.
Modern Day Debate starts putting in like drug tests for all the debate contestants at the future debate cons to make sure, like, you got to pee in a cup before you go up on stage so they can test it for any performance enhancing debate drugs. I didn't know that, like, during the debate con thing, you'd be allowed to pull out your phone and look stuff up. I didn't actually end up doing that anyway, but I didn't know you were allowed to. So I considered actually just writing down a bunch of statistics on my hand, like I would if I was cheating on a test, and just sort of covertly looking at it. But thankfully, they gave us, like, a notepad and a pen, so we were able to just write. So just immediately as I sat down, I started writing statistics. Same thing I did for the SAT. If any of you are in like high school and you're about to take the SAT, or you have any tests you need to take, first thing you do, sit down, take your piece of scrap paper. Like, when you're not in the test room, if it's one of those tests where you're not allowed to have like any like notes or anything like that in front of you, right before the test, you study those fucking formulas, okay? You study those formulas up and down right before the test, and then as soon as you walk in, you write down every formula, every bit of information that you can memorize, and as much as you can, and boom, you've got that written right next to you during the SAT. That is always what I did. whenever I needed to take a test. Back during math classes, the first thing I would write down is every base formula in the front of my mind, then my name, then do the test. Yep, Paul DSSB. That is exactly what you got to do.
Or coming up.
Okay. I don't see how those connect.
Really?
Do you think the rebellion in Canada is caused by Joe Rogan or Joe Rogan telling people not to, or what is the connection?
We're talking about the dangers of misinformation.
Yeah.
And in the context of this debate, the dangers of misinformation are people not taking the vaccine seriously. Correct?
Okay, that's one of them, yeah.
Okay, that's one of them, yeah. Dude, don't do that or I'm going to fucking
I'm so
strangle
sorry.
you.
My bad, okay? You don't even
This
know what I
is a
look like. I
millennial
could
thing.
I could be huge. I could be like a 6'8" black guy.
No, I don't.
Okay,
I'm not into
with
violence.
Massive muscle. Okay, well, because you threaten me.
I
might
fight
be
people
huge.
every day that
Okay.
are bigger and smaller than me.
Gotcha.
I'm not talking about
Equal
beating you up.
opportunity assault. I appreciate
but people
that.
laughing at people they're talking to
Okay.
is
So for those of you guys who don't know, the Proud Boys is advertised as a men's drinking and drinking club, but they also glorify fighting and violence. So they do just openly threaten people. Like, if you piss me off, I'm going to beat the shit out of you in the street. Shit tons of Proud Boys have been arrested for assaulting random people in the street. It's a pretty big issue. So yeah, they do glorify violence quite strongly. I'm pretty sure they have some sort of fight club type deal.
not acceptable here.
My bad. So we draw the line. It's after the Destiny stripper jokes, but before I laugh at you while you're talking to me. That's the...
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Naming yourself Destiny,
Uh-huh.
that's like naming yourself It. Or naming yourself fucking someone who already has a name, like Johnny Knoxville. I'm Stevie Knoxville. It's clearly embarrassing. It's begging for ridicule. But laughing
Okay,
at someone
gotcha.
when they're making a valid point assumes that their valid point is bullshit.
Okay.
So you can't be sarcastic, which you said you were incapable of.
Okay,
you can't be sarcastic.
I'm not
and
being...
patronize someone
When I laugh
when
at
they
you,
have a
that's not
valid point.
sarcasm.
So
It's
what we're
genuine
discussing
humor on
here,
my side. Yeah.
Ed,
Okay, go.
is Joe Rogan's information. Let's
He's
assume
mad.
that he's having these people on his show that say the vaccine is bullshit, don't get it, right?
Right.
That's our worst case scenario.
That's
here.
the worst case. If the vaccine is good and he's saying...
Trainwrecks. Somebody commented a quote from Trainwrecks. Trainwrecks was watching this debate, and Trainwrecks noticed that he was pissing in the cup. That's fucking great. I'm going to, after stream, I'm going to watch Trainwrecks' reaction to this debate, okay? Because Trainwrecks is one of my favorite streamers. I know that he just gambles all day, but I actually enjoy that content, okay? Don't fucking cancel me.
bad and they're not getting it. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So worst case with that is they have these big rallies where they go across the country saying, don't get the vaccine, mandates are wrong.
That could be one potential outcome. Yes.
All right. Now, my point is, these people who are protesting, everyone assumes they're anti-vaccine. They're not. They're anti-mandate. Even the guy that Rogan had on his show, he's vaccinated. He's not anti-vaccine. He's anti-mandate. And Americans and Canadians don't like being told what to do, even when it's the right thing. And I would argue, this is a little outside the box, that the Civil War was not about slavery. It was the South saying, wait, what are you're telling me to do a thing? The thing could have been, we're changing traffic lights from green to red. And they would have fucking died to the tune of 650,000 because they cannot handle being told what to do. Americans, Canadians, true Westerners don't like being told what to do. No matter-
Okay, the funny thing is that traffic lights didn't exist back during the Civil War times, and the other funny thing is that absolutely not, no. It was very, very explicitly about slavery. It's not anything that's contested by any actual historians. The only people who contest that the Civil War is about slavery are right-wing political demagogues, okay? Nobody with any experience in the field of history would argue this.
No matter how valid it is.
Why do we have laws at all then?
Why do we have laws at all? Because the laws that we have, the murder laws, the free speech laws, they've been tried and tested and true, and we all came up with them together. It's when it's not a unison. It's when the tyrants come up with it on their own, and they say, I've decided this would be best for you. We're doing this mandate. That's when people get pissed off, when we're not a democracy.
Okay, but aren't we voting on the leaders
are
that are
democracies? So we have to work together to come up with these plans. When you unilaterally decide...
How do we have almost 400 viewers but only 146 likes on the stream? You guys are slacking. Go like. True! We have 361 viewers right now. Like the stream, please. It's completely free. It takes half a second, and it tells YouTube to keep on telling my subscribers that I'm still live right now, and they should come watch the stream. Little Jimmy who is working at Walmart right now and gets off in an hour, but that wants to watch my stream isn't going to know that I'm live because I've been live for 3 hours and YouTube's not notifying them. And, they're not even going to know that I'm live right now because you didn't like the stream to tell YouTube to keep recommending my stream to my subscribers. And it's going to be all your fault little Jimmy didn't get to see my stream. And do you want to be, by the way, little Jimmy, non-binary. So you are literally transphobic if you don't like the stream. And make sure little Jimmy sees my... Little Jimmy is actually their name, by the way. And you don't make sure little Jimmy sees my stream pop up in the recommended when they get off work, okay? Not only is it transphobic, it's also classist if you don't like the stream. Because little Jimmy works at Walmart, okay? And then, after they get off work, they put on my stream and drive to their second job. Or don't drive to it, they drive for their second job. They do Uber Eats for their second job for like 5 hours after work, and they get 6 hours of sleep every night. All right? Do you really want little Jimmy to not know that I'm live so that they have something to listen to while they're working their second job before they get their 6 hours of sleep? So like the stream, because it's just downright cruel if you don't. Little Jimmy needs to make sure they get that notification. Come on.
To fuck me over. I don't care if it's brushing my teeth 3 times a day. Fuck you.
Until like very recently, in Canada, wasn't there generally popular support behind the mandates?
I don't know. I don't have Google on me.
Okay,
I don't
well,
know what
isn't
you're talking about.
isn't
Mandates. What were the mandates that were popular? Was it
in?
What the fuck is that slur in Destiny's chat? I think Destiny does allow certain slurs in his chat. Yeah.
You have to be vaccinated to operate on a child?
No, the vaccinated across the border is a trucker thing, but I'm pretty sure they dropped that because that's enforced on the U.S. side. So no matter how much you protest, that's not changing in Canada. But I mean, all of the social distancing measures, the mask mandates, the whatever vaccine passports, I don't know if they're doing that in Canada.
Social distancing measures are not mandates.
My understanding is that most people
a mandate
in Canada
is you have to get the vaccine or you're fired. That's a mandate.
Is that the only step that they took in Canada to ensure the safety of citizens?
No, you're changing it. You're pivoting.
I'm not
keep
pivoting.
Accusing everyone else of doing.
Excuse me.
A mandate is you have to
pivoting.
get the vaccine or you're fired. That's what everyone who's sane objects to.
Okay, but that's not the only thing in Canada that they've done to counteract the coronavirus.
No one's saying that. That's not why there's a convoy. The convoy is about do this or you're fired.
Okay,
and
so the convoy is only about.
Do.
Okay, so the convoy
and there should be rage.
Okay, so the convoy is only about the vaccine mandates then?
Yeah. You think it's about 6 feet apart?
No, I think it's about like replacing the government in Canada because you guys are never getting rid of the vaccine mandates because they're enforced on the U.S. border side. I think that it's just everybody's just mad and they want to protest some shit.
Hold on. I don't mean this in a negative way. I'm not trying to criticize you.
Oh, thank God, because I thought you were about to say something.
Clue.
Yeah.
I have no fucking clue what you mean by what you just said.
What's that? Say that again.
Oh, do we have a soundboard?
That was a funny comedy drop.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Don't do those, Ryan. They derail the conversation.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, Ryan. I feel like you just Jon Stewarted my fucking Crossfire show. Now my brain is.
Yeah. Why are you wearing a bow tie? Everything you do is a lie. You're trying to have a political discussion, and you're out here doing political theater. Okay, Tucker lost his career.
Let me bring it back, okay? So, my understanding was that initially, the truckers wanted to protest the vaccine mandates at the border. That when you crossed into the Canada border, that you would either have to prove that you'd taken a negative PCR test or PCR testing.
Gavin McInnes was born in the UK and immigrated to Canada? A fucking immigrant? Are you goddamn kidding me? Listen, if you fucking Canadians want to gain my respect, you get those goddamn Brits out of your country, okay? Start rooting out those Brit-bongers and ally with us in the war against Britain, and we will not take over your country and annex you into our lands. For at least 50 years. For at least 50 years. You'll have a grace period, okay? Maybe in those 50 years you guys can even develop nukes, and you guys will be able to defend yourselves. Who knows? That's the whole point of the grace period. But you better make sure you Canadians can defend yourselves from America in 50 years, because, whew, we're going to come get you. We're gonna listen, you Canadians are already basically America light, so it's not going to be hard, okay? It's basically like consuming a very similar culture, okay? We're just going to have to teach you guys to start saying bathroom, and what else? What else do you guys say that's really weird? We got to get you to stop saying a boot. We got to get you to stop saying, we do have to get that health care away from you guys. You're going to lose your health care because, America. So you guys are going to go into medical debt. A lot of you are. That sucks. for a lot of you, but that is going to happen. We are spreading freedom after all. You know, we got to do what we got to do. Wait, they say bathroom. No, they say washroom. You know that, a pillow? You ever heard Balthazar say washroom? That's what Canadians say instead of bathroom. Here in America, there's bathroom for informal, and then if you're really trying to be formal, you say restroom. But for some reason, Canadians say washroom, which is weird.
Gotten it back negative or had to be vaccinated. And originally, the trucker people were going to protest that, but then they realized, oh shit, the United States enforces this same rule. That when you go into the United States, it's the same thing. So they're like, well, fuck, there's no reason to protest
Canadians
this because it seems like, well, it's not going to change on the U.S. side, so why the fuck does it matter if truckers are going back and forth anyway? So now there's like a general debate over all of the measures that the Canadian states or provinces have taken to tell people what businesses are closed or the capacities in places or whatever shit they have for the pandemic.
Chat, you know what? You know what job I'm going to get if streaming doesn't work out? I want to be a trucker. I would totally be a trucker if streaming didn't work out. Staying up for long periods of time, listening to like podcasts and shit while driving around the country. You can't even drive? That can be worked on, Lonnie. That can be worked on. All I'm saying is I wouldn't actually be too upset if trucker was like a fallback job if streaming didn't work out, you know? If like my channel died before I could reach a point where I'm like financially set for life, I don't think that trucking would be bad. You'd be on meth 24/7. Is that supposed to be a downside, Louis Vuitton? Being on meth 24/7? I'm sorry. Yeah, no weed allowed? We'd figure it out. Okay? Listen, my kidneys can be turned up to 100% efficiency, okay? I can get all the weed out of my body in 2 hours, all right? And I'll be pissing clean.
It's like a general
Most
protest.
truckers are national.
God,
Most
no
truckers
cap.
are not going back and forth over the border.
Okay, then
So
why were
if
any
the
of them
trucker from
opposing?
Vancouver he's on his way to Ottawa. It's on his way to Washington. There's too much
What, are you gonna
tariffs and
snitch
bullshit
on
and red
Zan?
tape for them to
True.
be zigzagging across the
tell
border.
them?
Canadian truckers deal with Canada generally. American truckers deal with America.
I don't even know if that's true. I thought that
I just made it up, but it sounds good.
It's totally not true. We do trade across the border. What the fuck are you talking about? You think that we're not transporting meat that's like right on the border of Wisconsin to grocery stores that are right on the like right on the border in Canada? You think meat distribution plants and stuff like that aren't stocking stores over the border? Of course they fucking are. Those companies want to make sure that they're selling as much as possible. Of course they would be. Like, I'm pretty sure most of the food in the United States and Canada is provided by like 3 different companies. Like all the meat and the produce and the dairy and everything like that. I'm pretty sure it all comes from like 2 or 3 different companies, like all supply those base ingredients to grocery stores and stuff like that and other distributors across the United States and Canada.
Well, you know what?
Which would imply truckers would be going back and forth across the border.
I actually just Googled it, and that's not true. 64% of Canadian
Finally, a
truckers.
joke!
64% of Canadian truckers actually go back and forth between the United States and Canada.
Okay. What are we arguing here? We're discussing whether we're talking about the bad sides of Joe Rogan's disinformation.
You brought up
and
the
the bad
truckers.
side is
I was still trying to build out the connection on your map to figure out how the fuck the truckers listened to Joe Rogan and decided to protest. I was still waiting for that. I didn't get that connection. I played too many video games, and I think the Adderall fucks with my short-term memory. Not that I took any.
I agree.
And I'm having trouble connecting it. But let's move on from this topic.
How long is this debate going to be? Because I want to have a long talk with you, Destiny, about your life.
I think James said we weren't going to go over 4 or 5 hours for this. How long did you say?
That's right. Only 3 hours left.
Okay.
We got about 10 minutes left until we go into the Q&A, folks. So if you have those questions, fire them into the old live chat, and we're going to wrap up the open conversation shortly.
Okay. Here's a question.
What the
for
fuck
Gavin.
did
I'm
he just
curious.
do? Did he just wipe his ass to the mic? Is that what he just did? Did he just go ass to the mic? Did he just go ass to the mic? Ass to the mic! My ass to you!
It's okay. Not even a Google question. Do you think that if we took a random sampling of U.S. citizens, we had a group of people that didn't listen to Joe Rogan and a group of people that did listen to Joe Rogan, who do you think is more likely to be vaccinated?
Can we get a replay on that, Zan? Can we get a slow motion replay?
Shortly.
Okay, here's a Adderall fucks with my short-term memory. Not that I took any.
I agree.
And I'm having trouble connecting it. But let's move on from this topic.
How long is this debate going to be? Because I want to have a long talk with you, Destiny, about your life.
I think James said we weren't going to go over 4 or 5 hours for this. How long did you say?
That's right. Only 3 hours left.
Okay.
We got about 10 minutes left until we go into the Q&A, folks. So if you have those questions, fire them into the old live chat, and we're going to wrap up the open conversation shortly.
Okay, here's a question for Gavin.
Dude, this guy's such a fucking weirdo. Dude, how is this dude judging gamers for being losers? This guy's like a fucking cup-pissing drunk who rubs his mic on his ass and, like, speaks in mostly profanity and yelling. How's this guy of any, like, grounds? Like, it's always, like, the people who always overreach the most to judge others are always the most that have the most to be judged about. You know, because they're overcompensating for something. Everyone who does this kind of shit is. The people who are always the first to throw stones at some marginalized group who's done nothing to them.
I'm curious, okay? Not even a Google question. Do you think that if we took a random sampling of U.S. citizens, we had a group of people that didn't listen to Joe Rogan, and a group of people that did listen to Joe Rogan, who do you think is more likely to be vaccinated?
Obviously, the people who listen to Joe Rogan are going to be less likely to be vaccinated, but I don't think that is due to Joe Rogan.
You don't think that he might
The
play
right
a little bit of
tends
a
to be
part in
less
that?
vaccinated than the left.
Sure.
And lefties don't enjoy Joe Rogan as much as righties do.
But don't you think that
If you
I mean, that's probably true, but at the same time, I think Joe Rogan's main appeal is mostly apolitical. The vast majority of Americans, and I mean, I imagine the vast majority of non-Americans, but though most of Joe Rogan's audience is American, like the vast majority of Americans, I feel like mostly disregard politics or what they think of as politics, unless it's like directly relevant to a conversation they've been brought into, or whenever like election season comes about because everyone's talking about it. Like for the most part, I think most people watch Joe Rogan and have politics introduced to them through the entertainment they're watching. They're not there for politics. Like Sean had said in her very, 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 in my opinion, dumb video that she dropped, the little audio clip she did on Twitter, where she says people don't go to Joe Rogan because he doesn't preach to them. And that's true. A lot of lefty content, the political messaging feels very preachy. Even my content kind of feels preachy. And I try very hard to avoid that, but it's sort of impossible because I'm trying to like suggest to you guys a set of beliefs that you ought to hold, right? And it's hard not to be preachy that way. Conservatives, though, are very good at not coming off as preachy most of the time. This guy doesn't, but a lot of the time, if the rhetoric is good, they come off well that way. Joe Rogan, though not a conservative, I think I would probably peg him as like probably like midway. If he took a political compass test, I bet he'd probably be like right in the center, really far down into the libertarian section. That's probably where he'd be at if I were to guess. And I bet every single week, if you gave him a political compass test, he would fluctuate from either side of the left-right line, from like barely from center, and that's where he would be. He would just sort of like fluctuate back and forth based on who he's talked to most recently. If he does 2 conservative talks in a row, he goes 2 squares to the right. If he does 2 lefty talks in a row, he goes 2 squares to the left, and one back. And he's always going back and forth. Never more than like 3 squares in any direction. He's never been like super far right. Certainly never super far left. But yeah, that always seems to be where he's at, right? And when he has these people on, or when he supports these ideas, he doesn't feel preachy. He says, "Here's what I believe, but you can believe whatever you want." The problem is, as admirable and as non-problematic as that statement does sound on its own, Xanderhal, when are you going to let Lonnie peg you? Never. As like unproblematic as that statement of like, here's what I believe, but you can believe whatever you want. Ask your doctor if you should get vaccinated. Like, that doesn't sound very problematic. The problem is that his audience is going to follow the Pied Piper. They aren't going to do as he says. They're going to do as he does because they see Joe Rogan as something to strive for. They see Joe Rogan as a role model. So even if people tell, when you watch a YouTuber and they say, "Hey guys, I know that, being a YouTuber is really tempting, but it's really hard. It's 1 in a million. You're really unlikely to actually succeed at it. Deep down, you don't really take it seriously. You think, I bet I could be a YouTuber. If I really tried at it, I could be a YouTuber. And I was one of those people, and I actually succeeded at it. Depending on your gauge for success, but I think I've succeeded at it. But it's still pretty rare. But deep down, you still think, oh, I could do it, But it's pretty unlikely.
If you polled country music fans and rap, no, not rap fans, actually, you wouldn't like where that one goes.
I'll go anywhere you want to go. Go ahead.
If you were to poll country music fans and like indie rock fans, you would find way more vaccinated people with indie rock fans. That doesn't mean that indie rock
I haven't
makes people
heard.
get vaccinated.
I didn't know that fucking Green Day or whatever, or that's not indie rock, put out a song featuring Dr. Robert Malone, Boulevard of broken myocarditis patients who got the COVID-19 vaccine. Right? Joe Rogan very specifically deals.
Mumford & Sons have supported Joe Rogan.
Okay, I must have missed that album where they talk about.
He's part of the Joe Rogan scene, and he.
Like, you gotta give it to him. He is a funny dude, but God, is his personality lacking at times for me.
He's supported by Skrillex.
Okay.
Eagles of Death Metal support the anti-vaccine scene. So
I think that it's pretty safe to say that Joe Rogan has a fan base that is probably less likely to be vaccinated than the general population. And Joe Rogan seems to say repeatedly, he's very critical of the vaccine. He'll kind of say
They mentioned the Eagles of Death Metal. Yeah. He's peeing again? Yep, he is peeing again. He opened the seal. I told you guys, see? Hey, when did he pee originally? Here, can I get a... Yep, right here. This is where he's peeing originally. And I said 12, 15 minutes later he'd have to pee. And this is 22 minutes. Now we're 45. Do the math on it. Was I about right? I said about 15, 20 minutes later he's going to have to pee because he broke the seal. Listen, I'm literally a prophet. I'm literally predicting shit. I think you said about 24 minutes. Did I get it right? Lamau, you were right. 23 minutes, Zan? No fucking way. Dude, am I actually, predicting shit, or am I speaking things into existence? Chat, I'm going to be real with you guys. What really happened is that when people get drunk, they pee a lot. And I just described a very common, extraordinarily likely biological occurrence that happens when people get drunk. And it happens to just about everyone. So much so to the point that the term breaking the seal exists for when you pee when you're drunk. Because you're going to have to pee again for the next, every 10, 15, 20 minutes going forward. Zan's piss clairvoyance, true.
Seems to say, is your lawyer helping you with these quotes?
Hold on. I don't have to answer that question in this format right now, actually, is what I've been told.
So what Joe Rogan said, the worst thing I heard him say was, he said, if someone was 29 and in good shape, and they said, should I get the vaccine? I'd tell them no.
Oh, okay. So
don't do it.
He's not giving general advice. It's just how
I'm inclined to agree with him.
That's great.
I mean,
That's because
I'm 51.
You're a victim
I
of
box
misinformation.
every day. I don't think I need it.
You just came home from the trucker protest listening to Joe Rogan. You're a victim of the misinformation that I claim Joe Rogan is spreading.
You just said you don't do sarcasm. You're clearly terrible at jokes.
Why do you think I'm being sarcastic?
Why? You're practicing? Are you trying to figure out sarcasm? You sound like one of those movies where the alien is trying to do humor, and they're like, hello, why did the chicken cross the road? I'm trying sarcasm for the first time in my life.
Seems like it's making you pretty upset, so I feel like I'm landing close.
Yeah, I'm furious. The only thing that makes me upset is when you snicker and giggle. Those are deal breakers. But I don't mind if you try sarcasm. Go nuts.
Okay. What if I sarcastically laugh in the middle of another one of your monologues?
I'll fucking lose it and find you.
Okay.
Oh my
Are you
God!
vaccinated? Maybe you won't be able to get into the United States if you're driving in your truck to get here. Okay. Anyway, so Joe Rogan audience. Less likely to be vaccinated, probably.
That's irrelevant.
Joe Rogan himself,
let's go back to
hypercritical of vaccines.
The question is
Joe Rogan spreading
Joe Rogan doing
misinformation?
damage?
Yes.
And my point is, free speech never does damage.
Never does damage.
Never does damage.
Ever.
No, never. Fire in a crowded theater, none of it. Fucking Holocaust denial, pedophilia. I want to fucking murder them, but they have the right to say that shit.
We're not talking about if they have the right to say. We're asking if it does damage.
Is based on stories. We're based on information. You and I, like it or not, are in the information business. And the fact that we have this epoch of tattletale journalists who want to censor information is insane. It's like you're working as a fucking butcher and you're anti-meat, or you're working in the restaurant industry and you want to regulate fucking what people can have, whether they should be vegetarians or meat eaters. We want everyone to get maximum information.
Maybe
Predict the next pee time. I think we might get one more piss this video. Like, about 30 minutes left, a little more than that. That's about long enough. Though he's not drinking any water. That's the thing. He hasn't drank any more alcohol or water. So 2 pisses might be all he has in him. I don't know how well hydrated this guy is. Alcoholics don't tend to be the most well hydrated people. Alcohol offers literally no hydration whatsoever, and it's a diuretic. It makes you pee and lose water more. And, like, alcohol can make you thirsty, but if you drink a lot, it kind of satisfies the thirsty feeling in your mouth. So you usually only know you're thirsty as an alcoholic when the headaches come in, when the dehydration headaches hit.
Sift through it yourself.
Maybe
what do you want to do? You want the state to control Joe Rogan?
Never.
You want
I'm not
someone
talking
else?
about the state controlling Joe.
Controlling this?
Who are you
Who's
talking to?
arbitrating?
Who are you?
What
I don't know
words
who he's
get
talking
said?
to. James.
Who's the boss? Who's the genius who decides
He's losing
who can
it.
say what?
He's absolutely losing it.
We'll give a same amount of time.
What about the doctors and the nurses who have had ICUs that have been running past capacity for fucking 18 months that are getting
doctors
tired?
and nurses getting fired
that are getting
for refusing
tired.
to get
That are
vaccinated.
getting yeah, because they're
right,
represent
we'll go
harm
for
to
a
themselves and
full
other
and a
people that are
half
coming
of
into the
that.
hospital. I think it's fair to.
Why
I
did
think
they
it's-
refuse to get
Hold on, one
vaccinated?
second.
Why did they refuse?
I don't know. It could be for a variety of reasons.
They're stupid. They're stupid nurses.
They might be. I don't know. Do you think every
Yeah.
nurse is a genius? Are you?
Hey, listen, I'm not going to say who, but there's somebody who is close to my family that's a nurse, and she is all in on the anti-vax conspiracy shit. And all I'm going to say is she's still being a nurse, and I'm not entirely confident she's vaccinated based on her... well, I haven't seen her Facebook post, but based on what I've heard of her Facebook posts from, like, my mom. So, oh boy, that's a scary thought, how many nurses out there bought into it too, okay? Just because you're a nurse doesn't mean that you're like a medical expert, okay? Like, all right, when I was a kid, I had a best friend, all right? I was in middle school. I've named this best friend on stream, but I won't say what his name is here. And his mom was a radiologist, which basically meant that, like, she was the person who did, or was it a radiologist? Is that the term for it? X-ray, like, basically she was the person who did, like, the X-rays for people who were, like, for cancer, basically. And it's like you have to be fairly qualified for it, but you're not an expert on vaccines if you're a radiologist, okay? Radiologists are not experts on vaccines, okay? That's like asking, I'm trying to think of a good parallel. That's like asking somebody who knows how to fly a paramotor if they know how to fly a helicopter. And it's like, I mean, they might, just because there's like a shared field there, so they might happen to know how to, but knowing how to fly a paramotor doesn't make you capable of flying a helicopter. Just because they fly doesn't mean they're the same thing.
We're out here to say all nurses are brave geniuses. I wasn't in the position I
This is
thought you were going to
your
say.
Achilles
What
This
is
is
my
your Achilles heel in a
You have no
nutshell.
idea what my Achilles
You
heel
sit
is.
on your ass all
Uh-huh,
day.
yeah.
You don't know anyone. You can't
Really?
talk about these large swaths of people.
Who's talking
because
about
you
large
Googled them.
swaths of people? I don't Google
You're
people.
talking
I talk
about
to people
nurses.
all the time.
That's a pretty large swath. What's that? I'm guessing it's 2 million people.
Where do you think my opinions come from?
Your ass, sitting down, Googling.
Okay. Only one of us
You're like
here
all
has
modern journalists.
Only one
They
of us
just-
here
this is
has
the part
pulled
I've
things
seen.
out of their ass
You don't
on
know
camera
people.
before, so I don't appreciate you accusing me of that. Number one. Okay.
I thought the part I'd seen was the end of the debate, but I guess this is where the Q&A starts soon. And this is the part that I've seen. This short, like, 5-minute segment is what I've seen. I saw it live whenever I was ending my stream yesterday.
Number two, I have these
You don't
opinions.
socialize.
because
You're not a social
I
person.
socialize plenty. You have no idea how much I socialize. Okay? I'm an
yeah, you
incredibly
socialize in the
social
metaverse.
James,
The metaverse
didn't we
doesn't
just
count.
socialize like a month ago? I was down there talking.
Is the metaverse even, like, public yet? Also, like, I will admit, God, conservatives are really bad at insulting Destiny. It's kind of sad, because there are a lot of very genuine criticisms you can levy Destiny's direction, but, you know, like, the ones conservatives send his way are just fucking insane. Like, yeah, like, short. Yeah, but Destiny's not actually short, though. That's the thing. You know, it's like the insult doesn't really hurt that bad if it's not true. Ha, Des Tiny Lamau. I know, but like he's not small. I met him in real life. I mean, okay, here's what I will say. All right, his hands were a little small, proportional to his body, but not like Trump tier, not like in unnormally so. It was just more so like when I shook his hand, I was like, oh, my hand is bigger than his. You know, like I can kind of like if I squeezed his hand, the tips of my fingers could touch like the palm of my hand like this, you know, if I squeeze his hand enough. He's not 5'4". He's probably 5'8" or 5'9", maybe somewhere in between. Yeah, I'd say he's no shorter than 5'8", no taller than 5'9". Maybe somewhere in the middle. Maybe 5'9.5". No taller than 5'9.5". He's certainly not 5'10". But he's not short. He's taller than Haas, and I'm taller than him by a couple inches, maybe a few. And he is, yeah, that means you have a massive cock, Zan. Yeah, okay. One person commented on my video, damn, Zan wears some big-ass shoes. The video of me at the conference, because you could see my shoes. And I just posted that screenshot on Twitter with just a Pepe emoji. Yeah.
And all sorts of people down in Texas.
I'm sure you do. You put your headphones on when you're in your Uber.
I even did it without a mask.
You think he's from Pakistan. He's not. He hates Pakistanis.
Really? So
I have very large shoes, but my cock is under average. So what the fuck, Fought Night? Well, listen, okay? Small dick kings are still fucking valid, okay? Listen, all right? I have a PSA, a sexual PSA for all of you, okay? I don't care how big your dick is or how good you think you are at sex. Using a vibrator and other toys is fucking based, all right? Not using, not at least using a vibrator on a girl while you're fucking her is kind of like playing an MMO and only using your auto attack and never using any of your special abilities, you know? Like, why the fuck don't you use any of the tools you have in your arsenal? It's like playing The Witcher 3 and never using any of your Witcher potions or anything like that. Like, why the fuck would you hinder yourself so much? Your dick doesn't have a vibrator in it, does it? Cope, JK? You think so? Listen, all right? All I'm saying is you show this clip to any of your girlfriends and they're all going to be like, they're going to be thinking I'm right, okay? They're going to be thinking, fuck, he's making sense. Shit. Mine does, Zan? Exactly. Any shout outs for small dick queens? There are small dick queens out there, like girls that like small dicks. I know that there are dudes out there who have small dicks that like to be degraded about it by women, which is kind of strange, right? Like how like coincidental is it that they happen to have the fetish of having like women degrade them for having a small dick and have a small dick? That's got to be like evidence that fetishes come about through nurture, right? You mean girls with small dicks? Oh, I mean, yeah, girls with small dicks are queens too. Yeah.
Your Uber driver's a Sikh, and he hates Muslims because Muslims killed 1 million Sikhs.
Yeah,
you guys don't know this.
Gavin,
you're not social beings.
Gavin, I'm an adult male.
You talk about immigrants.
Gavin,
you don't know immigrants.
Gavin,
you're not out
Gavin,
there. You're not discussing things with people.
I discuss
Even when you get
things
your
with
hair cut,
plenty of
when you're at the
people.
barbers, you're so fucking uncomfortable
Psychotic.
because you're with the
He's
working
having
class
a
person,
psychotic break
and
right
you don't
now.
know like what he
He
thinks.
made fun of me for
He's
taking
a monster.
Adderall
He's like a weird robot.
when he needs antipsychotics.
Gentlemen, I hate to cut in.
The ICUs are full, James. He can't get the help he needs. There's too many coronavirus patients in there. He's having a breakdown.
Now he's fucking going full on sarcasm after denying it.
That was actually the first truthful thing I said. Okay.
Again, sarcasm. Great. Welcome aboard.
Is he sarcastically accusing me of being sarcastic?
No, I'm genuinely accusing you of trying out sarcasm.
Okay, well, I was genuinely concerned that you weren't able to get into a hospital because it was overflowing with coronavirus patients to get the antipsychotics you need to not have breakdowns when we're having conversations.
All right, Sam Hyde. Welcome to the fucking metaverse. Meta irony.
That's where I'm at
anyway,
right now.
this assignment was, should Joe...
Wait. Does Gavin McInnes not know, like, the difference between the metaverse and the concept of meta irony? I guess he saw the Sam Hyde iDubbbz thing, but doesn't understand that meta has a lot of different uses in the English language. For example, an escape from Tarkov, shooting people in the legs with a very particular type of ammo is the meta because it's particularly overpowered. So it's what everyone's doing. It's the meta. The meta means what everyone's doing and what is generally the best strategy in a game. A meta can be saying something in a piece of media, like a character saying something in a piece of media that breaks the fourth wall and references the piece of media or references something outside the media. That is meta. Usually referencing something about the media. That's meta. Meta humor is generally self-referential. That's a different use for the word meta. It's like, does Gavin McInnes not know the English language? I wouldn't be surprised. He is Canadian. Actually, no, he's British. Even worse.
Joe Rogan be able to do... No,
You repeated this like
that's not
6
true.
times. I
This
feel like I'm in
assignment
trouble for not
was-
doing my homework.
Is Joe Rogan doing more harm than good? And my contention is,
I feel like one of these days, Twitch and YouTube are going to start cracking down on like anti-Canadian, anti-British hate as well. And like, it's going to be Twitch first is going to start banning people for making fun of Canadians and British people and stuff like that. 100% it's going to happen. You know they are. Those motherfuckers banned Cracker. You think they're not going to ban making fun of British people? By the way, I see a lot of people in chat right now that don't have pronouns attached to their name. If you haven't already, do ! Add pronouns, I think it is. And you can click a link and it just brings up your profile and you can add pronouns there. You can add anything basically. You can have ask me if you have like neo pronouns that aren't an option. You can also just do any all. Pretty dope. Yeah, we got a lot of options, I think. We try to be broad, but having like a big list of pronouns, like for neo pronouns, there's a neo pronouns option. Did you see it? I'm fine with making fun of British people, but not Canadians. Well, Balthazar, you're Canadian, so of course you're not cool with making fun of Canadians. But here's the thing: I'm American, and America is literally the best country in the world. So like, yikes! Like, listen. If the world is a TV show, America is the main character. Like there's just no questioning it, okay? Everybody gives a shit about America. Everybody cares when America does something. If America does something, it usually sets the stage for what the rest of the world is going to do, okay? We are literally like the main fucking character, okay? Of the world. America is. There's just no denying that. If you don't think that's true, then you're fucking delusional. It's just reality.
all speech is good. All speech.
Yeah.
No matter how evil it is. Free speech includes everything. There's no
What
such
if
thing
we
as
told
hate
every
speech.
person to go and shit in the pool? Do you think that that's a good form of speech? That does more good things than bad things?
Oh,
what if that
the
happens?
bullshit analogy.
That's irrelevant. You
That's a
should have the
freedom of free
right to
speech,
say
absolutely.
shit in the pool.
We're not, hold on. Whether or not you have a right to say something isn't the same as saying it is good or bad. You're saying that all information is good. I'm saying there's probably some information that's bad.
It's irrelevant, but yeah.
Well, it's
You
not
shouldn't
irrelevant.
shit in
It
the
is
pool.
actually the
Don't-
point of the conversation.
People should not shit in pools, but it's perfectly legitimate to have a podcast called Pool Shit. Hi, welcome back
We're
to
not
Pool
talking
Shit.
about whether
Today
you
we're talking
should or
about what I
shouldn't.
did was
Yeah.
I shat a little nugget in my mesh before I went into the pool. Then I swam to the bottom of the pool and I just sort of dropped it near the filter. No one knew. So if you guys want to shit in pools,
As I said before, that was not a made-up story. That was too specific to be a made-up story. That is a true story. He did that. He actually put a little... He's a pool shitter. Gavin McInnes is a pool shitter.
make sure it's a solid stool and make sure it's in your undergarments before you dive in. Thanks. This has been a message from Pool Shit.
Do you think
And
that
we'd
would
like to thank our
Do you
sponsors.
think that would be a good or bad information?
That's bad information.
Okay, so do you think that the listeners of Pool Shitters, do you think that those listeners might start doing things that Pool Shitters says to do? There might be a few dumb kids out
Possibly.
there. Okay.
Possibly.
So if
But
it was the
society
case,
in general
if it was the
benefits
case,
from
if
information.
it was the case,
The
then,
more the
then
merrier.
I was on a
Let a
debate
thousand
panel
flowers
with Gavin,
bloom, as Mao
and I
said.
asked Gavin, hey, if I were to do a random sampling of Americans, and I look at Americans that don't listen to Pool Shitters and Americans that do listen to Pool Shitters, who do you think is more likely to shit in the pool? You would probably say, well, probably the most ardent listeners of the Pool Shitters podcast.
Dude, you sound like a communist, and I
And
don't
then-
mean like
and then
someone with
I would
communist
say-
beliefs.
and then I would
you sound
say,
like a genetic
don't you
communist.
think
it sounds like
that's
it's in your.
What? A genetic communist?
Do you think
cells.
that's bad information?
You see different
Yeah.
people. You're like, there's these people.
Okay, To be clear, Gavin McInnes is an admitted race realist. He believes that black people are genetically inferior to white people. He's admitted that.
That listen to bullshitters and people that don't listen to bullshitters.
Yeah, you're like, there's these people, they're disgusting. Then there's these people, then
but
there's
not
these
you.
people.
You just see everybody as a collection of traits and beauty.
They're all changing. We're all cells. We're all moving.
That's
the
amazing.
thing.
Can you see
want
auras
to feed
too?
the
Or?
cells.
Mm-hmm.
You want the cells to have more food, more plankton. We're all growing and changing. You've already classified us as the disgusting idiots of shit in the pool.
Holy shit, barely hiding the JQ, Jesus fuck. Yeah, no, he's a Nazi. He's literally the leader of one of the most well-known neo-Nazi movements in the world. Like, I don't think he's exactly, like, trying to hide it. I don't think he needs to be masked off. He's got his own network. You know, he censored TV, you know, he's got his own network. He doesn't need to hide it. We don't, like, actually have real, like, government censorship. So if you have your own platform, you can say whatever the fuck you want. The only problem is if you're using someone else's platform, that person who owns the platform can say whether or not you can use it. But if you have your own platform, in America at least, and I believe in Canada, you can say just about anything. Just definitely in America, a little less in Canada, and fair amount less in most European countries. Here in America, we're pretty on board with the free speech stuff, and I'm in favor of that. Listen, in some countries, some of the stuff I've said on stream could get me a knock at the door. Like some of the jokes I've made about like Justin Trudeau, like, I bet I could beat Justin Trudeau in boxing. Obviously a joke. Justin Trudeau knows how to box. But like when I make jokes like that, if I were Canadian, that might get me a knock at the door. If I did that about an Australian politician and I was Australian, I know it'd get me a knock at the door because it did happen to not Friendly Jordy's, but I think Friendly Jordy's like editor or his co-host or something or his friend like criticized some right-wing Australian politician and got like maybe arrested, but I know that like the cops came and took him away in handcuffs. Dog, you're not going to get a knock at the door? It depends. You're much more likely to get one for stuff you say in Canada or like definitely in a European country than you are in America. Trust me.
Pool and the smart people that fucking
Don't shit in the
Twitch
pool.
and call themselves strippers.
Honest to God,
I want everyone
I think
to be
I would have
together
those classifications.
and move around
I think that if I lived in a
and
society
grow.
where there was a podcast called Pool Shitters, I think I would actually. I'm going to be honest here, and maybe to the chagrin of my leftist friends, I would.
Whoa, by the way, when I say knock on the door, I'm not saying like someone's coming to kill you. I'm saying you might get like questioned or like put on a watch list or arrested or something like that, or interviewed or something like that. Like I'm not saying that you're like gonna get a knock on the door and then a bullet to your face when you open it. Like that's not what I'm saying, but yeah.
I would say, you know what? I would look down on those people that shit in pools. I would do that.
Well,
Gavin.
you're
I'm sorry.
retarded because they're funny.
You know, I'm sorry.
If
They
you
might be
listen to
funny,
podcast
but you know what?
bullshitters, you're
I think I would look
funny.
down
And
on
I
them.
want you at my
Actually, that
birthday
might be
party
a personal
'cause you're
problem with me,
cool.
but that's why I'm the bad kind of guy. Oh my God. Are you
Bullshitters.
Excuse me. Did you just laugh in the middle of talking over me while I was trying to talk over
I was
you?
laughing at my own joke. I was laughing at my own joke.
Jesus Christ. Okay. All right. Where are we
Great
at,
time
James?
to move into the Q&A.
Thank
Do you wanna
God.
say, our
Quote
guests
Billy
have
Bragg,
links in the
I'm the sort of bloke who laughs at his own jokes.
In the description, you can
fuck?
find our guest links. That includes if you're listening to the podcast. This one coming in from Ozian, challenging question to you. Destiny says, to argue that Joe Rogan's show could be immoral for presenting misinformation would mean that you're arguing against YouTube, as it also allows flat earthers, etc. This is a tough argument for you to consistently make, they say.
We didn't even get to the ethics of is it moral or immoral. We were just saying is it good or bad to like have, or rather even does it spread misinformation or not? I don't even think we got to that.
No, is it better or worse for society?
Well, with regards to the coronavirus, worse.
This is coming in for you, Gavin. Not particularly on topic, but I have a feeling you might still be happy to answer. They say, Gavin, what are your thoughts on open relationships, specifically letting a wife sleep with other men?
Oh, I'm glad this came up.
Oh yeah,
because
thank God.
This is something I
How did
genuinely
we
care
not
about.
have this conversation?
Not so much like the semantics of the vaccines. Destiny, I want to take a break from this whole discussion and have a talk with you about your future, about what's going on with your life, and how to make it better. Because I'm scared. Here's what's happened with you, right? I think you got addicted to Adderall or some sort of meth, some sort of amphetamine. They're all the same.
Okay.
Some sort of
you
meth.
did what anyone does. You had fans because you became famous, and you know men do this. They buy low, sell high. So they buy high, sell low.
Oh shit.
So you saw a pretty girl that was interested in you. She's Swedish. You're obviously into white people. Most people are interested
For
in
sure,
their own
absolutely.
race.
If you look at my dating
I'm not,
history, it's
but
like
whatever.
it's all white
so you
people. all
chose
the
the
way
hot
down.
Swede. Now, Swedes are poison.
Okay.
There's two reasons why they're poison.
Why is that?
One, they come from Vikings and they demand this kind of alpha toughness. I'm not saying slap her around.
Okay.
But Swedish women want dominant men. to fucking say we're doing this now. They don't want cucks who let black dudes fuck them in the ass. So
Wait. Hold on. When you say fuck them in the ass, do you mean me or my wife?
Neither. They don't want any of those shenanigans.
Okay.
I'm not
didn't know
saying
who
the
the them was
shenanigans.
referring to. That was really important to me.
You can try the shenanigans like in your college years, whatever you're experimenting, blah blah blah.
I can go back to college. I'm
there's
young
two things with your
33
wife.
years old.
There's two things. One is they're essentially female Vikings.
Okay.
So they're not like, they don't do well when you're like, honey, I made your breakfast. Like they want you to control the show.
Wait, she
you're
says
fucking
every
dumped.
morning she's so happy when I make her breakfast.
And you will get dumped.
She
like
gives
Ari the
me a
Rugged
smile
Man.
and everything. What do
Ari
you
the
mean?
Rugged Man was twice the man of you, and he
Twice,
got
man.
dumped by his Swede because he
Jesus.
wasn't man enough.
Gavin's turning unintelligible. How is he getting drunker? This guy hasn't drank anything in an hour. He's been on screen for an hour straight, and I have not seen a drink enter his mouth. How is he getting drunker? How is it possible? Does he have... Wait, I think he might actually have a catheter in him, but it's just pumping alcohol into his bladder. And he's having to piss it out. It's like he's dipping, but with his dick.
So you got to... But here's the other thing, and this is much bigger than you and me, and it's...
Is it black dick or what's way bigger than
There's
that?
something about races where they get to a level of... I shouldn't maybe not even say races, cultures. When they get to a level of success, they become lemmings. They become masochistic, ethno-masochistic. They become suicidal. And I believe that Swedes are like, all right, we made it to the top. Fuck me. And they start like playing Russian roulette, and they start like taking in... Like the way that she married you is like alien. Like she's like, oh, good, easy prey. And she's eating you right now.
Okay.
The only way you can save this marriage, this relationship,
Good chance.
is to
Wait, hold on,
is
James.
to
We're getting to
start
the most important part.
drawing the line and saying, no, I'm in control now, bitch.
Okay, can I ask you a serious question? So, right now, the rule in our relationship is she's only allowed to fuck, I think it's 4 guys a day.
I don't want to hear that.
What should I bring that down to? Gavin, what do I bring that down to?
My ear holes.
I need you to tell
I
me.
can't hear that.
I don't know how to
can't
run
hear
my
that.
life. I need you to tell me, okay? What should I bring the number down to?
I want to focus on the 2 things. One,
2 guys a day?
that
2 a day.
Swedes are suicidal,
2 a day.
just like Japanese,
Okay.
just like every successful ethnic group. They start killing themselves.
Okay.
And then 2, she's a fucking Viking. She needs to be dominated. Don't
Okay.
be nice to her.
Okay.
This
I've seen it with Colombians. Colombians are like that too for some
Okay,
reason.
how long do I have? Wait, hold on. I'm James. This is way more important to my life than whatever Q&A question.
Yes,
Hold on. How
yes.
long do I have until she kills herself? Should I start shopping around for another wife
No,
now?
no, she won't kill. When I say kill yourself, I meant like the entire culture is self-emulating. Is that the word? So she's not going to literally kill herself.
Oh, okay.
But
She's gonna, like,
Swedes
culturally kill herself.
And Northern
Let's jump to the
Europeans
next one.
are both figuratively and literally killing themselves. So your relationship has maybe a year or 2 left.
Okay.
But the culture of Sweden and Scandinavia, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 years.
Jesus Christ.
they're
She doesn't
already-
even speak
they're
fucking
already
Sweden around the
glorifying
house. I think
euthanasia.
it's already happening. Like, she doesn't speak her language anymore. She doesn't have
So this
fika
is what's going
anymore.
to
It's like,
happen.
Potential, we move on to the
Destiny,
next
this is
one.
what's going to happen. You're going to laugh at this warning.
But in
you're
3
getting right
years,
now.
Grandpa Gavin
And then you're going
is-
to come back to me in like 5 years.
5
And you're
years.
going to go, you're going to have like a perfect low side part. You'll be all shaved and have a tie. And you'll be like, dude, you were right. And I'm a born again Christian now. I don't do any drugs. Definitely not speed.
Not even
coffee.
Adderall? Fuck.
Let's go to the next one.
And
This
I'm
one's
going to
rough.
say,
I hate to
I'm
do
going
this.
to say,
We have so many questions.
Destiny, you may have overshot the mark a bit here. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, I blasphemed. Holy cow. But you're going to be happier ultimately, but you have to hit rock bottom before you can come back up. Your relationship
rock bottom, is that like a Norwegian
with an
chick, or is
ethnomasochist
it-
starling?
Okay,
Your
gotcha.
wife is a starling.
Okay.
You know what that is?
We must move on. I hate to do this.
No, I
gentlemen.
got to say this one last thing, please.
James is way too nice. He's way too fucking nice. God, he's really trying to change the subject to help Destiny out, but Destiny doesn't give a shit. He's like down to get in the mud. James is like, guys, do you guys remember when I said to James that Vosh had said that he was like ripped when I went on to his show recently? And he was like, no, I'm not actually, like, I'm actually kind of out of shape. No, it's not true. It's just a meme from Vosh and his community. I was like, okay, I guess that was just a meme. I met that motherfucker in real life. Listen, okay? He is in good shape for a 20-year-old, okay? He is in insanely good shape for a 20-year-old. And he is not in his 20s. I'm not calling him old, but, you know, he's not in his 20s. Like, listen, he is a good-looking dude, humble as fuck. He's good-looking as he's just a great fucking guy. There's a certain point where you just meet somebody who's just got the check boxes of a cool dude and all of it. And you're just like, what a great dude. I really wish that James's channel was larger. He really deserves to have like more subs and more success on his channel. How big is it? I actually really am curious how big his channel is, because it deserves to be larger. If you guys aren't subbed, you need to be. One of the few channels. Oh wow, they've almost as many subs as me. Hey, that's what I like to see. Not bad. Hey, they're doing well. I like to see this. This is good. This isn't bad at all. 65.1k subs. I'm at 65.9 almost, I think. Like, I'm edging to 65.9, I think, last time I checked this morning on my YouTube thing. Yeah, damn. Good job. Yeah. Hey, everybody. I'm dropping his link into the chat for all of you guys. Go subscribe if you haven't already. Ring the bell icon in his channel like I have to turn on all notifications. Zan said the sex word. No, I didn't. Oh, edging. Oh, yeah, I did. Yeah, definitely go send support because he's a good guy. And I really, really want to make sure that his fan base grows, because that DebateCon thing, I really want to do that again, ideally when COVID is over, but I really want to do more stuff like that. It was a lot of fun. And for there to be an opportunity to do more stuff like that, well, you know, we kind of have to make sure that his channel gets large enough that he can reliably sell a ton of tickets to events like that. So yeah, we want to make sure that we keep his channel growing. I want to send as much support to him as possible. And I want to send a shout out to him because Modern Day Debate regularly hosts Nazis on their channel, but I have never seen them host a debate where it's a lefty versus a Nazi with a lefty that isn't capable of like debating them. He doesn't really do like irresponsible platforming, I feel like he generally tries to make sure the debates that he tries to schedule up are fair, because I think he knows the capacity to which his debate opponents can go, and he tries to make sure that he doesn't like set up a completely incapable left-winger against a fucking neo-Nazi, because he knows that's irresponsible platforming. Not only that, but despite regularly having Nazis on his show, he platforms them responsibly, but also responsibly manages his audience. Like, when I went on Politically Provoked and I looked at their chat and I heard their super chats, full on Nazi shit constantly. Oh wow, thank you, Barry Weremalu Anu for the membership. Thank you. Yeah, by the way, if you guys didn't know, you can also subscribe on YouTube, kind of like on Twitch and on the website, and it gives you access to custom emotes in YouTube chat, and you get a custom little thing, just like on the website, but in YouTube chat. So yeah, consider becoming a member on YouTube. Thank you. Anyway, as I was saying, he does a really good job of making sure the audience of those Nazis don't just poison his community. Like, the people who came to that event, the people I've met from James's audience and stuff like that, the people that James is affiliated with, and James himself, all great people. And like, James's bias doesn't generally come out much during his moderation of debates, but talking to him, it's pretty obvious he's left-wing on most issues. Like, he's clearly not a racist. He's clearly not a transphobe. It's pretty obvious considering he sets up quite a few rules on his platform as well, such as no misgendering, no like outright attacking somebody for their identity. Sure, some of those rules you could say are just done for the platform, but still, it feels like James does this out of a genuine sense of concern for fostering a good community. And I really appreciate that, because it can be so tempting to allow your community to grow full of Nazis carte blanche. But as we see with Politically Provoked, unfortunately, if you allow that to happen, it ends up destroying your community. Because when you allow Nazis to just poison your community, no lefties want to join it anymore. You basically limited your potential audience to nothing but conservatives, because, you know, lefties don't want to go in there and get fucking attacked and insulted by every conservative in the chat, you know? If you're trans and you want to be in Politically Provoked's audience, God help you if most of their Politically Provoked fans know you're trans, because you're just going to be getting called the T-slur in chat all day. Or at least that's probably how it feels. You gotta manage your audience, and I feel like James has done a very good job doing it.
One last thing. James,
Starlings
it's so important.
reported in North America. They devoured the continent because they had no natural predators.
Jesus.
Starlings are ruthless monsters.
Okay.
That come from the Siberian winters
All
of
right.
Europe.
James, I think it's time for the next question. What do we got?
Sunflower has a question for you, Stephen. They
So
say,
glad I
is
got
there
that out.
any data that indicates vaccinations decreased or alternative therapy increased as a result of Rogan's podcast?
Good question.
Actually, I have no idea. I don't know if how you would be able to study, particularly if one media source influenced somebody to do something or not do something. It's probably pretty difficult.
response.
But I think that if you holistically look at the media environment you live in, there's probably data out there that shows that people that consume certain types of media are less likely to be vaccinated than other people that consume certain types of media. And
No,
my
that's
guess is
chicken or
Joe
the egg.
Rogan.
That doesn't
And my
work.
guess is that Joe Rogan, probably it would be the part of that media sphere that gets people to not take vaccines.
This one coming in from Sky Daddy Mythbuster says,
That applies to country music too, you realize.
I don't think that people that listen to country music, I don't think that country music songs are saying, today
Yes,
we're going to
but
talk
people
about.
who listen to country music are less likely to be vaccinated.
I'm not talking about a simple correlation between what people like and what people do. I'm saying that
Yes,
Joe
you are.
Rogan is.
I really do wish that, like, so you know how, like, the number one consumers of rap and hip hop music are suburban white kids? I really wish that the number one consumers of, like, country music, like white redneck country music, was like young black people that live in, like, the inner city. How funny would it be if that demographic was the number one? If, like, you just had, like, the demographic consumer, like, creator thing flip entirely? How funny would that be? I wish that was the world we lived in.
Is a causal factor because he is literally platforming
but
misinformation
you're just
regarding
saying it's
vaccines.
a causal factor, but you're using the evidence as this group likes this group likes that. That's country music.
Yeah, but I have a stronger
can't just
tie
say
because
causal
country
factor
music
and it
doesn't.
becomes a
Country
causal
music
factor.
isn't known for talking about vaccination.
I know. I understand.
Joe Rogan is. So there's probably a higher.
Hey, you know who pushed us a little bit in that direction? Lil Nas X, okay? Respect to Lil Nas X for making one of the best songs ever made, okay? I don't care what anybody says, okay? Old Town Road is good. It is. It's actually an amazing song. Like, I actually might have listened to that song, like, 50 times while playing through Red Dead Redemption 2.
Likelihood that somebody listening to Joe Rogan
Probably. Welcome to probably.tv.
Yeah, welcome to all social
where
sciences.
We also
where
do this.
You want me to make a stronger claim about the star?
Guys, you might want to be careful typing the lyrics out in chat because YouTube's copyright algorithm is so aggressive. I wouldn't be surprised if the text of song lyrics would get me copyrighted.
Are links that are? Oh, sorry, go on. I didn't want to jump in.
The Starling claim is actually pretty much more sound.
Pretty much more sound.
No, it's 100% more sound.
Okay, thank you, Jesus.
Sky Daddy
It's also 100% true that Joe Rogan listeners will be persuaded into getting the vaccine by Joe Rogan himself. I talked to 3 people yesterday.
This one coming in, I think
all 3 of them were my wife's boyfriends.
I haven't talked to 3 people. My
Sorry,
theory
James,
about your
go.
wife
Don't
and
let
the
him cut you.
Starlings is
This one's
millions
coming in
of
from
people.
Sky Daddy Mythbusters. I think this one's for you, Gavin. They say patients coded for COVID to avoid post-mortem lawsuits. Question: we are to believe that the medical staff doesn't know the COVID status of every single patient from time of admission to death?
I don't. That was a lot of question marks. It sounded like.
Yeah.
If there were cases where hospitals were falsely marking COVID-19 deaths, those stories would be plastered.
No
everywhere.
one's saying that.
Everybody is saying that. That's exactly what's being said. Gavin, you need to talk to more people. Okay.
Okay,
Stop looking
but I
at
said
Ryan.
No one. I'm talking about this debate.
Okay.
In this debate, I'm not saying that. I am saying
the debate
they're
wasn't
casting a
are
very
Gavin and
wide
Steven
net,
misinformed
including
by Joe
their
Rogan.
COVID
Wait, that's not the
diagnosis
conversation.
And their cancer and their diabetes and everything.
That's
and I resent
person
the size
asked
of
a
that.
question. The person asked me a question about Joe Rogan listening.
I'm sorry, I didn't know that was for you. I apologize.
Oh, okay, Jesus. Yeah, the answer was yes, James. Yeah, or no.
This one coming in from ASEAN Talk says 2019 to 2020 saw 500,000 more deaths in the U.S. Only 350,000 were reported as COVID-19 by the CDC. 2.85 million in 2019 and 3.3 million in 2020.
Thank you for that factoid. That was amazing.
Thanks.
Do you have another one of
Next
those?
person who works on the show somehow.
This one coming in from
Was that a
River
donation by
Fernandez.
Jamie? Is that guy feeling? Sorry, go ahead.
River and Fernandez T both say thanks for having Gavin on. And reminder, our guests, both Gavin and Destiny, are linked in the description. Bezos' anti-bullying agency says argument doesn't matter. Gavin wins by default, virtue of the fact. Okay, let's see. Aeon, thank you very much. ML.
Oh, by the way, for anyone who has a problem with him linking Gavin McInnes' stuff in the description of the video, I can understand that being like something that people take issue with, but you kind of have to do that if you're going to do a debate platform. Nobody's going to come onto your platform if you're not going to have any possibility of gaining anything from it, or at least the perception of that. Like, granted, Destiny's probably not going to allow anybody new to go from like watching Modern Day Debate to Gavin McInnes for the first time because Gavin McInnes is being humiliated here. But like, yeah.
Wait, you didn't...
I'm not reading the rest of that.
Oh, the open relationship question was okay, but that one was over the line. Now I'm even more interested in what that...
Xanderhal says, let's see.
Yeah, good point, Destiny.
Jesus.
Every time I say your name, I picture a hot black chick with blonde hair.
Well, thankfully, you're not looking at me on the monitor right now, so it's 20...
Hey, can we at least consider it progress that he considers the possibility of an attractive black woman? You know, there are a lot of racists out there that won't even go that far. You know, that might be progress. That might be a step in the right direction. It's actually not, and there's a long history of racism towards black women, describing them as being like more sexually aggressive. It's actually a part of racism to sort of like fetishize black women specifically, which is exactly what I think Gavin McInnes is doing here.
2022, I could be a hot chick with blonde hair. Surgery's come a long way.
Too much video games and fucking Adderall. That is the bane of your generation's existence.
This one.
I am
Coming
powered
away from the
by
video
video
games.
games and Adderall. It's
Stop
all that's keeping me
taking
going
Adderall.
at this point.
It's a drug. It's speed.
Aren't you? You're drinking a
We
drug
used
right
to
now,
call you
aren't
guys tweakers in the 80s.
This one coming in from Canadian Catholic says, how much criticism of lockdowns should be allowed, Destiny?
Are we talking like chastity belt lockdowns, or what kind of lockdowns are...
This
Now
one
he's
coming-
the sarcasm king.
I'm not even being sarcastic. I want you to clarify.
Oh,
because we
you
just
want
had
chastity
a 20-minute
lockdowns?
conversation
That's
about
sarcastic
my
too.
wife committing ethnic suicide or whatever. I don't know what the fuck the topic even is anymore. Is this about the chat?
Wow.
Are we talking about chastity belts for the
I'm
Ottawa
so mad that I
truck drivers?
predicted the next 5 years of your life.
You are literally Larry the Tomato Red right now on my screen, okay? There's no way that I'm the mad one here, all right? Slow down.
This from
James,
Mr. Monster.
can you
Oh, that's
repeat?
called being white. You
James.
clearly went to Sweden for a wife because you love white people. This is what we look like, and we're mad.
So many questions we have to just... Mr. Monster says, do you think
Okay.
that it would be more helpful to society if Joe Rogan actually
Wait, so he's admitting he's mad.
supported vaccines?
Just like saying you support... that's not what I care about. I just wish that when you brought...
Yeah, as Lonnie said in the chat, Jesse Hughes literally like lives in my town. Like
Welcome to capitalism.
he like his house is up on. There's this big like there's a really nice neighborhood that's up on the side of the mountains that overlooks the entire city of like Palm Springs, the whole Coachella Valley really, and they're just the nicest houses that you can find out here. And that's where I believe he lives. Oh, he lives in L.A. Wait, I thought you said his house. Who was it that lives up there? I thought you said Jesse Hughes lives up in those areas. Jesse Hughes grew up here though. Did he live up there? Who is it that you said that was like a big celebrity that lived up in those houses? I'm confused, chat. There's a lot of them? All right, never mind then, chat. I forgot.
brought on people to give like
Leftist misinformation.
an alternative tale on things. He was as critical of them as he is of people that present the mainstream opinion, rather than just like filleting every person that comes on and gives like some anti-mainstream take and being wholly uncritical of everything they're saying.
I'm glad Destiny brought that up. Can I interrupt and be serious for a second?
Oh my God.
I totally get that point. That's totally valid. But we are living in a society where all of
He actually unironically said we live in a society.
the mainstream media is one narrative. So Joe Rogan represents, I don't know, 1% of the media that is daring to say, wait a minute, how wonderful are these vaccines? So, yes, I would agree that he does ass lick these people more than, say, someone on another media source. But it's because we are being bombarded with this one narrative. So when someone dares to go against it, may they please kiss the person's ass? And you've seen, by the way, what happens with him. He's fucked now. He's ruined. I'd be surprised if his daughter can get a job because he dared go against the narrative. So yeah, when it's David and Goliath, David is allowed to put a string against a rock and whip it up and throw it up into an eye. That's dirty pool to hit someone in the eye, but it's not equal standing.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question as well. Bezos Anti-Bullying Agency says, question for Destiny, does the concept of quote unquote misinformation undermine democracy? Basically, quote, you can all vote how you want, but you can't think or talk about what you want, unquote. Thus, it undermines democracy.
You can think or talk however you want. Me being opposed or me saying that the Pool Shitters podcast is maybe putting out bad information, I don't think that undermines democracy. I think me giving my opinion on it all is all part of the democratic process. We're all here to scream at each other and shout at each other over what we think is right or over what we think is misinformation, and that's what we do, and that's part of the democratic process.
What did Joe Rogan say that was bullshit?
I think that the way that he brought on Robert Malone and let that guy ramble whole bunch of bullshit studies, a whole bunch of bullshit drugs, and the fact that he was wholly uncritical of almost every single thing he said, I think that was the harm for that podcast.
So what did Joe Rogan say that was bullshit?
It's not about like one line or thing that he said. It's about the whole of the episode. People don't just watch like 10 seconds of it. It's like what, like a 3-hour show?
But what if you have a flat earther on your on your show? Is that wrong?
I think that if you had a flat earther on your show and they were like, did you know that the earth is flat and it's a big theory that all of NASA and all the world is trying to fuck us? And Joe was like, damn, that's some serious shit. Yeah, maybe, yeah. And then you started to get other people in society believing it. Yeah, I would say that's bad too. There was a time where we had fucking NBA players.
That would be
we had NBA players that were saying shit
it.
like the earth was fucking flat. So at that point in time, I would say,
dude, B.O.B. being a flat earther really fucking messed with me. I was like, oh, really? Him? Why him? Why is he a flat earther? What is the connection? Who is Bob? It's B.O.B. It's not Bob, it's B.O.B. is how it's pronounced.
yeah, that would be pretty bad.
This one coming in from Do Appreciate
No
Your
one thought
Question.
the earth was flat ever, by the way.
You don't think so? Ever? Not ever?
Mark Santola said,
It was a few radical cave people, like even 500 years ago. It was never a thing. In fact, it's more popular now than it ever was before.
This one from Mark Santola. For you, Stephen, regarding Dr. Malone, they said,
I'm alpha. I don't let Destiny's yawn infect me.
Dr. Malone is a co-inventor of the mRNA vaccines, is pro-vax, and has been published over 100 times. Destiny, have you really listened to the full episode?
Malone is not the co-inventor of the mRNA vaccine, and his only contribution to mRNA research was a paper that he did as like a grad student. He owns a few patents.
No, that's false.
That is absolutely
He was one of the many contributors to the mRNA vaccine. He did not write one fucking paper.
He had
And by the
zero
way,
input
how many papers have you
whatsoever.
written? Why are we constantly dealing with these people who have never contributed anything outside of playing some fucking video games?
Okay.
A guy plays video games.
You're out of line.
Twitch,
You're way out of
and he's
line.
talking
You're
to
way
a
out of line.
doctor
You're way out of
about all
line.
the amazing
Gavin.
things He's contributed. Do something. Do something. Besides letting people fuck your wife, do something. The more we accomplish, the more you fucking inconsequential cunts trivialize our accomplishments.
All right,
The less you accomplish, the more
I didn't respond.
you trivialize other people's accomplishments.
Hold on, excuse
do
me.
something. You're literally on your ass for a living. Get up.
We do have to go ahead, Stephen.
Oh my god.
Fucking, are you in sweatpants right
Punched
now?
his mic.
Absolutely not, sir.
This one coming in from...
I didn't even get to finish answering, okay? I wrote a lot of papers. When I was in high school for English class, I wrote so many papers, okay? So the fact that I haven't done anything, I resent that comment, okay? I was in a lot of AP classes.
You got a C for
I
cuck.
did not get a C for cuck.
C for
okay?
cuck.
I got a B for bitchin', all right? So I do not think that... Hold on. Robert
Dude, I really wish Destiny was a friendlier guy, because I really feel like if he was just friendlier and had this sense of humor, like with friends, like more often, and was just a friendlier guy, I feel like he'd just be a great dude to like just hang out with, play some games with or something. Why has he got to be so aggro 24/7 about everything? I really do think that if Destiny started smoking weed, I guarantee 100%. A lot of my problems with him would be solved. I'm going to get him on these concentrate vape pens, okay? And we're going to have his high Destiny 24/7. He's just going to have like a bowl of empty empty cartridges like I have next to his desk. We're going to get Destiny nice and stoned, okay? I was going to try that in Texas. I was going to get that Delta 8 vape and be like, "Hey Destiny, you want to try a hit?" And see if I could like peer pressure him into it, but I never ended up getting a Delta 8 vape in Texas. That was my plan though. I was gonna try to see if Destiny was down to get a little bit of legal smoky. So yeah, that would have been a fun time.
Malone is not the co-inventor of any of the fucking vaccines. That's just not true. That's bullshit.
It is.
Okay, it's not.
What is an inventor? You contribute to the culture.
I don't know.
of the
Maybe
thing.
somebody that worked on one of the companies that created the vaccine. Maybe somebody.
Tell him Vosh hates weed. Vosh does hate weed, which is weird because I feel like he was always like pro-weed, anti-alcohol before, but now he's an alcohol guy, which is really weird. Vosh is cringe and unbased when it comes to his drug takes. Alcohol is cringe. Weed is based. Okay, weed literally comes from the earth. Alcohol, you have to fucking like do chemistry to make. Okay, fuck that shit. Weed is all natural. Okay, alcohol is based. Alcohol can suck my dick. Okay.
That worked in the public sector that contributed a significant amount of research towards mRNA vaccines. Not a guy that wrote one paper one time on a process for creating mRNA vaccines that ended up not even working out. None of the research that he initially did ended up panning out as being a proper way to even build an mRNA vaccine. The fact that this
That's
guy,
bullshit.
Gavin,
That's
when did he
bullshit.
Gavin, when did he work on mRNA vaccines?
No, they don't, Lonnie. They just crush the shit and then fucking get the juices and just sort of like get it onto a paper.
About 15 years before this vaccine today.
It was in the fucking, I think his paper was in 1991 or something. It was like 30 fucking years ago that this guy was writing anything about this. He's not even considered the main contributor to mRNA vaccine research. You can go and Google that if you want names for it.
I've not done LSD yet. I might. I've started to get a little bit more convinced on LSD by people. The problem is I don't know how I feel about doing any drug that has a long-lasting effect. I feel like DMT might be where I want to draw the line because it's like, one, I've never had a bad trip on DMT. It always feels like you're being welcomed. Like, taking DMT feels like you're being welcomed into, like, this special room that you forget exists unless you're on DMT. And then the second you take it, you're like, oh, I'm back in my special room. And it's like a teddy bear is coming to hug you, it feels like. And you're just, you feel so welcome and happy. And it's like, I'm only going to be here for a while, but I'm really going to enjoy my time while I'm here. Not that I've done DMT. This is just a friend of mine that's done it and told me what it's like. But, yeah, it really is just an amazing feeling, and it's very welcoming. But the thing is, like, with DMT, if you do have a bad trip, it's not going to be very long. Like, DMT lasts like 10, 15 minutes, okay? Depends on how much you take, but even if you take a lot, you're not having a longer than 15, 20-minute trip. So even if it's bad, you can survive anything for 20 minutes, okay? You can survive anything for 20 minutes. Acid, on the other hand, well, it's not as strong, and it's not as intense, but it lasts all day. And I've got a weak stomach when it comes to drugs, so I'm worried that I take a tab of acid, and I'm just going to spend the rest of the next 12 hours vomiting up everything I eat, because I just can't, hold my stomach, That's what I worry my acid experience might be like. Or who knows, maybe acid has absolutely no negative effect on me. Maybe a lack of smoking anything means that I just end up having a great time, and it just feels amazing. Who knows? Maybe I end up being a big into LSD. I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe I'd like LSD more than DMT. Or not that I've done DMT. Try doing mescaline, Xanderhal. It's only 4 to 6 hours. That is too long for something strong. Mescaline, okay. The only way I'm doing any of these drugs is if Bill SB 519 passes, okay? That's the bill that Senator Scott Werner of California is trying to push to decriminalize a shit ton of hallucinogenic drugs. It's still going through the process, and it's been slow going, but it's passed through every committee it's gone through so far, with quite the quite the majority of votes, which is a good sign so far. So we're gonna see what happens with this bill, because let's just say I wouldn't be averse to potentially doing a DMT video if it wasn't illegal. If they just decriminalized DMT, it wouldn't be out of the question to do that. That could be cool. Just eat before and take the 100 mics. Go outside with people you trust, and you'll have a great time. The thing that I heard was really interesting on acid is grass. I heard that just getting really close to grass and looking at it is really cool when you take acid, and shrooms as well. Bark as well on trees I heard looks really interesting. Just any wood pattern I heard looks really cool, especially on psilocybin.
What is mRNA, Destiny?
What do you mean? Do you want the abbreviation? Messenger ribonucleic acid?
No,
Do you want the
what is
function
it,
that it
though?
goes through ribosomes in your body and it's used to create proteins?
What's the concept? What does it do? Like,
What is it?
What is the technology? What cars are mobilized vehicles that are powered by gas?
The technology is you have a bunch of nanolipid particles, NLPs, that encompass a single strand of mRNA that goes into your cell, enters your ribosome, and then proteins are printed out that emulate the protein signature of the virus SARS-CoV-2. That's the function of the mRNA vaccine.
Correct. Now, to talk about the inventor of that is to talk about the inventor of punk, or the inventor of hardcore, or the inventor of rock. You obviously have hundreds of people who are contributing to that technology. It's not the invention of the fucking light bulb or the mousetrap. Actually, the invention of the light bulb also has almost infinite people contributing. So yes, he was a major contributor. He was not a lunatic off the street, is the big picture here. He was someone who was involved in the culture of mRNA, and Joe dared speak to him. God forbid you should speak to people who are involved.
We're getting pretty close to the end. I sped it up a little bit, but yeah, listen, guys, we're 3.5 hours into the stream. Maybe we don't get to the JXC Denims debate. It depends on how long it is. We'll see. This is good content, though, and I'm having a good time hanging out with you. We got like 340 people watching. I love you guys. Thank you for hanging out. By the way, if you're watching right now and you want to support me, help keep me from streaming to you all from inside of a cardboard box from my phone every day, consider donating. Consider either on my website, xanderhal.com/live. You can subscribe, which gives you all sorts of cool perks. Gift subscriptions, which gives, I believe, both you and other people a bunch of cool maybe not you. I think it just gives other people cool perks. So if you've already subscribed, you can give other people subscriptions as well, so they get a free one. And you can also just donate through my website as well. If you also want to support me on other platforms, you can super chat, become a member through YouTube. You can also donate to me through Streamlabs. You can also buy my merch and pledge me through Patreon. I do have plans for uploading some cool exclusive content to Patreon pretty soon. Sadly, it won't be NSFW. I'm sorry, chat. So close and yet so far from seeing the Xander cock. But maybe one day.
Involved in the largest pandemic in history. God forbid.
Malone, if you want to say Malone, with a series of hundreds of other scientists, wrote papers all along the past 3 decades talking about mRNA research, I would have no problem with that. That's not what he sells himself as. He says he is the inventor or co-inventor of mRNA technology. That's not true. In 1987, he performed an experiment with like
Value for value, donate, people. Xan does good work. Thank you. Yeah, guys, for real, all right? The right seriously supports their demagogues, okay? When I watch conservative streams, even the conservative streamers who have like 150 viewers or something, like half my viewership, a quarter my viewership, it feels like almost like every other or every third or every fifth like message in the chat is like a $2 or a $3 or a $5 super chat. You know, it like these conservative figures are like just fucking drenched in money even when they're tiny, which is why they're able to like, you know, proliferate so strongly. It's because there's such a low threshold for a conservative YouTuber to make YouTube their job and be stable financially. Pufflecakes, thank you for the 3 tier 1 gifted subs. That's a very kind $15. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hugs through the internet as always.
RNA strands and like frogs or something. And he published a paper as a grad student. That was his contribution.
No, that's not his only contribution. He has had what 8 patents
on technology. Where are his drugs? Where are his drugs? Whoa. Okay, cool that you have patents. Where are your drugs? I don't give a fuck. You can patent any chemical that you want. You can go to any lab and synthesize any chemical and patent it, right?
So your patents don't matter unless you have drugs for it? That's absolute horseshit.
In the medical world, you can patent all sorts of RC research chemicals if you want. You can patent all sorts of things. Yeah, that's what a patent is.
Yeah, you can patent economy in and of themselves that exists below the pharmaceutical industry. You have patents, you sell patents to other companies. They then make pharmaceuticals from your patents.
Okay, what pharmaceuticals have been made? What pharmaceuticals have been made off of what pharmaceuticals here? What pharmaceuticals?
Samples to music that got made into other music.
Okay, where was Dr. Robert Malone's music sampled? What album is he featured on? Is he featured on the Moderna album? Is he featured on the double-sided Pfizer album? No, he's not.
He is featured on the Pfizer
none
album.
of these
he's
people.
Featured in all these albums.
No, he's absolutely not. None of those patents are relevant. None of those patents.
Listen to you.
None of those.
Listen to you.
Are you serious?
And talk about scientists who have not achieved.
2 psychos debating each other. Kind of.
Achieved enough.
It's not about him having achieved enough.
The more they trivialize others' accomplishments. We sound like 2 sports guys talking about Noah Syndergaard's pitch and how it's fallen below 100 miles an hour way too many times.
So he's not the co-creator. He's not the co-creator. He's not the
baby.
He's not the
dominate your Viking wife.
How many children do you have?
Make a baby.
How many children do you have?
3.
Oh well, congratulations.
Next one. Not a Trump. Thanks for your questions.
How many years have you been married?
Well, I met my wife in 2021, but we've only been married for a mere 17 years.
Okay. 17 years.
Yeah, a totally monogamous relationship involving 0 threesomes. Though in my heyday,
This guy looks like Yosemite Sam completely let go. All right. One thing I will say is kind of weird about the societal conceptions of open relationships. Personally, open relationships aren't my cup of tea. As cool as the idea sounds of being able to be in a relationship and being able to have sex with other women if you like, and having that option does sound nice. I'm not really a big fan of sharing my partner, unless it's in an FFM threesome. Okay? If it's me, Lonnie, and another girl, all right, that's another story, okay? Because then I'm also fucking the other girl. But as far as like sharing my girlfriend with other guys goes, I'm not on board with that. But as far as the conception society has of open relationships, it's interesting that the guy in the relationship, if it's like a straight relationship, it's interesting that the guy in the relationship always gets shit. Like, because the girl is out there having sex with other guys, presumably, but the girl never gets anything, or at the very least, the guy never gets any props for going out and having sex with other women, right? Like, it almost always feels like people forget that in an open relationship, the guy is presumably out there having sex with women too, right? I guess it wouldn't make things too different in their minds, but it's interesting they never really acknowledge it. Maybe it does kind of make their point look bad. I don't know. Zan can have a threesome with all men. I'm not going to do that, Josh Kiss. I am, unfortunately, as the gays affectionately call me, a straggot, I think is what they call me. Yeah, it's an interesting label to call myself, I guess. But yeah. Listen, okay, I'm straight. I can say it.
did have some threesomes because I understand the difference between fun partying and being an adult.
Gotcha.
Not a Chump says, Destiny, is it possible that there are sketchy things going on around the COVID vaccine? Is there no corruption in government or prescription drug companies?
That's an annoying question.
If there was, man, it sure would be great to see some, rather than Robert Malone going on to some podcast and spewing a whole bunch of bullshit that is meaningless and not substantiated anywhere in the literature. But, you know.
This one coming in from Blake.
Oh, that
says,
one really
Destiny,
pissed him off. Sorry, go ahead.
Just this idea of like siding with the government over a
It's not siding with the government.
guess.
It's all the researchers that are working on this. It's not just the government. Don't be such a baby
don't
about
talk
it.
to that person.
Don't be such a
Don't
baby.
talk to that
Biden
person.
said it, so I don't agree with
We're
it.
in this culture of like these tattletale journalists.
Tattletale.
that are
We're
like,
not talking
"That
about
guy was
journalists.
over
We're talking
there.
about
That guy
academic
didn't get a
research
permit.
institutions.
You didn't get a permit.
This is part of being an adult, Gavin. Okay, it's figuring out who you can
No,
trust
it's
and who
not.
you can't
It's
trust.
part of being
Okay,
a
when you're 4 years
You're a
old and your mom and
tattletale.
dad have a conversation about don't accept candy from the guy in the van, right? We learn this at a very young age. There are people that you can trust, people you can't trust. Okay, you can figure this out. I believe in you.
Yeah, and I'm adult enough to figure it out. Are you a child? Are you the kind of person that gets into a van because there's candy? Because you're getting in a van right now, and the candy is the tyrannical narrative of COVID in 2022.
It's like the teenager that does the exact opposite of what his parent tells him to do because he wants to be rebellious without thinking through
Dude, that's
any of his
you.
fucking.
Your wife
That's me.
fucks men.
Following.
That is the core basis of conservative thought, I think. Literally just trying to be rebellious against society. Really, it does feel that way. It does. It's a rebellion against the progression of society. The natural direction society moves in, okay? As long as there are a group of people being oppressed, that oppressed group will not only fight for their liberation, but they will also have by far the largest and most meaningful cultural contributions to our society. Think about it for a moment. All of the most meaningful contributions to our culture and our society have come from marginalized groups, particularly black people in this country. Same goes for all around the world. The biggest cultural influences always come from the marginalized groups, which, in a way, helps them in fighting for some form of liberation, or freedom, or rights.
Are in a fucking
This one,
outside the
we must move
box
forward.
universe where nothing's real, man. You sound like fucking David Crosby on acid in 1971.
How
Grow
similar
up.
does David Crosby on acid sound to Ben Shapiro on Adderall? Is there a huge overlap here in terms of?
Well, phonetically, you're Ben Shapiro on Adderall,
Okay, yeah.
but culturally, you're a stupid hippie fucking up your own life.
Gotcha. Okay.
This one coming in from Eschaton says, Vax doesn't stop the virus from spreading and doesn't prevent infection. No one knows the long-term side effects.
Holy
Vax
shit.
industry's immune from civil liability, Stephen.
That's fascinating. I thought the vaccine was 100% effective, like every safety measure we take in society. Now that I found out that it's not, I'm not sure if I'll support the vaccine anymore. I don't believe in taking protective steps for anything unless it's 100%. I don't even wear my seatbelt because I don't want to get stuck in my car and die in a fire. So,
This one from red-blooded Republican.
He's right. That's a
ex-Trump-
retarded question.
I'm looking for questions too. I'm surprised there aren't any questions for Gavin. I'm sorry.
What the fuck?
I am 51 years old. It's possible that people who watch these things aren't interested in a geriatric's opinion.
This one coming in from Red.
I will admit, it is a comforting thought that most of the people that I hate in this world are so much older than me. Because they'll all be dead when I'm their age. They'll all be long dead when I'm their age. It's a comforting thought.
Red-blooded Republican ex-Trump supporter says, question for Destiny. I've heard you say you want Brandon to have stricter jab mandates. Can you say the contents of what is in the jab?
Like, do you want like the whole fucking chemical formula of what's in a vaccine? I can't tell you what's in the chemical formula of my fucking Coke. I'm not gonna be able to tell you that.
This is falling apart at the seams.
Just now it is. It was going great up until that question, though. Go ahead.
Want to remind you, our guests are linked.
I want that person with the question to know that they wrecked this whole debate.
More than Ryan did with the fucking soundboard.
Wait a minute. The person who said, hey, Destiny, do you think that the vaccine cures everyone perfectly and they're never going to have any kind of COVID? You, sir, look at yourself in the mirror. You ruined this entire night.
Hey, chat, do you guys think I should have saved some of my... Actually, I don't even need to do that. Do you think I could do like a scam, like on the conservatives, where I like sell my unvaccinated sperm? You know, like I should go to the gym, get absolutely ripped, dye my hair blonde, you know, put in some blue contacts, and just make myself look like an absolute stud, claim that I'm unvaccinated, and then just sell my semen on Craigslist? I bet conservatives would buy it. They've been saying that unvaccinated semen will be a commodity in the future. They've been saying it for a while now. I bet they'd buy it. Those conservative women that want to make sure they have an unvaccinated semen baby would totally fucking buy that shit up. In Cali, lol, no? Heh, sell it somewhere else. Sell it in Canada. They got that trucker parade. Sell it in little cups at the trucker parade, you know? It's like how, you know, they sell like little goldfish at the carnival. At the trucker parade, you just sell little cups of your semen, you know? You just keep them in a little ice basket, you know? Keep them cool.
You know what? I bet that guy, I bet he was a big Joe Rogan fan. I bet he got that talking point right from fucking Joe Rogan.
I don't care if he's...
I've been taking lock and load too, so there's not going to be a shortage in yield. Trust me.
He ruined the fucking debate. Hey, Dad, if you're watching this and that was you, fuck you. You're dead to me.
This one coming in from Mr. Monster says, what right does Gavin have to say?
Listen, all I'm saying is, since I started taking lock and load, if you gave me a towel and told me to jack off into it all day, by the end of the day, I would be handing you a rigid piece of plywood.
What Destiny does in his life and assume what he does with his wife. Oh no, let's not go there after all. Let's wrap up. We want to say thank you very much.
Okay, hold on. I gotta ask, what did you not read earlier that you're reading all of these? I have to know. I have to know.
Can I just throw out my motive? My motive is Destiny's happiness. My motive is everyone's happiness.
Thank you.
I come from Canada where everyone is thinking outside the box and they're like, what about this? What about instead of eating out your wife, you take a shit in her cunt?
Oh, right.
What about you blow
That's a thing. Cunt shitters are real.
your dad?
Let's move into the next
friendship.
one. We do want to say thank you very much, folks, for all of your questions. Thank you for Stephen and Gavin for being with us tonight. And with that, we hope to see you in future debates. Have a good night, everybody.
That's it? Okay.
Unless there are any topics you hadn't... Well, we do have one. This is one for Gavin. John Smont says, Gavin...
Wait, hold on. I got an important
bizarre
question.
ending.
Hold on. Gavin, because Gavin is talking about being concerned for everybody's happiness. If I'm letting 4 or 5 guys fuck my wife, aren't we technically making more men happy? If I'm miserable and those other 4 or 5 guys are happy, aren't I actually contributing more to the world?
When you shit your pants, it feels good. Isn't that better for the world? You're shitting your pants.
Well, no, but this is more like I'm letting 5 other...
To be fair, there is sort of like, for that 1/2 second, right when you shit your pants, you're like, oh, fuck, you know? You know what I'm saying, chat? You know what I'm saying? Because you all shit your pants, am I right, chat? You're all a bunch of pants shitters. I know you're all a bunch of pants shitters in the chat. All my fans love poop. You guys can't deny it. You guys can't deny that you're all a bunch of fucking weirdos. Literally half your vocabulary is dicks and poop. Are you going to try to deny that? Because there is a whole list of VODs to disprove you if you try to deny that. Okay? I got about 100 VODs of backup, okay?
Other guy shit in my pants, so they get the good feeling, and I just have to carry
that
around.
does feel better.
So do you think that is it worth it for all of their happiness?
Doesn't it
to
feel
increase?
good when you have to go pee really bad and you stop running towards the bathroom and you just piss your pants? So the fact that it feels good temporarily is not good in the long
but
term.
overall, it's going to fuck everybody up.
The only thing that's going to work for you, and I'm the least traditional guy in the world. Dude, I have a back tattoo of Chiang Shek and Fidel Castro being eaten by an octopus with a skull face.
Jesus.
So
Christ.
I invented outside the box, okay?
Okay.
The idea of we don't need marriage, blah, 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 it's a super fun thing in your early 20s. But you went and got a starling from Europe, and she's going to devour you and everyone around you unless you can keep that cute little starling in control, because it is a fucking phoenix on fire. That thing is it's a fucking flailing, fiery bird that has a wingspan as big as a city block. You need to control her or you're all going to die.
Look at that beautiful, beautiful bird.
Ask Ari the Rugged Man. He was consumed by a phoenix, just like you.
Gotcha. Okay, I'm so sorry, James, for cutting off. What was your final question you had there? It was one for
No
Gavin.
problem. There was one from Marty in particular. Marty Mad Scientist said, Gavin, the legal procedure for coding death regarding COVID
Wasn't
or not
that
is
the
well
guy that
documented,
almost
and
punched
said,
Tim Pool?
Why are you misrepresenting it?
I'm
So
not
they're-
that guy,
they're
bro.
misrepresenting it.
Oh, huge call out there, Gavin. Good luck.
So the death certificate will say stage 4 cancer. On the same certificate, it is COVID is included.
That's not even a death certificate. I just saw it. You're lying. You're misrepresenting the facts. What you just held
No,
up
I'm
there?
not
I'm looking it up. That's not
misrepresenting
a death. Show the camera. Is that a death certificate? Because you held it up like one.
This is all a list of all the girls I fucked in
That's
high
right.
school.
Okay. Oh, one at a time.
I don't know
right?
why that's here.
Oh, you did threesomes.
No,
only
yes,
before
there
you were
is
married.
the
My bad.
main
Okay.
source. They say that they died, but on that form, please believe me, it's a fact that COVID is included. You know this. Look it up. Motorcycle accident, dies. COVID is included. It's always included in these forms. And the big thing I was trying to say earlier is it's not malicious.
Okay,
it's not
wait.
like they're
What if the
looking for a
guy?
payout.
What if the guy was driving his bike and he had a bad cough and that made him lose control and he died? Isn't that a COVID death? Don't you think that's legitimate?
That's why they include it, because they don't want to get sued in case he coughed and fell.
Because Harley
But
Davidson
my
would be
point
like,
is,
yeah, you're fucking up.
but that
Yeah.
fucks with the statistics.
True. Okay.
Thank you, by the way. For
But if he
supporting
didn't
my
have
point.
COVID-19 and he didn't cough, he would still be alive, right? So isn't
We
that fair
ended
to call
right
it?
when Destiny supported my point, please. Let's pretend there's some sort of feedback. We can't. Hello.
James.
I can't.
This one
What's
coming in from
James, there's
your
feedback.
question. Ryan,
It's just
Ryan
all I
Rockwell,
see is snow.
Ryan Rockwell said, for Gavin, they said, could it be that the quote-unquote mainstream narrative is so quote-unquote one-sided because people are independently converging on the objectively true, stance?
Ooh.
Yeah, that's happened. That happened with Obama's election. That happened with Russiagate. That happened with Trump and the grab the pussy. That happened with so many fucking lies. Go back to Obama with Fast and Furious. Why do you think 64% of Americans have zero trust in media? Because we've been getting lied to persistently and increasingly since 2008. So now it's at a level of absolute hyperbole. Like, people watch the news to laugh at this point, not because it's true, you fucking pussy. Oh my God. Imagine watching the news today and going, holy shit, that's intense. I did not know that. It's all fucking lies. And I would argue that more than Joe Rogan, this bullshit media constantly fucking up, tripping over themselves with lie after lie after lie, from Russiagate, from everything Project Veritas exposes. Constant lying, constant, what do they call them? Nothing burgers, again and again and again. That may have killed more Americans than anything else, because they go, well, that's not true. And you told me to get the vaccine, so I'm not going to get it. Maybe we have a bunch of old and fat people who should have had the vaccine, who didn't get the vaccine because they don't trust the media, because fat asses like that turgid tattletale, Brian Stetler and Don Lemon and Chris weight-pumping Cuomo lied so often and so persistently that the boy cried wolf. And they didn't trust the media anymore.
Thank you very much.
I'll tell you what, I'm mad as hell, and I'm not going to take it anymore.
Copenator says, Destiny, if Joe...
I'm an American. I got hot blood. Pump it through me fast. They're putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. You hear that?
I think I actually do a pretty good Alex Jones impression, if you ask me. What do you guys think?
I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like it's corn on the cob. All right. I will gut you, I will skin you, and I will eat you, because you are a globalist. All right.
Oh my god. Oh. Whew. I need a fucking tissue. I got a napkin in my fucking bag for yeah, I do. I got a napkin in my Taco Bell bag from breakfast. Leftist Alex Jones, true. I've considered that. I've considered, because my name is Alex, I considered becoming like sort of a left-wing Alex Jones type figure where it would just be me screaming. But before this, I was sort of known for doing like Fortnite rage streams and then like Minecraft content that was more chill. Like I was known for having like the chill streams and the rage streams. The rage streams were like Fortnite and stuff like that. And then the chill streams were like Minecraft. And I would yell during the rage streams, but I'd have to do the chill streams to chill out because I couldn't do the yelling streams, even though the yelling streams were more popular. And so the chill streams were like breaks, but like, I don't know if I could do a like full-time streaming where I just yell every day on stream nonstop and do the Alex Jones kind of impression. I don't know if that'd be possible for me. Here's the fan art you made. Ooh. Oh, that's so nice. I'm liking, I'm retweeting, and then I'm showing to the chat. Look at that. I like it. You know what it reminds me of? Oh, I'm trying to remember. There was a webcomic that I really liked that was on DeviantArt when I was a kid. Probably like 13 or 14. I was homeschooled and I spent a lot of the time when I should have been doing my schoolwork actually like on my other monitor with like a minimized, like little, not minimized, but like shrunk little like window, watching a YouTube video or scrolling through DeviantArt or whatever. And I would very often watch those, or not watch, but read these like comics on DeviantArt, and this like resembles the art style of what I was thinking. It was like some Minecraft like fan comic that I really liked. I really like it. It's good art. Thank you. Thank you, Meme Joy. I retweeted and liked it. Fucking based. I originally didn't like the blonde hair, and now it just fits. Yeah, I'm going to see if I can either get the haircut and then re-blonde my hair, like get it and try to go even lighter this time. Or maybe I'll let the hair grow out a while and just go back to brown. I'm not sure yet. I'll do a poll on Twitter maybe on whether or not I go back to brown or keep the blonde. And that will guide my actions. The blonde has really grown on me, not gonna lie. Yeah, I gotta lighten my eyebrows though with it too. We just talked about this. Look at the Minecraft clip. What is this?
Now put it back to this state. Stop! Okay.
What mod are you using?
It was such a perfect swastika too. It was literally a perfect swastika. Oh my god. Hey, listen, all I'm saying is it may have been a mod, but the game was still made by Notch. Can never change that.
Rogan's misinformation shouldn't be aired. How should we handle CNN, MSNBC, and Fox News? Everyone has confirmation bias.
If people lie about shit or they misrepresent shit, people should call them out on it, bully them for it. I'm not here saying I might be saying like I don't think Joe Rogan. Yes, a debate. Thank God, because what we're doing here on this show is unique. Okay, people don't have good conversations like this anymore. All right,
Destiny, turn off your autofocus.
I literally can't tell if you're being sarcastic, but that's true.
Exactly. So I'm not being sarcastic. Okay, I don't think that.
You shouldn't have brought up that you can't be sarcastic because now I'm filtering everything through that quote.
I'm not saying that Joe Rogan should be deplatformed. That's not what I don't give a fuck about shit like that. I just wish that he would be more critical of some of the people that he brings on, and just spread that around a little bit. Spread the critical thinking around.
Why don't you shave your beard, put on a suit, and take your wife on a date?
Hold on. You said that you couldn't see me. Why do you think I have a beard?
I've researched you painstakingly for 58 hours. I've stayed up on crack and meth, researching this because I was so petrified you'd humiliate me.
Jesus,
and I can't believe you were such easy prey after all of this preparation.
I haven't brought up butt plugs or urine a single time, but you seem to be going real deep into attacking my life.
What's the butt plugs? Is that your smoking gun?
No, not at all. James, what's the next question?
I think that's
well, I guess I could smoke depending on how fast you did it. But what would you say, James?
All we have for tonight for our questions.
A butt plug up an ass smoking would be maybe 8 million miles an hour.
Have you done the math on that? Is that something that did you Google that, or is that another bar stat that you just happen to know?
I'm guessing.
Okay.
I'm guessing.
Educated guess. I actually looked it up, and it's actually only 3 million miles per hour. So you were off by like 50%.
I'm still pretty happy with 8 million. 3 million, 8 million as far as butt plug speed.
Okay.
To dry out the anal lips.
We will close with that. Want to say
Yours are probably not dried up at all.
We're tuning
because
in
you were just
tonight.
treated to a giant black man's cock.
We will go into
moisten them
the
up with some
wrapping up with
mountains of KY.
So I want to say thanks everybody for hanging out with us tonight. Description box has our guest links. So I want to say thanks so much to our guests. It's been a true pleasure to have you.
Wait, who's the guest? Me or did you say guests? Both of us.
Yes, both of you.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm so glad to have been here. This was good.
Fuck you all. I hope you die.
Why are you drinking Budweiser?
We'll
Oh my
back
god.
in just a moment, folks, with a post-credit scene.
What a
cocks drink? Fucking IPA?
I don't drink beer because beer is gross. Okay, I drink hot chocolate.
Oh, you just do speed until you're so fucking brainwashed by your own bullshit.
Exactly.
that
If I
you
drink alcohol, I'm
reinvent
worried
the
that it's
world.
gonna fuck with any of the other 7 drugs that I have to take to stream for 36-hour stretches, and I just can't really.
Destiny actually just has a weird genetic sort of mutation in him that makes it so any sugar he consumes, he like processes it at 100% efficiency, so it has like an extraordinary effect. So he's just constantly drinking all that hot chalky, and he's just constantly hyper all the fucking time, and it means he's running at 200% constantly because of all the hot chalky.
risk that, with my health and fighting all those guys off my wife every time I.
You can't take a joke I did earlier and make it a real thing and then make fun of me for it. That's just not how jokes
I can do
work.
whatever the fuck I want to do.
No, you can't.
I
That's
absolutely
sarcasm,
can.
and you don't do sarcasm. Comedy has parameters.
Oh, does it?
So there's a world that you create.
Well, earlier,
And
didn't you
within
accuse
that
me of
world-
being Sam Hyde? Doesn't he break parameters all the time? Isn't that what he does?
Yeah, you're not. That's very advanced. Sam Hyde.
You're the
is
one that made the
fucking
comparison to me earlier
Mike
about him,
Tyson
so-
of
yeah, and I'm
comedy.
aspiring.
So you have to.
I'm aspiring
Mike
to get to that
Tyson
level.
Oh my god, Sam Hyde is the Mike Tyson of comedy. Imagine being such a fucking cuck. I don't use that insult often, but it's applicable here.
I'm trying to. Okay. All right.
Better jump
No,
back
don't.
on.
If it's not your thing, don't do it.
Well, I don't know if
join
it's my
the
thing. and I'm
NBA.
trying
Don't
to.
join the
I'm trying to-
NFL.
I'm
It's not
working
your
my
thing.
way there.
I don't-
Not
I'm
the NBA or the
saying it should
NFL,
be.
but I think Sam Hyde's sense of humor is a little bit more in reach than either of those two things. But I'm a shorter guy, so. Okay.
you guys.
Are you good? I love you, James.
Short.
They love you guys.
Okay.
Take care. Hope you have a good night.
Yep. See you guys later.
Thank you very
That was fucking funny. Okay, I was wrong. He didn't piss 3 times, but I was right. He pissed twice, okay? We got 2 cup pisses beneath the desk, which I can appreciate. I will let you guys know, I've never pissed or shat on stream. I've only had a nosebleed, and I've only vomited on stream a few times. So we're working on it. As for sex on stream, I'm not quite there. Destiny does have the mark of achievement of that one time when it's actually when he met Melina, or I don't know if met, but like was first like having Melina on stream and stuff, when he like cucked her boyfriend at the time, and it's like he gave the phone, which was live streaming, to her boyfriend, and then they went into the other room and had sex, and you could literally hear Destiny and Melina fucking in the other room while the guy is like just alone in the main living room of the hotel room they're in, like talking to the stream, and people in the chat are saying, "Oh my god, they're fucking in the other room," and you can just kind of, if you really turn up the volume, you can just kind of hear like the occasional. Ancient memes, not ancient, no. Okay, the StarCraft 2 rape analogy is ancient Destiny memes. Okay, that is a more recent. That's a 2019, 2018 Destiny meme. Okay, all right. Listen up. If you enjoyed this video or this stream, please leave a like. It helps the channel out a lot. You guys have absolutely no idea. Inkstar, welcome to the stream. Good to see you, buddy. Are you impressed by my 315 viewers? All right, listen up. I love all of you very much. If you enjoyed this video, please consider leaving a like. It helps the channel out a lot more than you even realize. Also, please consider subscribing, ring the bell icon, and turning on all notifications so YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video or anything like that. You can also follow my social media linked down below, including my Instagram, fan Discord, Twitter, and my TikTok. I generally spend a lot of time in my fan Discord and chill out there a lot. Speaking of which, Inkstar, if you want to join my fan Discord, I'm actually about to do a watch party of Peacemaker in a little bit, so if you want to join in, it's going to be really fun. It's a really funny show. We're already a few episodes into it, but it should still be fine if you want to join in. It's a very funny show. You'll enjoy it. On top of that, if you want to support me financially to keep your boy from streaming to all of you from the inside of a cardboard box with my phone every day, then consider donating by subscribing, gifting a sub, or just outright donating on my site, supporting me through either Streamlabs, Patreon, or even by buying my merch. Merch links are all in the description. Of course, no matter how you support my content, thank you all so much for watching, and have a good one. There we go. End of the recording. All right, everybody. I can unforch, but I can't unforch, but I hope y'all enjoy that. It's all good, Inkster. Thanks for stopping by, though. Denims debate time. Lonnie, I have been live for 4 hours. What if I did it tomorrow, though, Lonnie? How about this? How about this? Let me update the dono goal. We're actually at 156. We're just a little bit over, halfway to the Sonic Onesie stream. Let me check something. Also, Lonnie, if you happen to have... well, actually, I'm just a little hungry, but I think I can handle till the end of the stream. I'll be good.
Welcome to
It's only...
Cosmothulu asterisk has donated asterisk $10.
Thank you, Cosmothulu. Here's what I'll do. The debate between JXC and Denims is only 49 minutes long, though I imagine it'll take me well over an hour to do it. And there is a little extra stuff I have to cover as well on top of it. So how about this? If you guys can get us to $200 on the dono goal in the next 10 minutes before I end stream, I'll do the Denims and JXC debate review today instead of tomorrow. That is my deal with you. Cosmothulu, thanks for the $10. Says Denims debate, Denims debate, Denims debate. Yep, gotta donate for it though. The art of the deal. Shameless, I know. It's the art of the deal, chat. I want to watch Pissmaker. I love that. I'm also a pissmaker. You're a pissmaker, shit taker. Dude, I should actually make a song parody about pissing and shitting. The banelings are a lot like rape. Wait, is that a link to the video?
Lie back, close your eyes, and try to do a sit-up. You'll see. It's stupid hard.
Okay, alright, so banelings are a lot like rape, okay? Your lings are like the hand that reaches around and holds the waist, and the banelings are you inserting yourself into his body, okay? That's how it has to go. Yeah. So when he tries to get away, when he tries to wiggle away, your lings are there from the back to hold him in place, and then your banelings just come in, okay? Yeah. He's got a lot of fucking shit, though. Holy fuck.
You got a big waist.
Come on, Spartan, go, go, go!
What the fuck? Oh, God damn it. Chevy Tahoe Warthog Run Halo 3. What the fuck? Someone replaced the Warthogs in Halo 3 with Chevy Tahoes. What the fuck? Why?
Welcome to Capital. Welcome to Capital.
Cole Nightingale asterisk has donated asterisk $5.
Holy shit, we reached it. Hold on, chat.
Full Metal Socialist asterisk has donated asterisk $10.
Welcome to Capital.
Hey. Thank you.
Welcome to Capital.
Mr. Krabs, oh my god, the throwback. Thank you for the $8. Co Nightingale, thanks for the 5. Appreciate it. Full Metal Socialist, thanks for the 10. What's the most cringe thing you're into, Zan? Probably Minecraft. Thank you. Comfy Cat, thanks for the 4 tier 1 gives subs. Really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Thanks for the 20 bucks. That's a lot of money. Thank you. Hold on a sec, chat. Oh, hopefully it resumes. It's set to autoplay, so it should resume. I was just updating the dono goal. Jesus. This sounds so lifeless. Listen, okay, Sonic music is the fucking bane of my existence, alright? I'm never going to escape it. It's never gonna go away. I'm gonna have to fucking deal with it forever. You're just gonna keep on making me deal with the Sonic shit for the end of time. Hold on. Center vertically. There we go. Good, Xanderhal? Mean. Alright. Listen up. Father Muckers, okay? You hit the dono goal of 214 or 200. You haven't quite hit the $300 Sonic onesie dono goal, but you guys are so fucking close. Why don't you guys push for the dono goal for the Sonic onesie? You guys are so close, and you guys have about an hour left in the stream. This is your last chance. You're running out of time. Uh-oh, chat. That wasn't like a normal cough or a weed cough. That was a, I feel like I'm getting sick cough. Uh-oh, chat. Maybe I didn't get away. Maybe I didn't avoid COVID as well as I'd hoped. I'm poor. And I've got a big cock. Why are we just making statements about ourselves? What is the point of that? All right. Let us begin. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get my biases put right out on the table here right in the beginning, okay? I am friends with all the individuals involved in this debate, okay? I'm friends with Chudlogic, I'm friends with Exci, and I'm friends with Denims, okay? I'm probably closest friends with Denims because I've, like, actually hung out with her in real life, like, out in the flesh world, outside of the internet. JXC I've talked to a good amount, and I'd say I'm probably a little bit closer to JXC than I am to Chudlogic, just mostly because I haven't done much like off-stream engagement with JXC and Chudlogic outside of DMs and like a little bit of talking. But, you know, I'm cool with everybody here. I don't have any biases against anyone. I guess you could say I'm most biased in favor of Denims, but I think that I'm capable of reviewing this debate with a fair amount of nuance and you know, lack of favoritism. Hey, Lonnie, I think some of my lights went out. Do you think you could turn those back on? Because they changed colors, and I think... Oh, no, they just all turned blue. I don't know. It just looks a lot darker behind me now. I'm biased to Jay's content because Jay's content... or Jay, because Jay's content is the one I watch the most. I can understand that, but here's the thing. Denims... all right, is a live streamer on Twitch, okay? She does, unironically, do that, like, I'm not sure how much I agree with it, but she does do that, like reacting to Gordon Ramsay type stuff. And there's, you It's a little bit like the morality of that is questionable, mostly because she's a fairly well-off streamer as far as it goes. Not like Pokimane well-off or anything, but, she's all right, So if she gets... Your webcam is flashing, it's just because the lighting. I'd have to make it brighter in here to get that to stop. Anyway, yeah, like, you'd have to... I forgot what I was saying. Oh. The lights are changing. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, the problem is that, like, she's more well off than most streamers, and so you can make the argument that when she streams some copyrighted content and starts bringing that attention to Twitch, the problem of copyright on Twitch, she's, like, playing a very low-stakes game for her, but it's a very high-stakes game for the smaller streamers doing the same, or the smaller streamers who may be affected, who aren't doing anything wrong, who may be affected by future copyright changes Twitch makes. Do we really want to deal with a Twitch.tv that incorporates a similar copyright system to YouTube? How dogshit YouTube's copyright system is? The reason YouTube has the copyright dogshit system it has, or the dogshit copyright system it has, is because they're overcorrecting due to the pressure put on them by corporations that want their copyright upheld on the platform. It's a scary idea of that happening at Twitch, and the way that Denims does her content that way, you could suggest, means that she's contributing to these platforms wanting to clamp down on it. Exci takes an opposite position of hers. I am inclined to agree with Exci by default, despite me being closer friends with Denims. Those are my biases right on the table in the beginning. Let's hop right on into this debate. It's going to be a fun time. I like all three of them, so... it's gonna be fun.
I almost didn't finish it and get to the end part. Like, I thought, when I got to, like, the middle, I was like, this video just feels very, 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 like, spite-driven.
So is there a question in there?
I don't think it's ever worth reading YouTube comments. You know what I mean? And making that, like, part of your video, I just disagree, I think.
When you say, you want someone to react, are you not just asking them to, like, react harder? What exactly are you looking for?
I just don't. I disagree with your opinion on this, but I don't.
What part of that do you disagree with? Because I feel like I just went through it all, like, step by step.
A lot of the time, the reason that they go and watch React streamers is because they don't want to have to do the effort of going and scrolling through YouTube and clicking on recommendeds. They want a streamer who, yeah, like, I mean, have you ever scrolled through YouTube for a while?
This is a bad argument on Denims' part. The number one and best argument for any streamer to make in favor of React content is the idea that they and their audience have formed a bond on the level of we're just on a level of we're just chilling here and you're here to watch me watch this. You wouldn't be watching this show otherwise unless it was me here watching it, because the parasocial relationship I've formed with my audience means that they're willing to watch me watch a TV show on Twitch. There is some level of extra content being added to the copyrighted content in question that is causing this audience to sit and watch, Don't get me wrong, some people are certainly watching that stream because it's a free viewing of that show, or whatever that copyrighted content is, but at the same time, they're there watching it for a reason. The streamer being there is a thing for a reason. There is some value added to that. I watch XQC's reactions to Daily Dose of Internet. I do. I watch the episode of Daily Dose of Internet, and then I see in my recommended some, like, highlights channel upload XQC's reaction, I would watch it. It's because there's something that XQC as a streamer brings to that content that I find endearing, that amplifies that content, even if their reaction output might be sparse. That's an actual defensible position Denims could take, I think, against JXC's position.
And not found a single video that you want to watch?
Really?
Hi, how do I sound?
You sound crystal clear, Denims. You sound...
Dude, the fact that Chud Logic has, like, this troll fucking meme, like, memorial to fucking Anthony Huber, Jussie Smollett, and Joseph Rosenbaum on his desktop, I love it. Dude, the level of dry, sarcastic humor that Chud Logic engages in is very admirable. I do love it.
Oh, you do too. Other than the British accent.
Wait, what? Oh no. Well, listen, you're gonna have double trouble with the British accent thing.
Oh right, I forgot. I totally forgot the J. Oh yeah, I burned it from my brain actually.
No worries. So, what I'll do is I will add Exci to the call now. So let's do that, and then we'll get into it. Okay? I'm looking forward to this. It should be fun. Okay.
Also, I just want to be okay. Actually, I'll say it now. I just want to be clear. I'm not like trying to like go hard in the paint or anything. I'm just trying to have a simple conversation. Okay.
Well, yeah, that's cool. Fine.
Okay, cool. I don't want this to take a different angle or anything like that.
Oh no, man! I'm here for just pure bad faith dunks. And
Okay,
then
good.
And then I'm gonna piss myself.
Oh no.
Okay, great, perfect.
I actually got
No
got a
shit.
10 on that one.
Listen, I've just framed it as a debate because that's what these drama rapscallions are into, and
Yeah, they're
all
like,
that
oh my
stuff.
god, Soy, it's a debate. Oh my god, I need to
Well,
tune in.
Maybe we'll annoy each other enough for that. Who
Yeah,
knows?
let's see.
Maybe.
It looks like we're going to have quite a friendly conversation, which is a bit of a change of pace for this channel, so that's good. But basically, there's been a lot of discourse recently about React content. Obviously, there was the DMCA scandal that happened recently, which I think brought some of this stuff back up. And Jay, you released a video which spoke about that and criticised some of the antics around that. And Denims, you mentioned to me that you had some sort of criticisms or disagreements. So, yeah, I guess for anyone that hasn't watched the video, we'll start off by throwing it over to you, Jay.
They're a bit quiet. I turned them up. That's as high as I can get them.
And do you just want to maybe explain what the point of the video was and, what your thoughts are about it?
So the positions in the video are essentially, first of all, I go over a load of like.
Denims doesn't make her bed before going live. She's just like me, for real. Okay, listen up. I have seen Denims' sleep schedule. It is insanely admirable. She goes to bed at like 9 p.m. and then wakes up at 6 a.m. and then immediately starts getting ready for streams for a few hours, or like 4 or 5 hours, gets stream done with for the day, and then she's free for the whole day. And I'm like, fuck. I cannot wait to be like that disciplined as far as my sleep schedule is concerned. God damn. Because like, she starts her stream at 6 a.m. Yeah. She goes live at 6 a.m. She wakes up at like 5. Yeah. I was getting up around the time that she was ending her stream, whenever she would come and stay over here for a little while.
Like essentially Twitch memes that justify non-transformative React content. But essentially the position is that if you have React content where the reactor really isn't adding commentary of substance or anything that...
Chud Logic's playing fucking Slither.io. You can see it. See the change skin icon for Slither.io right there? You can barely see it through the dark like shit there, but you can just kind of see it. He's playing Slither.
You could argue the viewer is there specifically to see. If they're in essence just their reaction content consists of playing the video that they're reacting to, and that's the main event. That's the content they're there for. The kind of content where the chat get annoyed if you pause it because you're disrupting the actual thing they're watching. That kind of content is in essence that's just reposting someone's work, and it's not cool to repost someone's work without making a meaningful change to it.
To be fair, my chat gets mad when I pause stuff, and then I say, "Big deal. I'm pausing it because listen." You could describe my content as reaction content. This is reaction content because I'm not debunking. Well, technically I am. I am giving my takes and arguments. But whenever I do responses to a video, I will turn it. I've turned an 8-minute video into an hour. No, that one Ben Shapiro segment was 5 minutes long. I believe it was 5 or 6 minutes long. The one where Ben Shapiro was talking to the kids. My video on it was over an hour long. I feel like I add a pretty substantial amount of commentary to my content. I feel like I could make a pretty good argument that my content is fair use, because it's either for review or criticism, most certainly, and I really pad it out. Like, the actual video I'm responding to, the vast majority of the time, is a minority in the percentage of the video's runtime.
If you don't have permission, and if you don't properly credit the person as well.
Okay,
those are the broad positions.
And I actually was I'd say my streaming schedule was so tired, but I didn't watch all of it. But I just was interested to understand one more aspect to this. Do you have any legal position of DMCA or copyright on this, or is it just more so your personal perspectives?
My entire thing was sort of just really more focused on just etiquette and what I think is cool, rather than any appeal to what is legal and what isn't. Because ethics aren't based on the law, etiquette's not based on the law. None of that. But
oh, there was a super chat that I missed. I feel so bad. Kira Yoshikage? I bet, yeah, Kira Yoshikage, I bet it's pronounced. My contribution. Thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. Internet hug, my friend. Hey, y'all.
I don't really care about what's legal in this kind of circumstance.
No, that's fair enough. Okay, cool. So yeah, Denims, what's your kind of position then? What's your disagreement or your thoughts?
Okay, before we go, I just wanted to clarify. You go by any all pronouns, correct?
Yeah.
Do you care or mind? Because when I was talking about this on stream, we tried not to do it because I didn't want to be like hurtful or anything like that. Do you care about people saying like dude or guy or anything like that? Like those are kind of gendered terms. I just want to know your opinion.
I'm chill. I'm just pretty chill to be honest.
Okay.
By the way, Denims is, as the internet people would say, a good bean. Okay, she's pretty cool. She's not out here saying or doing anything I think is too harmful. You know, she's asking the pronouns and everything. It's respectful. Okay, appreciate it.
Cool. Thank you. Okay, great. So my primary, I guess, issues is that like I feel like the video was very antagonistic, and it felt very spite based, and I was like very close to not finishing the video because I unironically thought, and your content has been recommended to me like a million times before, so I know your content has to be good.
Like, what if what if like the clips from my stream? What if the views on my stream VOD got added to my segments? That would be really weird for YouTube to do, because then you'd be either getting fake views essentially YouTube's botting views for you that aren't actually going to make you any money, because then YouTube's essentially lying to corporations about how many ads are being seen. So then CPM is going to look like it's going down like crazy. It's just not a good idea, I don't think.
I wanted to like not watch the rest of the video until I got to like the very last bit of it. Like I think the last like 15 minutes have like really, really, really good stuff. I think that the distinction that you make.
Oh, you mean like if the likes and the views counted towards their video and the ad revenue too? Oh, that's what you mean. Oh, I thought you meant like a change to YouTube where like if I uploaded a segment from my stream, then the views on my stream VOD would add to my segment views. Okay. That could be a decent like decision on how to deal with that kind of thing. You could make that argument. But then again, you'd have to bring up the issue of like, okay, but then if somebody makes an actually like real reaction video like I do, how often could people just be claiming all of my views and all of my income on my reaction or my like response videos, you know? Like what if every time I do a video on the quartering can just press a button that means he gets all of my ad revenue on that video? Like people already do that and abuse that system all the time.
Between like
that kind of system,
filler content and true react content is like really well done. I think that you're talking about like the fact that like Hassan sometimes doesn't show people's like username or like their Twitter, their YouTube account and stuff. And I think that's fucked up, because if you wanted to look into it, you're just gonna have to hope that like a mod will like post the link in chat, because he's not gonna do it. Do you know what I mean? So I think that criticism is incredibly valid. I guess my point was first, before I go any further, I want to say like what was like your goal with making the video?
So basically, I mean, I did a stream looking at Hassan's arguments when he made them, right? So Hassan, he made this video. He not made this video. He went live, and when he saw my stream, he didn't watch the stream on his stream, but he went live and talked about like what he thought. And I just did a quick stream with some friends, going over like what I thought of his arguments and just reacting to them live. And basically, I've been intending to turn those arguments and get them formatted into just a video since that stream came out. And that's what this video was. I do want to say, I find it interesting, the interpretation of the video is spiteful, right? Because, you know, I knew that people were gonna see this and think, drama baiting.
Hot take: Hassan is the dream of politics online. Hassan is the dream of online lefty politics. I'm sorry, it's true. The stands are annoying as fuck, and he's really overrated.
Well, because I've had a run-in with this community before, but people would just be like, drama baiting, salty. Whatever,
Cloud shark,
right?
yeah,
sure. And what I wanted to, people can think what they want, but what I was trying to avoid seeming spiteful. I went through and I cut out certain jokes that I thought would be more likely to be interpreted as just mean-spirited rather than just like, hey, I'm having a joke. But I watched some of your coverage of my video, and I did find that you interpreted a lot more than I expected people to as just like a shot at Hassan.
Sure.
Like for example, when I was just talking about how there were two toilets next to each other, and I'm explaining like what is commentary. I'm talking about his commentary, and I'm going through it, and I say and I like point out the fact that he's like mixed up the word like toilet and bathroom. It's like you take that as like a shot at him when it's literally just I'm explaining to my audience like what he means, because I don't think it's entirely clear from just the clip in its own out of context.
Mm-hmm. So I guess what I want to clarify is the video, like the beginning of the video, so hardcore primed me to responding negatively, such that I almost didn't finish it and get to the end part. Like I thought when I got to like the middle, I was like, this video just feels very, very, very like spite driven. And I'll explain everything. And I plan to like maybe make something more detailed about this that's more salient, because I do feel bad because I went very aggressive on your video, more aggressive than I wanted to. And I wish that the last bit of it was in the front. So for example, and probably some of it, me reacting negatively, was because I felt like I was already primed at a certain point. So there's one section of the video where Hassan comes back to his chat, which, by the way, I just want to be clear on my opinion on like filler content and stuff. Like, I think filler content, like, if someone, you shouldn't do it. I know I do it as a React streamer. And I try to do it only when I do it with like Vox videos or Vice videos and stuff like that, because at least I'm not like directly ripping from one content creator and not like a whole team and stuff. And most of those videos have like 5 million views. I only get like 500 viewers. Like, I'm not even going to be taking like out what I'm taking maybe 50 views from the video. It's a lot harder to feel like, I guess, bad about that. And whereas like I would feel very bad about doing that to like a single content creator, which I know is like
I'm proud of Denims. I gave her I like helped her a lot. I gave her a lot of advice and helped her get like her stream stuff set up whenever she came over here. And I gave her a bunch of like streaming advice and helped her go from like, because when she'd messaged me initially and we first started to become friends, she hadn't been streaming for a while, and I helped her like get into streaming. I'm really happy to see that like she's really taken off, because she streamed before and didn't really get that many viewers like back before the whole like Destiny drama and everything like that. She streamed before many of you would have probably known of her, and she was like a 25 viewer Andrea, right? And then she came back to streaming, and almost by default, just from like shout outs and collaborations and stuff, had 100 viewers and, you know, just grew from there. And I'm really proud of her.
An arbitrary metric for the record.
I mean, the thing is, it's all arbitrary, right? There's all these gray areas. There's no hard lines in this.
Yeah, I just think that like if you're one person and you spend all this time making one video, that one definitely feels like you're more stealing than like like Vox's whole team, right? And again, this is arbitrary. This is my opinion. Maybe I'm coping because I'm a React streamer and I want to have that content. Do you know what I mean? But I guess like the part that like really like you had like this part in the beginning where Hassan says that, they could be like disabled. Like the person who owns this home could be disabled. And you like make like a joke, and like maybe I read into the joke too much, but you make a joke like saying like, what type of disability makes you have 2 toilets in your bathroom, right? But like in that specific example, I guess apparently what my chat told me was that his chat was saying like, oh, this like incel, whatever, like look at this piece of shit garbage, whatever, he's not cleaning his house. And he was trying to say like, you don't even know the context of this person. Like they could be physically disabled, and they could be not able to clean like the place or whatever, or like maybe they have ADHD, depression, that's why it makes it hard. No, and maybe it was like a complete like joke from you and stuff, but I'm just saying my opinion, I guess.
Sure. I mean, my whole thing on that was like, that it wasn't like clear to me at all. I mean, what he was saying, and I was like, I mean, if that's what he's saying as well, because like I'm happy to believe that's what he meant, because that seems like more in character for him to be like making some ableist joke or whatever, right? And all I was saying is like, I did not understand what that meant. It kind of sounded yikesy to me, but like I don't know what he meant, so I'm not gonna like claim that that's what he means.
Sure.
And then the next point is like, if he had elaborated more, then this would be both like more transformative React content, and it would have like cleared up any kind of confusion that could come out of it, right?
Sure. I'm explaining like, I guess like my perception of it, to be clear. Like I kind of was going in maybe I would admit that maybe I was going in a little biased against you, because the only thing I had heard about you was, A, you make really good videos, but also you got really upset about Hassan watching your content as filler content. And honestly, I would probably be upset too, maybe, as my content being used as filler content.
Jay's sweater is pretty dope. I think it's a Doctor Who reference. Jay Exci really likes Doctor Who. They're pretty into it.
By maybe like a streamer I don't like personally care for or anything like that. Not to say that you don't like Hassan or anything like that. I'm not trying to make any.
I literally had no idea who Hassan was. I just saw the content. I was like, bro, what?
Hassan?
What the fuck is this? Like, what? This is just he's not doing anything. He's just playing my video. Which, as well, this is the first time I'd seen someone leave during a React stream, and that was crazy to me. Having seen like, having never seen that before. I was like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Hassan getting up. There's just the Hassan getting up while reacting to videos and like going to the other room, using the bathroom, or just walking away for like 10 minutes straight, leaving the video playing. That is just downright like shameless. There's no excuse for that. At that point, you might as well just be streaming the show on your channel without you there. Just full screen, just streaming the show at that point. Like, why not? That shit is ridiculous when Hassan does that. There's just no defending that.
No, I completely understand, and I'm very sympathetic to your position and stuff. Like, I understand why you had the position that you did. I'm like, sorry, my opinion on your video was, I do want to apologize because I did go really hard, again, because the beginning felt...
I think I've just been watching your stream, and I think I've just got to the bit where I think I just got to the bit...
Xanderhal, what I don't understand is how can you be worth millions of dollars and not commission a variety of Be Right Back screens to keep people entertained instead of just leaving his chair? Yeah. Granted, I don't have a Be Right Back screen either, but I don't get up and leave with a video playing. Usually I play a little bit of lo-fi, like copyright-free lo-fi, which you are allowed to play, and then I just leave my chair and get up and then come back and play the video if I have to. I rarely ever get up and use the bathroom or do something mid-video.
You go hard, and I've not like got past that yet. So
Yeah.
I'm coming.
And eventually later, I'm like saying like I'm really frustrated because I think you make such good points at the end, like really really good ones. Because it's true, like you're not saying, Hassan, stop watching my content. In fact, in your comment, you specifically say, I'm not saying you have to stop watching my content. I'm saying don't like walk away from my content. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, as well. Like I do wish I made this clear on the video, right? Because I'm like, in terms of walking away, it's not like a problem on its own to me. Like if you've got like a stream, like if you'd walked away from my video on the stream that you did, because you're like talking the whole thing, you're like making it your own thing, right? You're making arguments, you're talking about it.
Yeah, I gave it a background.
If you'd like walked away
share,
for like 2, 3, 4 minutes,
I can't make
and
it
let
any
my video
darker.
play in that would be like, it's like, man, it's like maybe like it would be better if you didn't do that. But I wouldn't like think it was like particularly bad, because ultimately you've still like made the content your own, right? It would be just like a 4-minute gap in otherwise like content that I think is like very reasonable to make.
Yeah. No, I recognize that. I guess I want to be very clear. My only reason, I guess, for coming on or like to talk about this is because I think that I wish the video was made differently, because I would have really liked it like a lot. And I know this is coming off as maybe like cringe or whatever to like go on and be like, hey, by the way, your video is like shit. You should have made it different. You know, like like just to be clear, like I don't like my own content. Okay, like I don't even know how people make content and not want to like fucking end it all. Okay, because it is so incredibly.
It is. I can't watch my own content. There's a very few cases where I put out some videos that I think are worth rewatching. I think the horny police debate is one of them. I think my debate against Willie Mack show is definitely one of them. There's some debates I feel like where I just did so well that despite the fact that I don't even like hearing the sound of my own voice, I feel like it's just so... I feel pride rewatching it just because it's like, yeah, I did that. Hell yeah.
Cringe. I'm coming from the position as like,
I feel like we should do like a retroactive debate review on the horny police debate one of these days, you know? Find a way to recycle some older content, you know, in these dry times. Because I feel like a lot of you guys aren't aware of the horny police debate. Yeah, Lonnie, you'd like that? Oh my god, can I come on for it? Oh yeah, that'd be fun if you and I just did a whole stream. That would be a good Valentine's Day stream, Lonnie. What if on Valentine's Day you and I did a stream together where we reacted to that video together and did co-commentary together, and that was the whole stream? Wouldn't that be a fun Valentine's Day stream? The problem is it's a hard setup to do it like together, like in person. We got to set you up with like a microphone and stuff so we can like do it in a Discord call over the computer. Like me and Balthazar do, or me and Ethan would do. Because I feel like that'd be a better format for it. Because if we do it sitting next to each other, we have to like fight for the mic, and one of us is going to be quieter than the other and all that. We can try my setup. Yeah, we'll try to see how that works. Yeah, I'll see what I can do about getting like a microphone that's decent for you. You know what? You can just use my microphone. The microphone I'm using now. You can just plug this into your computer. You might have I think you probably have like a audio and a mic jack in your computer. I wouldn't be surprised. Just plug both of the aux cables in, and you can talk into this one. And then I have my mic, so you can just use this one, talk into this one, and I talk into this one. Yeah, but this microphone's going to be higher quality than what you have, Lonnie. Yeah, my headset mic, yeah. I can just put on like some earbuds for it. Won't be a big deal. My audio jack is right there. That's what I just plugged them into, so earbuds wouldn't be an issue. We'll test it on off stream later. Cool. Yeah, we've got quite a few days till Valentine's Day, so yeah, that should be a good stream idea. Yeah, Lonnie and I re-reviewing the horny police debate. I think my best debate.
as someone who watched it and as someone who had strong reactions to the beginning and then finished it, I wish it was made differently, I guess. And And I wanted to know if you felt that way after seeing people discuss it or not. And like, I know some people are gonna be like, oh, Hassan simp, whatever. I really don't care. If you think I'm a Hassan simp, you can think I'm a Hassan simp. I literally don't care. I disagreed with him on the Afghanistan take that he made. I've disagreed with him on bringing on Christian Walker. I disagree with him on using filler as content. I talk about it on my stream, and that's just my personal opinion. Okay.
I don't care who's a Hassan simp. Honestly,
I don't. Yeah, no. This is towards chat. Sorry.
So I've was there a question in there? I forgot.
Oh yeah, sorry. I said, do you feel?
Okay. Advice to both of them. When you do debates, it is very important to keep in mind that your debate opponent is probably going to end up rambling with about every statement they make, and they're going to end up proposing several points that you want to tackle. So it's very important that during a debate you have a notepad window open, and you're like constantly typing points they make, and then whenever they finish talking, you stop them and say, okay, you said a lot of stuff. Can we go through it point by point? And then you go through it point by point. It's a very important thing to do when you're debating. It is like a huge help. It's like something that you need to be doing if you're doing any debates. You need to be doing that.
Do you feel that the video?
Oh yeah, right. Okay,
had
yeah.
anything
Okay,
to
that
do?
was just a brain fart for me. Then I just completely forgot. Okay, so basically, I mean, I always aim with my videos to make them accessible to the people who are going to disagree. That's always like something that's on my mind is okay, if someone's like going into this having got mad at the title, how can I explain this to them in a way that they will understand, that I can get through them, right? And I don't think from seeing like two negative reactions to the video now, I don't think I did a top-notch job at that, right? And it's all based on understanding the group that I am trying to talk to.
Slaughter Coffee.
And there's like a lot.
You've been here like all
stream. You don't understand how Twitch works, and then explain to me something that I do understand. I just don't think like affects the argument at all.
Oh yeah, no, I agree.
But like, I do think that I needed to be, I think focusing on like the leaving too much, focusing on certain stuff that is normal, and to people who are long-time Twitch viewers, and treating them essentially talking to a YouTube audience about it, saying who I know aren't going to be.
Okay, so like, you guys know the watch parties that I do in my Discord? Matter of fact, we're doing one right after this stream of Peacemaker. There's a reason why you guys come to those watch parties other than to watch the show. A lot of the time, when you guys come to these watch parties, it's something you've never seen before and don't really care about. You're there because it's me, or you're there because you want to hang out with me. There's a certain vibe that you get when you come into a React streamer's stream and you're not looking at it through a critical lens necessarily. Like when you're coming into it and you're thinking, oh, they're stealing content, you're going to have that perception regardless. But if you peel that back for a moment and just look at the content for what it is, you're going to find that with the chat, the community, and the streamer themselves and everything, there's sort of a vibe of like, hey, it's me chilling with a friend and we're watching something together. That offers some additional value to the content that I think deserves to exist. Don't you? My favorite thing in the world to do is to show somebody a new show that they've never seen before that I love, or like a movie. Like showing someone who's never seen Lord of the Rings for the first time Lord of the Rings is my favorite thing in the world. Holy fuck, I love doing it. Like I've seen Lord of the Rings a million times. I'll rewatch those movies over and over again if it means I'm seeing someone who's never seen those movies before see it for the first time and experience that thrill and that feeling for the very first time, and discovering all the things and all the memes and all the things about it, right? Like being able to translate that to a form of online content, I feel like is admirable and worthy of some level of platforming. I don't think it's harmful, and I think it's fun, and I think there's a market for it. And all I want to do is see some sort of system put into place that allows that type of content to be made as ethically as possible, so that both parties are able to monetize it, like both fairly. you know, however that may be. To be honest, I really like the watch parties you do because of how fun our reactions can get when we watch something and then we all chat in Gen afterwards. Yeah, my favorite part of those watch parties isn't even just watching the show, but also seeing you guys react in the VC text chat and when you're talking in the voice text or in the voice chat. That's always like really fun for me when we do those watch parties, which we'll be doing one after the stream, so make sure to tune in for that.
Used to this, and I'm talking about it as if it's something like this. Holy shit! Whoa, we should check the shit out when there's going to be like stuff like that where I just wanted to make it more accessible to a Twitch audience, I guess. But
yeah, no, okay, cool. Then I think we agree on the positions because like I think you were talking about the.
I was not expecting that.
Yeah, I thought maybe there would be more flashback. Sorry, Ted, we hyped you up for no reason. Because I genuinely was almost like frustrated because I agreed with your positions. I did. Like I thought your positions were good. I think that like my problem was literally just that like, for example, like the YouTube comments section, like I don't think it's ever worth reading YouTube comments. You know what I mean? And making that like part of your video seriously as an example. And I don't know how seriously you were doing it. Like it's hard for me to exactly tell, but like if you're at the point like where you're typing up a negative YouTube comment towards someone else, you've like lost the plot and your opinion is worthless or that's just my opinion. If you spend time writing hate comments, you are not a sane person because any sane person would be going and like enjoying themselves and like.
I don't know. If you're somebody on the internet and you're offering like constructive criticism, like, but Denims, like you can make the same argument about like the people in our chat, right? Like the people in my chat right now, instead of being here watching me criticize conservatives or whatever, could be out doing something else. Have our chatters lost the plot because they're here doing this instead of something productive? Of course not. There's some enjoyment we derive from arguing with people we disagree with online. That doesn't necessarily mean we're all unhinged. And I do think that to a certain degree, unless you're literally fishing around for like one like comments down below, that looking at the top comments on a video can be pretty like, representative of the overall opinion on said video. Same goes for the like to dislike ratio before that was implemented, barring, circumstances such as like dislike bombing and botting and whatnot.
Living well. It's the same thing as people who send other people
death complaining about shit.
Okay, that's fair. But yeah, like so, like that for me, like I would have loved to see like points because like I think the comments bring out like certain points that are valid that you like can dissect. But the hate comments were all like very poorly made arguments. You know what I mean? Like that was like
the whole point of bringing those up to me was that they were arguments I'd seen a lot, like not just in comments but in like chat and in like Hassan's chat in the stream and in places like that. I can't tell you ever I've seen these arguments, right? But because they seemed common, I wanted to address them. That was the whole point. I guess maybe I don't know. I don't really know if I addressed that being the reason or not. I think I mentioned it once that was like why.
You know what I want to learn about? I'm going to do this off stream. I got to delve into Chud Logic's crusade against Dr. K. Because I've always thought of Dr. K as like a shining beacon in the dark, tumultuous storm of the internet. And hearing that he has like an actual scandal against him is kind of disheartening. Because I always think like, God, he was one of the ones I always felt like was above all of this, I fell down that rabbit hole the other night. It's always been, I've always been a bit sus on Dr. K. I will admit the idea of a licensed professional in that field going onto Twitch and basically doing like broadcasted psychological advice is a little bit sussy because generally when you're a professional field like that, you're not supposed to give advice on that field to anybody who isn't a patient. It's generally considered bad practice to do that, in my understanding. I know that's at least the case for lawyers, and I know that generally doctors tend to act on that as more of like a rule of thumb than maybe even like a legal thing, but yeah. His advice is also just shitty. I've never really seen much of it, so I don't know if it is. I actually don't know if his advice is that shitty, but maybe it is. I don't know. I've always just thought of him as a pretty chill dude, but damn, it's sad if he's actually kind of a shitter. It sucks. I'll delve into the rabbit hole tonight after. Well, actually, no, we're doing watch party tonight, so we'll see. If I have time, I'll delve into the fucking rabbit hole tonight. Maybe tomorrow. Who knows?
I want to talk about them, but yeah, that is.
This is like what I mean when I say like I think that for people who actually are like fucking tier 3 Hassan subs or whatever, I think those people will see the content and they're not going to give any like charitability when it feels like you're reading these comments and you're making the video personal instead of making it general, because it's maybe I'm reading into it or not understanding. Or
To be fair, the tier 3 Hassan subs are biased because they're definitely there to see Hassan, not the content that he's watching. Like, when you pull the opinion of people who give Hassan money, especially those who give Hassan as much money as you can possibly give on Twitch, like the tier 3 subtypes, of course they're there to watch that stream because Hassan's streaming it and not what he's watching. Why else would they be giving Hassan money? They'd just be paying for the subscription service that lets you watch whatever show he's watching and more.
Or whatever. But it seemed like at the end of the video, your position was that like, you don't really care about Hassan watching or not watching your content. That's not what matters. What matters is that there is like a trend on Twitch that streamers will do this. Myself included. I am not like free of sin. And we should get people to stop doing this. Do you know what I mean? Was that your... Am I off?
Pretty much. Just to hopefully get more React streamers to have sort of a mutual understanding and respect of the content they're reacting to be just generally more aware of the fact that it is someone else's content and that it's basically, don't tick all of the no boxes, right? The not giving credit, the sitting there and just like not paying attention to the video or saying much and letting it play, right? That kind of stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Because I think that like with like such a general argument like that, and I think this is incredibly difficult to do when it's personal to you. But I felt like that there was like this general statement that you wanted to make about React streamers and how React streamers are a lot of times are using content as filler content, right? But then you made it like personal about you, and a lot of the video ended up being about your experience with Hassan. And I wonder how you feel about that in hindsight or whatever.
The thing is, the only issue I have with that is like optical, right? I know that it's really easy for like someone to come in and just be like, "Oh, you're mad about Hassan."
If Denims accuses Exci of being spiteful at Hassan in that video, then I'd be interested to see if she would agree that iDubbbz was spiteful in his documentary he made on Sam Hyde. Because there's very, very similar parallels there, I think.
Hassan or whatever, or you just like hate Hassan, or whatever kind of interpretation.
Well, and that they're both figure YouTubers who did videos covering and or criticizing a figure who they've previously had bad blood with. Bad blood in which they were definitely the one in the right in it. Like definitely in the Exci Hassan drama, Exci was 100 million% in the right. There's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
The thing is, I when I was making the video, I wanted to include examples of other streamers that have done this and talk about them as well. And I realized that was just sort of bloating the video without adding any new points. So I ended up like cutting that. I ended up not going into any of the other React streamers I've seen do this because it was just like, hey, I'm repeating the same thing, but it's about someone else this time, right? And yeah, I do sort of. Well, it's not like regret because I'm still not sure how I would have done it, but I just don't like the way that can be interpreted optically. But it's like I don't really know what else I would do. It's just unfortunate, I guess.
Yeah, because I'm almost like frustrated because I would have loved to see people like watch the content and then be like, wow, these are really good points, and then React streamers stop doing this as much or something, or start trying to be better about it. Because like even the video, like by the time I finished the video, I was like, like I should really be more careful, and like I should try not to watch content on my stream as filler content. You know what I mean? So I think that it was, I mean, like, I think that it was, again, I'm so sorry, Chad, like, this is not, like, bloodthirsty.
No, it's okay.
We can tear into each other if you like, just for, like...
Well, yeah, I mean, fun.
I guess, do you want to, like, set up the teaser at the beginning?
iDubbbz came across as more confused than spite-driven, maybe if you just watch the Hyde version, but not iDubbbz version. I understand that. I don't feel like Exci came off as spite-driven either. It felt more to me like this is somebody Exci had never heard of and then all of a sudden just became aware of because he just was covering his video and just got up and wasn't even really like actually reacting to it, and then learned that this guy has a pattern of doing that and decided to make a video on him. Very similar to such as like Sam Hyde is this very well-known figure in the edgelord comedy community who iDubbbz had a negative interaction with in the past when Sam Hyde struck one of his videos. And iDubbbz then later went on to make a documentary trying to get to know Sam Hyde, and it kind of ended up sort of being a bit of a smear and it deserved to be, because, Sam Hyde deserved to have some kind of smear job done against him in some way, because it wasn't as much of a smear job as it was just a genuine criticism of the type of behavior that Sam Hyde engages in. And I think that in both cases, iDubbbz video was a fair and measured good faith criticism of the behavior of Sam Hyde, despite the potential bias that that iDubbbz may have because of Sam Hyde's bad actions towards him in the past. In the same way, I think that JXC's video, despite their bad interaction with Hassan in the past, was not based in spite, but was instead based in a genuine interest in attacking something that they find to be morally, bad.
Think of the video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're a fucking complete piece of shit. No, just kidding. Don't put that in there, actually. But yeah, no, I mean, yeah, it's just
put in there.
That's up to my editor, okay? Listen, I'm gonna pull there. It's my editor's job card, okay? But one thing I'm interested in, because there's a few specific arguments. So like, one argument that Hassan makes, and I don't want you to answer for Hassan's points, but it's just interesting just to generate a bit of chat about it, hopefully. But like this idea that someone streams for a long time in a day, therefore they're justified in using filler content. Like, what are our thoughts on that sort of point?
It's stupid. It's dumb.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, they're justified to have like their downtime, right? And they can. There's loads of ways they can fill that, but I was like.
So I think that sorry, let me finish.
Well, it's just like there are loads of things that you could call filler that aren't necessarily dependent on someone else's work, right? Or even are dependent on someone else's work, but in a way that they're cool with. There's all these kinds of different things so that you can do as filler, but I think you probably do need some downtime if you stream like 10 hours a day every day. But
oh yeah,
right. There's like countless ways to do that.
Yeah, I mean, if you've ever streamed even like a single time.
Yeah, that is a big one, right? Like when you stream, like for the streamers that do the 10, 12 hour a day streams, and it's like, now I gotta eat, Like, what am I gonna do while I eat? What am I gonna do while I take a break a little bit from a game because I've been playing it for 6 hours straight and I need to take a break? What am I gonna do in the interim? Reacting to YouTube videos is a really good go-to as a streamer. It's a really good go-to. There's not much else you can do other than like just go off screen or just remain silent and just chill for a minute while you lose viewers. It's kind of demoralizing when this is your job and there's only so far the human body can go without a break,
You know that you need downtime. Like even if you only stream for
I can do like a 12-hour stream in one go, but that's because I don't do it every day, right? I just like I will be on it for like.
By the way, there's a reason why you have like regular breaks at work, right? You have multiple breaks in a day at work because even during like a 10-hour work day or even during an 8-hour work day, they give you a break, because they recognize that you shouldn't be working that long. Most like full-time streamers stream for work hours that would be illegal to be working at a normal job, because at a normal job, you legally have to have a certain amount of time off. A certain amount of hours that like between your work hours, like amount of break times, amount of lunch time you have to have. Streamers don't follow those rules. Streamers literally work illegal amounts of work hours in order to grind to get on top and to keep like their revenue up, to keep their subs up, to keep their viewership up, to keep growing. It really is an endless struggle and it's a source of endless stress. So I can understand that perspective.
12 hours in a row, but that's because most days.
That is not Hassan's experience, though. Hassan does not have an issue with that.
I'm not doing that.
Yeah, I do, honestly. And this is what I mean when I said earlier about, like, stop, like, don't care about YouTube comments because these people are, like, deranged. Like, people who are unironically saying, like, well, Hassan needs to go to the bathroom. Do you want him to just die on stream? And it's like, no, obviously that's so silly. Like, you can't take these people seriously. Like,
even Hassan said that once. So that Hassan reacted to a comment saying that he could like put up a BRB screen.
Oh,
and
yeah.
He was like, yeah, they don't want you to take breaks. I'm like, bro, they're literally telling you to. They literally said like.
God, Hassan's such a dumb fuck sometimes. You guys can't deny it. He really is such a dumb fuck sometimes. His response to, hey, maybe you shouldn't get up from while playing a video and like for 20 minutes while not responding to it. His response is, oh, so I guess I just shouldn't take breaks then. No, motherfucker, just pause the video. Come on, dude. That is like a baby bitch response from Hassan. Can we all agree on that? Can we all agree that's a dog shit response from Hassan? Come on.
Recommending a way you could take a break.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. I mean, I already said this. This was a complaint that I had about Hassan. Like, the fact that he saw your content and instead of engaging with, like, the fact that you said, I don't mind my content being watched, I just don't want it to be watched as filler content. And his response was, okay, I'm not going to watch your content anymore. That's it. I'm not watching any more of this person's content. It's like, that's not what you wanted. That's not even close to what you wanted.
No, but the thing is, like, I'm happy. I'm happy for him to make that decision if he admits that it's like his decision. But like he like explicitly said multiple times in that stream that he was doing that because it's what I wanted. It's like no, for no, that's not what I said. Like
Yeah, no, that's just I fundamentally disagree, and I think it was kind of, I almost think it was like dismissive to do, because you're not like engaging with the argument. I guess what I'm trying to say is like the one opinion that I'm trying to say is like, I feel like anyone who is a Hassan fan would see your video and wouldn't make it to the end, and that's the frustrating thing.
I'll be honest with you, man. A lot of them don't seem to have made it to the beginning. From the tweets I'm getting,
that's probably true. Yeah, that's probably true. But
yeah, like I do
Hassan fans are pretty psychotic.
I was thinking like this is probably one of my less accessible videos to people who disagree with the point in the title or the point of the video. Like this was definitely I knew as I was posting it, more people were going to get annoyed about this than usual of the people who disagree with me already.
Yeah, no, I mean I agree. Yeah, I just think that like you should always try and make the best argument that you can. Obviously that's subjective, and I'm sure that you know
that's my goal. Unless
always, yeah. I mean, like I said, I make YouTube content and I fucking hate my content. Like I always want it to be better. I publish it and I'm like, fucking this is so garbage. So like I'm not like trying to like fucking get on this fucking moral high ground bullshit. You know what I mean? Yeah.
God,
Okay,
ChatLogic's
one of
chat
the-
is so
kind of talk off
toxic.
there as well. Is this kind of like meme of like react harder?
Why the fuck does ChatLogic have such a toxic chat? I guess he does have a very dry sense of humor, but like I feel like his chat is trying to imitate. It's same issue with Destiny's chat. His chat is trying to imitate his personality and his sense of humor, but they're just not pulling it off. Like they don't have the same like formula, the same like they can't do it the same way. There's overlap. Oh, there's overlap. Don't get me wrong, but they're doing a similar thing. They're trying to act like the streamer they're watching, but they aren't the streamer they're watching, so they're doing it poorly, and they're just not quite hitting the mark.
So this is kind of more so, I guess, initially aimed at you, Jay, but like, what does that mean? Because like DMCA, like DMCA has got like a standard that for transformative content there's like a 4-step thing or something. But when you say you want someone to react, are you not just asking them to like react harder? What exactly are you looking for?
So my standard is adding literally anything where it could be, and you know what? And I will totally admit this is subjective, and different people are going to assess it differently, and there's a gray area there.
The response to this for Exci is this, okay? This would be my response. Well, I say the way that we determine whether or not React content is acceptable in the ratio of transformative content being added onto the original content should be judged very similar to how here in the US, or I guess JXC would say over in the US, they judge the legality of material as to whether or not it is child porn. So in the US, the way it's done legally is you know it when you see it, right? Because for example, I know this because of Law & Order SVU. It was on the TV when I was in Texas and I was watching that episode. Basically, you could have like a picture of a child in a swimsuit at the beach, sitting in a framed photo on a mantelpiece. That's just a dad who loves their daughter and has a picture of their daughter at the beach on the mantelpiece. There's nothing creepy about that, right? You have that picture in the porn folder of some weirdo on the internet, and now it's child porn. There's a reason why the law here in the United States recognizes that certain material can arbitrarily be illegal, illicit material, or something that's completely inert and fine, depending on the context of who has it and how it's being used. And I think in that same way, we can look at React content, and you just kind of know it when you see it. If there are a lot of egregious examples of just letting the content drone on for a long time without any input, if there really isn't any commentary other than like, wow, that's crazy, dude, or whatever, like no real like input or criticism or actual commentary being given, then I think that falls out of the territory. You know it when you see it. That would be my response for JXC. Okay, I hope JXC watches this because maybe they'll this will like help them out in the future. Zan, I have a good tweet for you. What do you mean, Daffy559? What do you got for me, brother or sister? You don't have your pronouns on your account, so I don't know. Daffy, add your pronouns, motherfuckers, so I know. See, I can call Garfield bro because those are he/him pronouns.
But I definitely think there are pretty much unambiguous cases where you fail to do this and pretty much unambiguous cases where you completely obviously succeed to do this, right? But there's definitely a gray area. But my standard is for someone to be able to watch
Wingo,
the
add your
content
pronouns
for the
too.
reactor rather than the than the thing they're reacting to, right? The kind of thing where if you cut up their reaction, you could like watch it as its own thing, right? You don't. If you just removed most of the content if you removed all of the content they're reacting to except exactly what you need to see to understand their reaction, that it would still be enjoyable. Stuff like that. Stuff where you're there for them, not just the original content that's playing. That's the standard for me.
Do you, Denims, look, listen, I'm not, just to be clear, I'm kind of playing devil's advocate. I'm not really like coming down super
Yeah,
hard on
no,
the
I
side,
got
right?
you.
But I just,
Okay.
you know, so do you think you meet that standard yourself?
I think so. I mean, it's hard to tell because I've taken like polls in my community, and like the majority of people say that they literally wouldn't watch Hell's Kitchen unless I was streaming it, and it doesn't.
I believe that. I believe that. I think that for Denims' fans and the people in her community that are willing to go out of their way to answer in a poll, I think they would not be watching Hell's Kitchen were it not for Denims streaming it. And they are watching it because they are there to watch Denims watch Hell's Kitchen, not watch Hell's Kitchen. And I think that is arguably defensibly morally enough to consider it a new form of content. On a moral level, you could make that argument. Not on a legal one, certainly not, but on a moral level, you could. However, that's just not, like, what's happening here. We're talking about, like, straight... Like, at least from what I've seen of, like, Denims' reactions to Gordo, usually it seems to be, like, not the most transformative. I think that you could make an argument that most people there watching are probably there watching because she's watching Hell's Kitchen, and if she was watching something else or streaming something else, they wouldn't be there. That's the thing, though, chat. You have to remember, how many people are watching Denims because she's watching Hell's Kitchen rather than watching Denims watch Hell's Kitchen because Denims is watching Hell's Kitchen and they're there to watch her watch Hell's Kitchen. I have no doubt that compared to when she's watching some other thing or doing some other thing on her stream, when she does the things she seems to be known for now, which is the Gordon Ramsay React content, I have no doubt her viewership skyrockets because people want to watch her. They want to watch her watch Gordon Ramsay, not want to watch her do anything else, which I might argue they might be watching it for the wrong reasons then. I'm watching Hell's Kitchen with actual Jake because he's watching it. Yeah, I can't speak for everybody who watches it. That's the issue with this debate, is you can't speak for every viewer and why they're watching the content. You can only really judge the content for what it is on surface level and suggest how that content can be changed to be more ethical in regards to people's, intellectual property.
Doesn't necessarily mean that I'm reacting hard enough. I'm sure if you click on a random part of the video, I might not be saying anything, sure, whatever. And I might walk away from the screen. But it's about, like, the communal thing. It's why, like, fucking Toast started streaming Death Note. It's not about the actual show at a certain point. It's like, it's the same reason you watch shows with your friends. You want to watch it with other people, right? And actually, this is, I think, maybe my only disagreement that you had, Jay. So maybe we'll get a little bit of blood sports. I don't think people would watch. I don't think you're missing viewership because a streamer streams it. Especially when it's, like, no. I tried to do some polling to the best of my ability, obviously, because I only have, like, whatever small audience and I only have so many people that I can poll. So sample size is a little fucked. But I think when it comes to streamers on Twitch, a lot of people go to watch streamers on Twitch for their React content almost as a curator. So they don't actually want to go through YouTube themselves and watch a bunch of videos. And they probably never will go through YouTube and click a bunch of videos. They like going to Twitch because they like to have it as, like, this streamer is curating fun content that I want to watch.
So, like, the YouTube algorithm, right? You know what? That, like, the whole point of it is that it puts, like, YouTube videos on your homepage that you're going to enjoy. So, what's the difference there? What is that Twitch streamer providing that the audience member couldn't get for themselves by literally just going to YouTube and clicking the videos that appeal to them?
So I agree with this opinion. I thought it was actually really funny because you were about to say, like, you were about to give the video games example and explain why, and I'd already said it on my stream. Because when a streamer is playing a video game, you still have the ability to play the game yourself, and video games are not necessarily always linear, and there's lots of stuff that you can do yourself. And then there's also the aspect of, like, skill. And so video games, I think, are great or whatever. But I think the more important part or whatever was you can't, there's no point of watching something a second time. You already watched it. Maybe, like, if you're watching it with some other people or something, or it's been a long time, you might rewatch the video. But once you watch the video one place, it's pretty unlikely that you're going to go back and watch it again.
Yeah.
So I understand this perspective. So, I think that, and this is just my opinion, I think that, like, people who are watching content on Twitch, curated Twitch content on Twitch, aren't necessarily people that would be watching content on YouTube. I almost think if Hassan streamed on YouTube, I would agree with you.
Here's the thing. Twitch has very few algorithms set in place for discoverability. You cannot really grow on Twitch just by streaming realistically. Going on Twitch every day and going live for a few hours is not realistically a good way to grow. The only way you can reliably grow on Twitch is the same way that I grew on YouTube, and that's by uploading prepared content and specifically like archived videos that cover a specific topic that are clips from your stream meant to bring people from YouTube, where they have a better algorithm meant for discoverability when it comes to YouTube videos, to your live stream. Because Twitch doesn't have that algorithm in place. So I would argue most of Hassan's viewers probably come from YouTube, because they probably discovered some Hasanabi clips thing, or they discovered some Hasanabi video, or they discovered him through some YouTube algorithm bullshit or whatever. That's probably how most of his fans found him. That's how you grow on Twitch. Granted, I'm sure raids, hosts, collaborations and whatnot did their part as well, no doubt. And I'm sure Twitch probably put him on the front page a few times when he did, I'm sure he's done fundraisers. There's no doubt he's done charity streams, right? There's no way he hasn't done one charity stream. If he hasn't done one charity stream, there's just no excuse for that. That's insane. But, I would be willing to guess, he certainly has. It would be insane if he hasn't. He has to have. That would be, I wouldn't believe you if you told me he hadn't. I'd have to go check. Maybe being multi-platform is always good. Yeah, you almost always want to be multi-platform. I'm trying to be careful here because I'm criticizing partnered streamers. I try not to stream on Twitch if I'm doing anything I worry Twitch might get me for, right? So, for example, anything talking about partnered streamers can be iffy with Twitch because Twitch does not like streamers shit-talking other streamers, and you just want to be careful with that. There's also any stream that I might feature any footage or debate review of a Vosh debate, anything that includes Vosh or any other band streamer or figure. You just have to be careful because Twitch's TOS is in some ways more strict than YouTube's TOS, but in some other ways less strict than YouTube. So in some cases I want to stream on Twitch, in some cases I want to stream on YouTube. It just kind of depends on the situation. And some days you can stream on both.
Well, I mean,
which is very annoying.
Here's the thing, I got loads of people in my comments telling me that they were fans of. I saw in Hassan's chat as well, people saying that they were both fans of me and Hassan. So it's got to be. And before yesterday, I was only on YouTube. Hassan is primarily on Twitch, and I mean these were people in his live chat as well, right? So there's definitely overlap, and it just really depends. If someone is watching Hassan's stream and they just catch a video of mine on his stream before they catch it on my channel, then of course that's going to be they've watched it there rather than on my channel. That's just how that's going to go. But I'll happily say that, and I mean, this is what I said in the video as well, that it's I have no idea how much or how little that kind of thing actually does happen. It's just very clearly a potential outcome of someone else.
Oh God, the Doomer Media guy is a fan of Chud Logic. I see him in the chat there. Listen, the Doomer Media guy, I really wanted badly to believe that he was a guy who just put out a banger constructive criticism video on Vosh that was actually going to be something that would genuinely propose some genuine criticisms of Vosh that could help him completely overhaul his content and refresh everything. But it really did feel like a spite-driven, angry hit piece, and it was. And following, especially when you consider Doomer Media's behavior afterwards, following his Twitter behavior, I can't name any specifics. It's just generally I have memories of seeing tweets of his that made me think, wow, that's a really fucking dumb, spiteful thing to say. I don't know. I hope his heart's in the right place, is all I'll say. I don't know enough about him to know for sure, but all I'll say is I hope.
Playing content on stream.
Yeah. I mean, I understand, and it's still I'm just listing off a different experience or example or whatever. I think that the people who are watching YouTube it feels a lot easier for me to be upset about the Jig situation. Even ignoring the fact that he's not reacting hard enough, whatever the meme is, or reacting at all or whatever. But the more frustrating thing has been
Hassan's React content sometimes is pretty damn comparable to a Jinx reaction. It depends on what it is. Like for example, Hassan's reaction to the Eamon Animations Punish Bernie thing is very exciting because he's in it and he's like screaming like, "Whoa! Holy shit! Oh my god! Whoa! How do you do this?" Like he's giving commentary, he's pausing it, he's like freaking out, he's yelling. It's exciting to watch his reaction to that. But then he's like, Vosh even covered that video. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, that was a really good video by Eamon Animations. He's great. He's one of the best YouTubers, I think, on the platform currently. One of my top 10s, somewhere in my top 10. Yeah, like I think like that's a good reaction from Hassan. But if he's just reacting to like not Gordon Ramsay, does he do Gordon? I think he does do. Yeah, he does Gordon Ramsay. Like I think I've seen him do like a reaction to Gordon Ramsay, and it feels like he's silent for like 5 minutes at a time. And when he reacts, he's like, "Oh God, dude, he fucked up." Like when someone fucks up some dish or whatever.
Been, I guess that like I don't think people would have watched, like it's like a Hell's Kitchen thing. Like people literally wouldn't have watched it if their favorite streamer wasn't watching it. Do you know what I mean?
And like I said, there is an argument to be made about that. I said this in Texas to Destiny, and I talked to him about this very briefly about how what solution Twitch could implement to this problem that could serve both sides. And the idea I had was that we could have some sort of broadcasting license system for copyrighted content. Now, I don't know how you would deal with this for like live streamers reacting to other online creators' content that don't have like a copyright behind it. I think a good way to deal with it could be a monetization split or like a proper monetization like pairing, like the money that maybe like all the money goes to it if it's not seen as like properly transformative. We'd have to figure out a proper solution to this problem. The issue is, I think a social solution is a better one. The reason why React content like Jinx's doesn't really exist on YouTube like it did back in the day is because all that content got dislike bombed and hate commented into the dust. You would just constantly be shit talked to the grave if you uploaded that kind of content. This is actually one of the few cases where I feel like the community did a decent job at self-policing. Like I don't think it's effective when it comes to politics because I think there's too much of a 50-50 split in politics as far as like some people having good politics and some people having horrendous opinions for like communities to self-police political opinions. But when it comes to things like pedophilia or like just generally shitty behavior, it does usually feel like the internet's decent at policing itself to the point where some figures are able to just get laughed off the internet, right? Like I think Daddy05 just had that happen to him. Although I think the law got involved, but I don't know. I think there's some cases where it happens, but it's not reliable.
And I don't know how much this contributes, and it's really hard to measure, and there are no metrics for this.
If a React streamer wasn't like let's not say create like a React streamer. Like, let's say it's just literally just a streamer who's decided they're going to spend their day curating content from like other places for their audience to watch, and they're just sort of sitting in the corner, and they know that fully well they're not saying anything, that they're not providing a reaction. If the audience watching that stream was, if that streamer wasn't doing that, the audience watching their stream would be watching something else, and they would be probably watching something that, there's a high chance that they would probably be watching something that was made by, like, was posted by the person who made it. Maybe not necessarily maybe the thing that's being reposted, but probably something where the actual benefit is going to the actual person who did the work.
Yeah, and I mean, I recognize that. This is like just because you had like a section of your video where you said like, it's possible that Hassan watching my content hurt me, and it's possible that like I've missed out on this or whatever. I just disagree.
Okay. Realistically, to make the argument that a large streamer watching your content on stream, even if they just get up and walk away, is harming you in any way, in regards to like actually tangibly harming, like people from your fan base who otherwise would have watched your video are now watching it on Hassan's stream, is highly unlikely. Chances are a lot of Hassan viewers are discovering you and probably coming to your channel. Most certainly. Like, if we look at, like, the actual outcomes that are occurring, I would have no doubt if following Hassan's reaction to JXC's video, if there was at least a small spike in sub growth. No doubt. And certainly not a downturn in viewership on that particular video. Absolutely no fucking way. The issue with this, I think, is a moral one. Does it reflect on Hassan or any streamer's character that they would take someone else's content and essentially rebroadcast it without adding anything of any type of tangible value to it, to transform it into something different than what it was before, to offer a reason for people to watch your version of that coverage rather than somebody else's or the original, God forbid, right?
Agree, I think. I don't think that you're I don't think that, and maybe this is my opinion because I'm a React streamer or whatever, but I'm not sure. I can only go based on the polls that I took. It doesn't feel like people who watch content on Twitch necessarily would watch that content on YouTube.
I mean, I've just gone and like explained, like I feel like I've just gone and explained like exactly.
Yeah, we're just I just yeah, I don't know. I feel like we've just gone in circles a little bit. But I just don't. I disagree with your opinion on this. But I don't.
What part of that do you disagree with? Because I feel like I just went through it all like step by step.
Well, what part do you think that I am missing? That is.
I don't know. Well, because I just went through like I lined out the argument from like A to B to C to D, and then all you said was just like your opinion is the opposite. I don't know what part of my argument.
So for example, your opinion on like, well, I wouldn't have a problem if it was reposted and then like there's a way for me to get traction from this, right?
I mean, that's
I know you can hear my cat meowing for Luna.
That's essentially, to me, that's more so like that's a courtesy thing, right? That's just it's something to keep in mind. It's etiquette, really.
Sure, but I already said I agree with this. Like,
you should want to leave immediately.
I agree.
Daphne.
I think if you're using someone's content ever, you should do the bare minimum and just post the content, or at least have it visible on chat.
I'm very used to having
so
a cat.
anyone who liked the video can at least look.
Yeah, I mean, like I liked your setup in the way that when you were reacting to a video, you didn't full screen it, so that the title on the YouTube channel that posted it was on screen the whole time it was playing. And that's I think that's way better than.
No, I agree. I already agree with these points. I just don't think that your points are related to my claim that these viewers aren't lost. Does that make
We left Luna at my mom's house while we were in Texas, and so she's gotten very, very spoiled because my mom fed her like 4 or 5 times a day, and so now Luna expects to be fed 4 or 5 times a day, which means she expects 4 or 5 cans, or more or less 3 cans of wet food per day, which is fucking insane. And also, Luna's one of those cats that like eats, and whenever they eat out of their food bowl and they push everything to the sides, they somehow can't see all the food in the sides of their food bowl, and so they think it's empty and need more. So you have to take a spoon and push the food back to the center, and then they eat it and they push it all to the side again. You have to push it back to the center. And she expects to be watched while she eats. I don't know why. I think she expects you to watch her back while she eats, but she expects you to stand there and look down at her and watch her while she eats. Otherwise, she'll literally follow you around the house meowing until you do. Yeah, she's a very, 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 very bratty cat. She is very bossy. She expects a lot from us.
Makes sense?
Well, I mean, all I'm saying is that I'm not saying that they definitely are. I'm just saying that's the potential that it is. Because, like, I know for a fact that I have overlap with Hassan. I've been seeing plenty of it in my comments. People saying, like, oh, I watch you both. And I saw plenty of it in Hassan's chat saying, oh, I watch you both. So if those people, and this isn't just necessarily, for me, right? This is any creator who gets to react, right? If there's overlap and they catch it on the streamer's channel first before they catch the actual YouTube video, then they're probably not going to watch the YouTube video, right?
Sure, but I already agreed with this.
But then, okay, then I'm confused because it sounded to me like you were saying the opposite after I finished that point. You were saying like that
to be clear,
you don't think it's going to take away views from something.
Let me re-explain. If someone watches content, I already said this, if someone watches content on someone else's stream, there is a very low likelihood that they're going to go watch it separately and give you like the view or the like or the comment.
Oh, right. Is that okay? Is that what you're saying?
So no, I already said that.
Right.
Yeah, I've already said that. But then I added that I think that those people who are watching it on stream were incredibly unlikely to even have clicked the video in the first place. Does that make sense? Because in my humble opinion, people who go and watch React streamers, a lot of the time, the reason that they go and watch React streamers is because they don't want to have to do the effort of going and scrolling through YouTube and clicking on recommendeds. They want a streamer who, have you ever scrolled through YouTube for a while and not found a single video that you...
Nah, that's a bad argument, Denims. I feel like I'm giving advice to both of them, That's a bad argument for Denim's side. That would be more or less arguing that Hassan is just creating a platform for people to watch content without actually having to go support the creator. That would be a very easy refute for Exci. The actual argument to be made is just that there is a reason why they are there watching the streamer instead of watching the original content, and you need to point out reasons why. For example, the chat engagement. How high is Hassan's chat engagement? How many people are talking in chat as opposed to viewing it? A higher percentage of lurkers as opposed to active chatters would be a high a fair suggestion that maybe a lot of people there aren't watching it because they're there to watch Hassan watch Hell's Kitchen, but they're just there to watch Hell's Kitchen regardless of the guy in the corner talking every once in a while. Hell, they're glad that the guy doesn't talk very much.
You want to watch?
Really? I mean, the algorithm has been for 10 years. Like,
if this is my opinion and my disagreement. I think that from the people that I've talked to, the people who watch Twitch content are specifically there to watch it so they don't have to scroll through YouTube and find a video they like.
What I don't understand about that, first of all, is literally just like, surely it's just as likely that there's a video you don't like played on the Twitch stream than it is there's a video you don't like on the YouTube homepage.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
What I don't understand about that, like, first of all, is just that surely it's going to be just as likely that the Twitch streamer plays a video you don't like as there's a video you don't like on the YouTube homepage. Because when you're on the YouTube homepage, you can choose which one you watch.
Oh, yes, of course. Duh. But the streamer would make it watchable. Right? You cannot get me to watch someone, you could not get me to want to watch League of Legends gameplay or like the LCS or whatever. But if a streamer I like is playing it, I'm way more likely to watch them play it.
That's if they're adding commentary though, right?
Oh, of course. But we already agreed with this. We already agreed that streamers...
That's the thing though, because that's a double-edged sword argument, Denims, because you can suggest that, and that is true. You are more likely to watch League of Legends gameplay if your favorite streamer watches it, but how many of your favorite streamer's viewers would be watching, don't watch him when he's playing League as opposed to when he's doing something else, or specifically only watch him when he's playing League? That same analogy follows to React content, because Hassan's viewership does go down when he's not reacting. Politics probably gets him the highest viewership, but React content's probably a close second. There's a reason why he gets more views on React content than on gaming. It's because less of his fans are there to see him play games than they are there to see him watch that content, or it's because more of those people are there than, when he's playing games because they just want to see a free viewing of Hell's Kitchen or whatever he's reacting to.
So I have no problem with any reactor who is adding commentary. That's what I support. That's the kind of thing that I really like and want to see more.
Yeah, sure. We already agree with this opinion.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm saying that a streamer, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the fact that people who go to click on Twitch go specifically to want to have someone else pick videos for them and inform them about things versus the average YouTube user who will pick out and choose what they want to watch. So I think that it's the second part. So there's two parts of watching a streamer. So there's part A that we already completely agree with, which is you watch a streamer react to content because they're adding something. And then there's a second part of watching a streamer. You're watching them because they're going to click videos for you, and you can just have them play in the background.
I mean, that's the thing. You could just... There's no autoplay feature.
That's such a bad argument from Denims. I'm sorry. The idea that, streamers are content curators for you, it does not add a point in your column. It adds a point in JXC's column, if anything. It's just not a good argument. It's not a better argument would be that some level of parasocial relationship with the audience is why so many people are there to watch and that they wouldn't be watching it otherwise, on top of whatever transformative content they may add on top of it with their reaction.
On YouTube, man, I mean, okay, if someone wants to do that, then I'm cool with someone who watches that, but someone who's making that and if someone's making the argument that that's the service they're providing, that's what they're adding, it's well, that's not adding anything to the
I don't think you're adding a service. I don't think that's an added service or anything like that. I'm saying this is the opinion of viewers.
Oh, sure, yeah, I'm happy to accept that.
Okay, great. Also, people in chat keep talking about what about DMCA? What about DMCA? What about DMCA? We already talked about in the very beginning. We're not talking about the legality. We're talking about the morality.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
I
agree.
Way at the beginning.
Yeah, I agree. Obviously, I'm just
It's not even necessarily the morality, but whether or not we ought to judge one's moral character for the morality of the actions they're committing, right? So it's not just, is Hassan doing a bad thing? It is also, if the thing Hassan is doing is bad, should we condemn him for it in some way? That's an inevitable tacked on part of the argument at the end of the day.
Need to talk it out. But yeah, DMCA isn't a part of this because we haven't got a disagreement about DMCA. This isn't a legal argument. This is more of a moral kind of perspective on it. So it seems like what you're saying, Denims, is just the act of the streamer cultivating videos via browsing by YouTube is bringing something to the viewer. And and Jay, you seem a bit skeptical about the idea that is really meaningfully doing anything. So maybe
Yeah,
it's just
I don't think. I mean, like, I'm happy to accept there are viewers who like that, but fundamentally, you could replace that streamer with an autoplay feature on YouTube, which already exists on YouTube. You know, there's.
Yeah,
I don't
good
subscribe to the
response
idea that
from
by
JXC.
curating content or whatever,
Very
you
good
are adding
response.
anything, anything. Well, that's the end of the sentence, I guess. That you're doing
Yeah,
any
sure.
kind of
I don't think,
meaningful
but
service
just to be clear, I'm not saying I think something is being added. I'm saying that viewers feel that they like this feature.
there. Well, yeah, I'm happy to accept that people like that. I just
And
you know,
that's the
people
reason
like
why
the Transformers
people-
movies.
Yeah. Wait, sorry.
People like the Transformers movies, the Michael Bay ones that are dog shit.
That are shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People
like a lot of bad
stuff.
things. Yeah. people that love garbage, dude.
One thing I want to throw out, this is more towards you, really, Jay, but like, there's people in chat making this argument, I just want to put it to you. What about the concept that just having the chat there in itself is adding something to the content that isn't on the YouTube?
I unironically seek out Twitch streams broadcasting shows and movies that I like, even though they're breaking DMCA, because I like talking in the live chat. I went and I found a live stream recently that was literally just restreaming Lord of the Rings constantly, and it managed to stay up for a week somehow. I discovered it through an internet comment etiquette video, and that video had like clearly been, like, that clip that he got of that stream was clearly like a week old when the video came out, and I'd seen the video a few days after it came out, so I searched up the stream like, no way, it's still up, and it still was. So I sat and I watched like the whole end half of Lord of the Rings Return of the King with this live chat of like 500 people, and being there with that live chat watching the movie, everyone like sort of like when a streamer does something and the chat spams poggers, they were doing that along with the movie. When Aragorn cuts off an orc's head, everyone goes poggers, or when Legolas shoots an orc in the head, everyone's like headshot, or fucking beamed, or it's really fun. It adds some level of content. I think there is an argument to be made there.
YouTube video.
I mean, it isn't on the YouTube video. Like, I mean, that's true. That is true. That is definitely true. Something is being added, but ultimately, like, the video has the comment section as well. And also, a lot of YouTube videos do have live chats. Any video that was premiered, you can click show chat reply. But yeah, fundamentally, it's just a thing that I don't think is meaningful enough. It's literally something that you can ignore so easily. Because what you've got there is what you've got there would be a full repost of the video with something maybe interesting next to it, right? So why not? You don't need to. Well, you need to repost the video to make the chat, but for a consumer, for a viewer, you don't need the actual video to be reposted there to get the addition of the thing you're seeing, right? That could just as easily be achieved by, hey, let's all go to this YouTube video and watch it at the same time, right? You don't need to post the actual content to do any of that. It just seems like something very small, very easy to ignore.
Oh yeah, I remember when Destiny
really
fucked up the Twitch Plays Pokemon thing.
Sure, okay. And I'm just one other thing as well. I feel like I'm kind of coming. I'm really not coming at anyone. I'm just trying to put points out there to keep the conversation going. But Jay, one thing I noted, because you were watching obviously my coverage, and I was kind of shitting on XQC for quite a large portion of it. And you seem to enjoy that. And I was just wondering, was there a particular reason you focused
Every
on
time
the
that
song,
link
or,
comes up, it highlights it blue because my name is in the link.
Because I did have the personal experience with it. I knew that inside and out, and I didn't have to. I knew exactly what happened in that. I knew all the details about it already, and I knew for a fact that he didn't contact me or ask permission or anything like that, right? If it was another React streamer, I would have to find all of that information out from the perspective. I would have to go and find a YouTuber that they reacted to and ask them all these questions. And I'm like, did you get asked permission? Did they communicate with you? All these things, right? Where when I'm using Hassan as the example of that, I can just flat out say I know all of these things as facts because it happened to me, right? But I did look at including other examples. I did look at including an example from XQC, but that just ended up making the video. That didn't add anything to the video. It was just, here's another guy who does the same thing.
Yeah, because I seem to remember there was like this drama about this, amongst the YouTube community. I think Boblax made a video about it and spoke about this phenomenon.
I remember that.
I've got his tweet in my video.
Okay.
XQC responds to it like, this is just, you're just
I
saying
remember
React
all
harder or
that.
whatever.
Oh yeah, that was it. And XQC was saying React harder, but then
That
you
was
look
fun.
at his video, and like the video he's watching is 8 minutes long, and his video is 8 minutes 30.
Exactly.
It's like
Ooh.
fucking obvious, right? Like,
Yeah.
he's
That's
watching it.
bad.
And it's like, what are you even
That's
adding at that point?
bad.
And then you're uploading.
30 seconds of additional runtime to the original video, unless you're really cutting down the original video, cutting a lot out, or only watching like a little bit of it, That's really bad if you're watching through the whole video and it's an 8-minute video and then the video is 8 minutes and 30 seconds. You're just reacting to the video. You're just watching the video and then sometimes saying stuff without pausing it or giving any commentary. There's only so much you can say over the video while it's playing.
Not onto YouTube. And I think for me, this is an interesting thing, just the final point, I guess, because I know you've got things to do. But like, what are your thoughts? Because obviously watching it on stream is one thing. Do you think it's like worse if like XQC, say, then puts it onto YouTube and reaps the ad revenue from like essentially nothing? Is that worse in your opinion?
It's right. It's like it's really cheeky to build on YouTube. It is worse, right? Because at least in the format of a stream, it's not
30
clear.
seconds of transformative content.
A viewer hasn't like gone expecting, right? Oh, I'm gonna see a Mr. Beast video. They're just there for whatever the streamer is doing, happens to be doing at the time, right? Whereas
that's good. That is a good. I wouldn't say it's a bullet to bite, but more so an admission to make where there's a small point that your opposition has. You have to be willing to do that every once in a while to signify that you are acting in good faith and you are genuinely interested in the truth of the matter being discussed. However, yeah, like generally, when you go to a Twitch live stream, you don't know what the fuck's going to happen. Twitch live streams tend to be long, and the title of the stream or whatever notification you get on Twitch isn't always representative of what the actual content of the stream is going to be. So in a lot of cases, it is just a bunch of people there to, go along with Hassan and whatever he's doing. I think where it gets really egregious is when it goes uploaded as a YouTube clip. If you're reacting to something on stream without really adding any content to it and then uploading as a clip on YouTube, that's when it's a problem. Mind you, for anyone who wants to call me out on hypocrisy, we are currently 45 minutes into this video, and we are currently an hour and 22 minutes into the recording. So that's how long I've been covering this. So I've turned a 45-minute long segment so far into an hour and 22 minutes. That's quite a good amount of transformative commentary and transformative content, I would say.
It's on YouTube. The thumbnail is literally like reacting to Mr. Beast do this, and then you click it, and then you just watch the Mr. Beast video. It is exactly worse. I don't know. It's got that element now of, oh, you've attracted viewers who are interested in a Mr. Beast video. You've attracted that audience specifically, and what you've posted is literally just the thing. Yeah. No other events. So yeah.
The main concern is that Mr. Beast subscribers may be recommended your reaction to Mr. Beast's new video before they get recommended Mr. Beast's new video, and then you end up watching that streamer's reaction to Mr. Beast's new video instead of his new video, and that streamer reaps the benefit of your view and of your ad revenue and everything, rather than Mr. Beast, who actually made the content to begin with.
Sorry if I'm speaking in circles.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Not the most coherent today, I guess.
No, don't worry about it. Sorry, go on, Denims.
That's like...
Especially with smaller content creators, YouTube has a tendency to amplify the largest uploader when it comes to this, right? So in my case, when I upload this video, my video reacting to this, if it goes up as a video, if Cherry decides to do that, will probably get more views than ChudLogic's video, like the original one. I would hope ChudLogic doesn't take issue with that, one, because we're buds, but also because I think he'd recognize... I think if ChudLogic watched this, I think he'd consider this to be pretty transformative in regards to his, content. I mean, if anything, this is more so Denims and JXC's content than ChudLogic's, but ChudLogic is the one who streamed it and hosted this, so it's by gentleman's agreement terms his, so I don't think he'd take issue with it, and I think he'd agree it's probably transformative enough. Kolodic, thank you for the tier 2 sub, I really appreciate that. Just posted the cat hug emote. I'm glad Cherry didn't get rid of that one, and I know why they didn't. Thank you very much for that. Thank you for the $10, and we are unfortunately only at 224 and getting really close to the end here, so it doesn't look like, once again, you guys are going to miss another day of Sonic Onesie. Don't worry, though, guys. You've been getting close lately. You guys are going to hit it again. Don't worry. I know you guys have it in you. It's just the juicers are juiced out, okay? Once the juicers, like Crafter Lula and whatnot, are like back to 100% power, I'm gonna be back in that Shadow Onesie in no time. Don't you worry, Adante Asai. I see you crying there.
My exact opinion. I think with Twitch, I think that viewers can make an argument, and this is the argument that I've heard, that it's like, okay, well, I don't feel like going through YouTube, but I think if you're already on YouTube, you're already on the YouTube platform, and you see XQC reacts to blah, 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 and XQC is your favorite streamer, and then you see the video right next to it, you're always going to click XQC reacting to it. Yeah. Always. And I think that's fucked up. I think that's really, really fucked up, especially when there's nothing that's been added, like literally nothing that's been added.
Yeah.
Yeah, because sometimes the title is like they put the title, the name in, and it's like, to me, you see like a 200k views, and it's like you've stripped that from Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast doesn't, he's million viewer Andy or whatever.
Yeah.
Like,
To be fair, Mr. Beast, though he does credit the people he reacts to, and I think his reactions are good, he does do this thing where he titles, in his reaction videos, because he has a React channel, in the titles of his React videos, he titles it what he's reacting to. It's not Mr. Beast reacts to blank blank to like, Mr. Beast, it's not Mr. Beast reacts to hydraulic press crushes watermelon. It's the title of the video is just hydraulic press crushes watermelon. And sometimes maybe Mr. Beast and his friend are in the thumbnail to signify it's a reaction video and not just an original video of that. And then you click it thinking that's what you're going to see, but it's a reaction video. There's an argument to be made in and of itself that that is just misleading like clickbait like content, which, you know, can be morally condemnable on some level if you make the argument. But also that you're misleading people into believing that they're clicking on the original content. And they certainly aren't going to go out of their way to watch the 2-second clips that Mr. Beast is showing of some random people's TikTok of some hydraulic press crushing a watermelon. Why would they go out of their way to watch the original content then? Or hell, even go out of their way to go subscribe to the original YouTube channel when they've seen the watermelon get crushed, the thing that they were, you know, interested enough to see in the title and click on. You know, that's all they were really interested in. 99.9% of viewers aren't going to pursue the uploader of the content that made the watermelon crushing video. Their eyes got caught. Their their Zoomer or millennial internet brains got their tiny little dopamine hit, and now they're moving on to the next thing. They don't care enough to go out of their way to pursue whatever channel made that content.
If it's a smaller video, I think it's a lot more egregious because, you know, they could really need that, I guess. But yeah.
Like 30 seconds of reacting, like that must have been like really juicer content, like really good shit. Or it's not, which it definitely is not.
Yeah. Best,
So
the
yeah,
most
it's just
insightful 30 seconds you've ever seen.
yeah, he like fucking goes on like a tangent about like the universe, dude, and fucking super enlightening. That is definitely like if it's on the same platform and someone is literally already on the platform, like I don't think people recognize how lazy viewers are. Like so
How much we got left till the onesie? $76, Coledict.
so insanely. Like how many people view your video versus
It's
like
not
how many
worth
people
it now,
like
though.
Even if you ask
The
them
stream's
to.
almost over.
Like even like if something is more than 2 clicks away, people won't do it. Do you know what I mean? Like if you make the more difficult you make something, the less likely people are to do it. Like literally, no matter what. If you make it like 5 different clicks to sub to someone, to sub to a streamer, you would have way less subs. If it was like one button and you get to sub and that's easy, that's great.
One extra button and you'd see some level of decrease in sub growth. One extra button in the way. One small, like the smallest of barriers getting in the way of somebody doing something that's voluntary will cause some amount of people to not do that thing.
Great. It's why bits are so...
Same thing goes for voter ID. It's not that like black people or whatever can't get ID. It's that most black people in this country are like not exactly in the best financial situation, and so they don't have the time or the resources to necessarily go out of their way to get an ID that they can use for voting so they can do the voluntary action of voting. It's not like you get paid for voting. It's not like a thing you need to do. It's a right that you have, and putting barriers in the way of doing it is going to cause some level of people to just choose not to do it. And in our country, I think it's probably good not to discourage people from voting.
so effective. It's like people love to use bits because you have to just type them, super easy to play. You know what I mean?
I've not it with fuckbit. Sorry,
it's just like another way to support streamers and donate and whatever. But the more difficult you make something, the less people are likely to do it. If you already have someone on YouTube, I feel like you've already overcome the biggest hurdle. They're already willing to like watch videos on the platform. Whereas if they're not even on YouTube yet, that's completely different. Not to say that the behavior is acceptable. I am making a completely different argument. I think the behavior is still bad.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Bits is like super chat essentially. That's probably the closest thing it's likened to. But yeah, so we'll start to wrap this up. You mentioned Jay. I'll throw it over to you first. So are you going to be live streaming on Twitch then, or is that the plan?
I am. I have a Twitch now. Basically, my internet in my apartment is really like absolute dog shit though. So I am going to be streaming in very low quality for a while until I move or fix my internet, and then I will be streaming in beautiful, crisp, I don't know, 1080p probably, right?
Yeah.
1080p and not a dog shit bit rate. But yeah, I am streaming on Twitch now.
Well, listen, I mean, I can't, you're a much bigger YouTuber than me, but I'm going to flex my clout and link your Twitch channel in my chat. So go and give Jay a follow there.
Excellent, cheers.
No worries. And Denims, I mean, you're probably, a very established streamer. Any kind of shout out you want to do? Anything you got planned, exciting?
That was a nice debate.
Twitch.tv/Denims.
Okay. Now, as nice of a debate as that was, JXC did come into the chat earlier and say that she got spicy afterwards. Apparently in this clip. Don't tell me this is her whole VOD. Oh boy, it's her whole VOD. Hold on. Let me see if I can figure out when the thing happened. Okay. Cool. Okay. This is her VOD. I'm gonna go ahead and see if I can find the part where the debate happens, and then see if we can then go... Because apparently the part she did after was a little bit more spicy. Oh, wait, what did they say exactly? Oh, the react to the video. Okay. Okay, so Denim's reaction to JXC's video was apparently a lot spicier.
Good stuff. Link to the original video is in the description.
We're not going to watch all of it. We're going to watch a bit.
I don't know why I'd want to click it, because you've already shown me literally all of it, but at least it's there. By reposting someone else's work, you remove it
Let's
from
watch
its
the bit where
original
Hassan comes up.
context.
I need to message like a video essayist that I know and be like, this video essayist is making you guys look bad. Okay, this video essayist does not. They're not sending their best. Denim streams are 60% chat, 30% others content, 10% wormy. Well, what about eating hot chip and lying? Huh?
True.
What about eating hot chip and lying? Are they saying Hassan reacting to videos is exploitation? I don't know. Wait, is that what they're saying? Wait. Oh no, I just realized. No.
Well, actually, you could make the argument that what Hassan is doing is exploitation. Yeah, no, absolutely. If Hassan is playing some random YouTuber's video and he's monetizing his stream and he just gets up and walks away and he's not really contributing anything, that's literally, you are literally exploiting the work of others. That's literally, you are literally exploiting the work of others, and that is actually like a good criticism of someone who claims to be a socialist. That's actually, unironically, Jay, good fucking criticism, unironically. Listen, I'll debate Denims on this. It doesn't have to be a spicy one, but I'll talk to Denims about this on stream if she wants to have a conversation about it.
Oh, Lord Christ almighty. You want to know how you know that this isn't true? You guys want to know? You want to know how you know this isn't true? Because I'm watching the same content and I don't have 40,000 viewers, okay? It's because the streamer makes the content.
Well, no, so. Wait, no, Denims, no, that's not a fair, you can't, no, wait. I do political content, and Vosh does political content. Yes, more people watch Vosh because I imagine he's better at debating and stuff like that, and that's where a lot of his prominence has come from. But a lot of it also has to do with being a larger figure online. I'm sure plenty of Vosh's viewers would love my content if they were aware of it. Just like I'm sure plenty of Hassan's viewers would watch Denim's content if they were aware of it, as opposed to Hassan's, perhaps even. Absolutely. Hey chat, what percentage of Hassan's viewers do you think, if Hassan just straight up played a whole Denim stream on his stream and I don't know, 100,000 of Hassan's viewers just straight up watched a Denim stream, what percentage do you think of that 100,000 viewers do you think would then think, oh wow, I like this Denim's content, I'm gonna go click on her stream and watch it? Probably most, because it's not that the streamer is necessarily what's making the content there. And that's why there's more viewers. It's mostly because Hassan just has the larger audience. He has the larger sub base. More people get notified when Hassan goes live that he's watching Gordon Ramsay than get notified when Denims goes live that she's watching Gordon Ramsay. That is why he has more viewers than her.
Who slid into your DMs? That's just a group chat that I'm in. I fucking hate that group chats, even if you mute them, group chats still show that you have notifications. It makes me so mauled and cope and seethe.
True. I wish
But
they
you do
only
have
notified
420
you whenever you
viewers,
got
so no, it's 439. You fuckers. 19 of you guys leave. I'm just kidding. You guys can stay if you feel shy. I like your new Twitter profile picture. It looks really nice. Aw, thanks.
Okay, it doesn't seem like she was too spicy. I mean, it seems like most of the disagreements that could have been had by watching the video probably got sorted out in the debate. Overall, I think they both acted mostly in good faith, but Denims, Jay, no offense, neither of you are as good at debating as me, okay? I'm sorry. You can't top me, all right? So you want to listen to my advice and take it to heart, okay? I got you. I got you. All right. If you enjoyed this video, please consider subscribing. Liking the video or the stream helps out a lot, and I really do appreciate it. If you want to see more from me here on this lovely hell world platform we call YouTube, consider subscribing, ring the bell icon next to the sub button to turn on all notifications so YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video. You can also consider following all my social media, linked down below, in the stream description and the video description, including a link to my fan Discord, my Instagram, my TikTok, my Twitter, as well as a link to my Patreon, where you can pledge and get access to exclusive content that I'll be uploading there soon. And you can also just support me financially broadly by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, pledging on Patreon, as I said before. You can also donate to me through Streamlabs and donate or membership. Become a member to me on YouTube. I'm sorry, I've been streaming for a whole, how long I've been live? 5.5 hours. Yeah, I'm a little bit on the tired side. Anyway, no matter how you support me, thank you so much for watching. I really do appreciate it, and have a good one. All right, everybody. My lovely peepos, I must go. It is late, and I'm tired, and I am very, very hungry, and I just did a very long stream. Though I will say, I do appreciate the fuck out of all of you for supporting the stream so much. I'm gonna go very quickly. I'm gonna grab a snack. I'm gonna snuggle my girlfriend for just a minute. Lonnie, you're gonna make salmon? Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll have salmon. I just want to snuggle you really quick, Lonnie, before I do the watch party. And then we're going to do the watch party, and then I guess you can make salmon while we're doing the watch party, Lonnie. All right, that sounds good. All right, everybody. In about 30 minutes, so at 11 p.m., I'm going to start the watch party for Peacemaker. I will be announcing it in the Discord, so don't worry. If you want to get in there ahead of time, I'm going to hop into the Zan's Theater Discord voice text or voice chat in order to just be ready for it. So for those of you guys that don't know, you can join my fan Discord through the link in the description of the stream, or if you do ! Discord in the chat. And if you join my fan Discord, here you can see, this is the Discord, you can scroll down, and you can find this voice channel called Xander's Theater. You want to go ahead and join this. If you can't join it, then it means you don't have permissions to. Go ahead and at me in this text chat called voice text, just at Xanderhal, and say, hey, I can't get in, and I will give you the permission that you need to be able to get into the channel. Otherwise, you can join a channel that you can join, like General or this VC or any other voice chat that you can join, and I'll, get the clue and I'll pull you in so that you can actually be in there without you, having authorization to join. So yeah, just go ahead and hop in there now, because I'm going to be in there in the next 30 minutes, and we're going to be doing a watch party of this hilarious fucking show starring John Cena, who's actually a great actor. It is really funny as like a comedic actor, called Peacemaker. It's in the DCEU, the DC Cinematic Universe, like Batman, Superman stuff, but it's actually really good, and I hate DC, so it's a glowing fucking endorsement coming from me, trust me. So yeah, come join the watch party. It's going to be a great fucking time. We're going to have a good fucking time. I'm just going to snuggle my girlfriend for a little bit first, but yeah. Listen up, everybody. I love you all so much. Thank you all for coming out today. And yeah, I will see you all maybe tomorrow. I'm not sure. I might take tomorrow off. We'll see. Anyway, guys, have a good one, okay? Doo-doo fart.